documents. Dépôt de documents. The Honourable Government House Leader is rising.
Yes, on a point of order, Mr. Speaker, briefly, if I could, I wanted to correct an answer I gave in the House yesterday. In an answer to a question on one of the immigration issues, I indicated that the Chinese head tax had originally been introduced by a Liberal government. That, in fact, is the case that the head tax was introduced in 1885. So I wanted to correct the record in that regard. It was not under a Liberal government. I'd obviously confused it with Laurier's government, which increased the size of that head tax tenfold, and of course the 1923 Chinese Immigration Act that banned all Chinese immigration to Canada, which happened under King's Liberal government. So I wanted to make sure that the record was corrected, and it was not introduced under a Liberal government originally.
The tabling of documents, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, pursuant to Standing Order 36.8, I have the honour to table in both official languages the Government's responses to 8 petitions.
Dépôt de documents.
Tabling of documents.
Action of government bills. Déclaration de ministre.
Minister's statements.
Reports from interparliamentary delegations. Présentation de rapport.
Presenting reports from committees. Introduction
of private members' bills. Mr. Sixay, seconded by Madame Savoy, moves for leave to introduce a bill entitled An Act to Amend the Income Tax Act, Low-Cost Residential Rental Property. This motion is deemed adopted. The Honourable Member for Burnaby Douglas.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm pleased to table today a private member's bill entitled An Act to Amend the Income Tax Act, Low-Cost Residential Rental Property. This bill is seconded by my colleague, the member for Victoria, and stems from her deep interest and work to find solutions to the affordable housing crisis in Canada, and from her experience as a city councillor in Victoria and as MP for that city. The member for London Fanshawe has also worked to develop this bill. This bill proposes to amend the Income Tax Act to provide a tax incentive to encourage landlords to invest in the purchase of low-cost residential rental property. It calls on the government to develop regulations which would allow for the rollover of recaptured depreciation on the sale of rental property in cases where the proceeds from the sale of such property are reinvested in the purchase of low-cost rental property in the same year. Mr. Speaker, it is the intention of this legislation to encourage the maintenance and stimulate an increase in the stock of affordable rental housing in Canada. Affordable rental housing is key to the needs of many Canadians and their families. This measure is only a small part of an approach to dealing with the affordable housing crisis in Canada. No single measure, and certainly no measure as specific as this one, can replace the need for a national housing program that actually builds affordable housing in Canada. Tax measures, building programs, no stone should be left unturned in finding a solution to the housing crisis. The member for Victoria and I believe that this measure is one that deserves the serious consideration of this House, and that's why we're tabling this bill today.
Mr. Sixay, seconded by Madame Savoy, moves that the bill be now read a first time and be printed. Cette motion est réputée.
This motion is deemed adopted.
When shall the bill be read a second time? À la prochaine.
At the next sitting of the House.
Dépôt de projet de loi.
Introduction of private members' bills.
Senate public bills. Motion.
Motions.
Presenting petitions. The Honourable Member for start way down. Hamilton Mountain.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I am pleased to table 2 petitions today. The first one comes from dozens of people in my riding in the Greater Hamilton area who are against the proposed Security and Prosperity Partnership. They call upon the Government of Canada to stop further implementation of the Security and Prosperity Partnership of North America with the United States and Mexico until there's a democratic mandate from the people of Canada, parliamentary oversight and consideration of its profound consequences on Canada's existence as a sovereign nation, and its ability to adopt autonomous and sustainable economic, social, and environmental policies. These petitions represent just a small number of the tens of thousands of Canadians who are counting on the government to listen to their concerns and stop the SPP. The other petition, Mr. Speaker, that I'm pleased to table today is yet again on the urgent need for this House to adopt Bill C-390. The bill would allow tradespeople and indentured apprentices to deduct travel and accommodation expenses from their taxable income so that they can secure and maintain employment at construction sites that are more than 80 kilometres away from their home. This time the petitions have come from St. John's, Glace Bay, Sydney, Fredericton, Timmins, Thunder Bay, Sault Ste. Marie, Valcourant, Sudbury, North Bay, Owen Sound, Windsor, Chatham, Port Elgin, Cambridge, Kitchener, London, Sarnia, Toronto, Brandon, Winnipeg, Moose Jaw, Regina, Saskatoon, Prince Albert, Kamloops, Nelson, Castlegar, Victoria, Whitehorse, and of course the Golden Horseshoe, in an expression of support that is truly national in scope. Unfortunately, another budget implementation bill is before this House today that ignores yet again this modest request by Canada's building trades. All they've been asking for is some basic fairness. Mr. Speaker, I will continue to represent their issues in this House and will gladly introduce all of their petitions until the government finally lives up to its commitment to act. Thank you.
I'd remind honourable members just to, as far as is possible, to present their petitions and not expand them in such a way as to raise questions in the House about the appropriateness thereof. The honourable member for Red Deer.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I present a petition signed by 1,233 people from my riding of Red Deer and from Alberta. These citizens are outraged at the violent beating of a 61-year-old apartment caretaker and repeat offender, Leo Teske. The petitioners therefore demand that Parliament pass tougher laws regarding repeat and violent offenders and adequate compensation for victims of violent crimes. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Bramalia Gore-Malton.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm honored to present the following petition signed by the residents of my riding of Bramalia Gore-Malton. The petitioners call upon the government to institute a system of visa bonds for temporary resident visa applicants wishing to come to Canada as a member of the visitor class, to give immigration counselor discretion over the creation of a visa bond, to establish minimum and maximum visa bond amount as a guideline for immigration officials, and to allow the visa bond to apply to either the sponsor or the visitor. Thank you.
The honourable member for Edmonton Sherwood Park.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I'm very honored today to present yet again over 1,500 names on a petition in support of my Bill C-484. These petitioners, recognizing that when a woman has chosen to have a child, that right and that child should not be taken away by violent means, asking for the Parliament here to enact legislation which would make it a separate offence to cause the injury or the death of an unborn child. So, Mr. Speaker, that brings today, I think, the number of petition signatures on this bill to over 13,000. Thank you.
Honourable member for New Westminster Burnaby.
Mr. Speaker, I'm here to present a petition that calls on the suspension of the Security and Prosperity Partnership that's going on now. The petitioners, some 200 from the Lower Mainland region of Vancouver, are added to the many thousands that have been presented by New Democrats here, saying that the implementation of the SPP further advances the goal of continental economic integration and is a very big concern around security, energy, food and health standards, and the shrinking opportunities for Canadian policymakers and governments, Mr. Speaker. So they call on this Parliament to stop further implementation of the SPP, and they ask for a democratic mandate from the people of Canada for parliamentary oversight and for consideration of its profound consequences on Canada's existence as a sovereign nation. They ask us to conduct transparent and accountable public debate on the SPP involving meaningful public consultations and a full legislative review. Mr. Speaker, these 200 people are added to the thousands that have been presented by New Democrat members of Parliament already on this very important issue to all Canadians.
Honourable member for Mississauga, the honourable member for Winnipeg South.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I appreciate being able to present these petitions before the last person to do so. Mr. Speaker, this petition today is calling upon Parliament to enact legislation which would recognize unborn children as separate victims when they are injured or killed during the commission of an offence against their mothers, allowing two charges to be laid, two against the offender instead of just one. Mr. Speaker, there's nearly 1,000 signatures here today, and clearly Canadians, as polled, we've seen 72% of Canadians in support of this important legislation, Bill C-484. Thank you.
member for Mississauga South.
Thank you kindly, Mr. Speaker. This morning I'm pleased to present yet another Income Trust Broken Promise petition from a number of signatories from Forestburg, Stettler, Calgary, Edmonton, and Vegreville, Alberta. Mr. Speaker, the petitioners Mr. Speaker, the petitioners want to remind the Prime Minister that he had promised never to tax income trusts, but he recklessly broke that promise, Mr. Speaker, by imposing a 31.5%. You know, Mr. Speaker, I really appreciate the assistance of the government House Leader during my brief presentation, and I hope that he will carry on because it tells me that I'm on the right track. So, Mr. Speaker, it says that the Prime Minister did recklessly break that promise by imposing a 31.5% tax, which permanently wiped out over $25 billion of the hard-earned retirement savings of over 2 million Canadians, Mr. Speaker, particularly seniors, Mr. Speaker. We must remember our seniors. So the petitioners therefore call upon Parliament, and particularly the government, minority government, to admit that the decision to tax income trusts was based on flawed methodology and incorrect assumptions, as was demonstrated in the hearings before the Finance Committee. Secondly, to apologize to those who were unfairly harmed by this broken promise. And finally, Mr. Speaker, to repeal the punitive 31.5% tax on income trusts. Mr. Speaker, this brings up to 50,000 the number of names already submitted to the House with regard to this reckless broken promise.
Further petitions, presenting petitions, petition. Questions on the order paper. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary of the Government House Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I ask that all questions be allowed to stand.
Agreed. Now the reading. Before we proceed to orders of the day, je suis maintenant prêt à rendre la décision.
I am now prepared to make a ruling on the point of order raised by the Government House Leader on March 7, 2008, concerning the response of the Vice Chair of the Standing Committee on Procedure and House Affairs during question period. The Honourable Member for Hull-Elmer, as well regarding the question raised by the member for Churchill.
And the Honourable Member for Wascana for his interventions. The Honourable Government House Leader contended that in response to a question posed by the member for Churchill regarding the agenda of the Standing Committee on Procedure and House Affairs, the answer provided by the member for Hull-Elmer was inappropriate because it was substantive and partisan and therefore did not follow the usual practice for this kind of response. He also added that this constituted a breach of the rules of the House that was deliberate and calculated. The Opposition House Leader argued that the response given by the committee Vice Chair was within the rules of the House since it referred explicitly to the agenda of the committee. Let me begin by putting this point of order in context. It is well established that questions to committee chairs, with the emphasis on questions, should be strictly restricted to requests for information concerning matters of simple committee administration rather than the substance of their proceedings. Dans une décision
In a ruling on May 20th, 1970, on page 7126 of the debates, Mr. Speaker Lamoureux clearly defined the limits of this line of questioning when he stated, open quote, the only questions which are acceptable when directed to the chairman of a committee are questions which relate to procedural matters, whether a meeting is to be held, whether a committee is to be convened, at what time a committee will be held, and so on. I think there has to be a very strict limit on questions that may be asked of a chairman of committees, end quote. Furthermore, House of Commons Procedure and Practice at page 429 states, quote, questions seeking information about the schedule and agenda of committees may be directed to chairs of committees. Questions to the ministry or a committee chair concerning the proceedings or work of a committee may not be raised, end quote.
In fact, as recently as February the 12th, 2008, the Speaker had occasion to address the issue of questions to committee chairs, and honourable members will recall that he reminded the House of the narrow parameters of questions that are acceptable. He also took the opportunity to underline the Chair's very limited powers in determining what constitutes an appropriate response to such a question. Specifically, he acknowledged that the Speaker was not the judge of the nature or quality of the response, and that the Chair was, in the matter of responses to questions, limited to the language used. Thus, he stated in part, if the response is not an answer to the question, I cannot rule the response out of order unless unparliamentary language is used in the response. Dans le cas présent,
Accordingly, in the case complained of, while it appears that the response includes remarks that were unnecessary simply to provide information about the committee schedule, in the view of the Chair, those remarks, superfluous to requirements as they may be, nonetheless cannot be construed to be unparliamentary, and so there are no grounds for ruling them out of order.
Somewhat surprised to find the Chair being asked to examine the procedural acceptability of a response during question period. Whatever certain commentators may claim with regard to the prerogatives of the Speaker, the House of Commons has never, to my knowledge, required the Chair to be the arbiter of the appropriateness, completeness, or even relevance of responses given to questions during question period. Hence the old saw that this 45-minute period each day is called question period and not answer period. However, I must say that I have some sympathy with the concerns that continue to be expressed by members about this category of question. Questions to committee chairs, once rare and exceptional, have lately been used more frequently. This trend and the repeated procedural squabbling it has occasioned prompts me to inform the House that in future, when considering the procedural acceptability of such questions, the Chair intends to demand strict adherence to the intended practice, namely the scheduling and agenda of committee meetings. I am counting on the cooperation of all honourable members in this regard. Parallèlement,
at the same time, I strongly encourage committee chairs or vice chairs who are the only members in a position to answer these kinds of questions to do so in a spirit of fair play and in keeping with the very specific information-seeking strictures that apply to members asking these questions.
Attention. Orders of the day.
Government orders, government bills.
Mr. Van Loan for Mr. Flaherty, seconded by Mr. Baird, moves that Bill C-50 enact to implement certain provisions of the budget tabled in Parliament on February the 26, 2008, and to enact provisions to preserve the fiscal plan set out in that budget, be now read a second time and referred to the Standing Committee on Finance. Debate. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary, the Minister of Finance.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. It is an honour to lead off this second reading debate and speak on behalf of our Conservative government on Bill C-50, an act to implement certain measures in Budget 2008. C-250 reflects the responsible leadership provided by our Conservative government at home and abroad. Leadership that gives Canadians good reason to be confident about the future despite the economic uncertainty beyond our borders. In fact, we have the strongest fiscal position of any G7 country. That position has allowed this government to take important action in support of our long-term economic plan entitled Advantage Canada, a plan that was introduced in 2006 that benefits Canadians today and for the years ahead. For example, the fall 2007 economic statement took important steps to jumpstart this plan by providing broad-based tax relief for individuals and business. Vitally important measures totaling $60 billion, Mr. Speaker. Prudent measures taken at the request of this Finance Minister and our Prime Minister in anticipation of impending global economic turbulence. It is important to recognize the actions taken in the economic statement that have been recognized by a wide range of observers as extremely important in the maintenance of Canada's solid economic fundamentals. Observers like BMO's economist Doug Porter, who said it was, and I quote, brilliantly timed. Just as the economy was running into serious heavy weather, we had some serious fiscal stimulus, end quote. or Conference Board of Canada, who noted that, and I quote again, Canadian economy will weather the storm of uncertainty. Recent changes, such as tax reduction announced by the federal government, will maintain that momentum, end quote. Or even a recent Calgary Herald editorial which praised the Conservative government for using the economic statement to, and I quote again, strengthen consumer demand, notably the 1% GST reduction. For once, a government seems to have been ahead of the curve, end quote. Additionally, we took further action through the $1 billion Community Development Trust, a program which assists workers and communities experiencing difficulty due to international economic volatility. Budget 08 directly builds on that important action. It confirms our commitment to strong fiscal management by reducing the federal debt, by $10.2 billion in 07-08. It reduces taxes to the lowest level, measured as a share of the economy since the Diefenbaker government. It invests in the future of Canada. Budget 08 will support Canada's economy with a plan that is real and one that is committed to responsible spending. Unlike the reckless Liberal opposition that would plunge Canada into a massive $70 billion deficit, our Conservative government is committed to a balanced budget. We have also made a commitment to Canadians to reduce taxes, and we are proud to say we are keeping that commitment. As you know, Mr. Speaker, we are reducing taxes for all Canadians, and we are proud of that. To date, our Conservative government has taken actions that will provide nearly $200 billion in broad-based tax relief. $140 billion of that relief will benefit individuals directly. These are permanent reductions that hardworking Canadians will see each and every time they file their income taxes. And taxes will continue to decline thanks to our government's tax-back guarantee. This represents our commitment to dedicate the effective interest savings from federal debt reduction each year to permanent and sustainable personal income tax reductions. Moreover, I am privileged to be part of a Conservative government that introduced one of the single most important personal savings vehicles ever introduced, what the C.D. Howe Institute described as a tax policy gem.
Absolutely.
The tax-free savings account. This groundbreaking, flexible, general-purpose account will allow Canadians to watch their savings grow tax-free. Wow. This is a historical first for Canadians, and here, Mr. Speaker, is how it works. First, Canadians can contribute up to $5,000 every year to a registered tax-free savings account, plus carry forward any unused portions to future years. Second, the investment income, including capital gains earned in the plan, will be exempt from income tax, even when withdrawn. Thirdly, Canadians can withdraw from the account at any time without restriction. Better yet, Mr. Speaker, there are no restrictions on what they can save for. And finally, the full amount of withdrawals may be recontributed to their tax-free savings account in the future to ensure no loss in a person's total savings room. The new tax-free savings account will help Canadians save for whatever is important to them. Mr. Speaker, I would encourage Canadians to visit www.fin.gc.ca to find out more about this innovative new program. www.fin.gc.ca. Let me repeat that, Mr. Speaker, so everyone listening today knows where to go to find out how to save tax-free. There's an online calculator that will help you deal with this. This will demonstrate just how Canadians can save by investing in this tax-free savings account. Awesome. And let me share with my colleagues that the savings can be substantial. For example, assuming a modest 5.5% rate of return, a person contributing $200 a month to one of these new accounts for 20 years could enjoy tax savings of $11,045 compared to saving in an unregistered account. Of course, not everyone is able to save each and every year, Those who cannot contribute $5,000 in a given year will be able to carry forward their unused contribution room to future years. Saving can be difficult, Mr. Speaker, especially for some low and modest income earners. That's why an important component of this proposed legislation is that there will be no clawbacks. This means that neither the income nor the capital gains earned in a tax-free savings account nor the withdrawals from it will affect eligibility for federal income-tested benefits. As a result, the tax-free savings account will be of tremendous benefit to all Canadians. The praise for this initiative has been almost universal. The Canadian Taxpayers Federation called it, and I quote, an excellent policy proposal. Canada needs to reward people that save because their investments fuel economic growth and job creation, end quote. The Canadian Federation of Independent Business added it was, and I quote, an inspired measure, end quote. And the Canadian Chamber of Commerce heralded the measure, saying it will, quote, encourage savings, a measure which the Chamber has sought for many years, end quote. Mr. Speaker, C-50 has an important measure to benefit Canada's seniors. Measures that build on earlier actions we have taken. Many seniors in Canada are living on a fixed income. This can sometimes make it difficult to make ends meet. To help those Canadians, our Conservative government has taken action that provides about $5 billion in tax relief each year for seniors and pensioners, including doubling of the pension income amount of $2,000 and increasing the age credit amount by $1,000. We have also increased the age limit for maturing RPPs and RRSPs, and for the first time ever in Canada, introduced pension income splitting for seniors and pensioners. We are continuing on that path to supporting seniors in Bill C-50 by increasing the guaranteed income supplement exemption to $3,500 from the current maximum of $500. This means that seniors can earn up to $3,500 before having any GIC benefits reduced. This measure will benefit low and modest income seniors who choose to continue working. The Canadian Association of Retired Persons commends our Conservative government for, and I quote, listening to many of its recommendations over the years and taking steps in the right direction, end quote. Mr. Speaker, the Conservative government is also committed to making Canada an even greater place to create and expand a business. Last fall, we set out a long-term plan to reduce the federal corporate income tax rate to 15% by 2012. This initiative will give Canada the lowest overall tax rate on new business investment in the G7 by the year 2010, and the lowest statutory tax rate in the G7 by 2012. As the Canadian Council of Chief Executive Officers declared, and I quote again, the federal government clearly has done everything it can to reduce tax rates within the boundaries of prudent fiscal management, end quote. We are also taking targeted action to assist Canada's manufacturers as they face challenging economic circumstances. For instance, in Budget 07, we brought in a temporary accelerated capital cost allowance. This measure is helping Canadian manufacturers make the investments needed to build modern facilities here at home to take on the world. Mr. Speaker, Budget 08 proposes to extend temporary accelerated capital cost allowance treatment for 3 additional years. This extension will provide the manufacturing and processing sector with an additional $1 billion in tax relief by the years 2012-13. And Bill C-50 contains proposed measures that will provide additional benefit to businesses in Canada. For example, small businesses can face challenges in accessing capital to finance the research and development investments. That is why an enhanced scientific research and experimental development, or SHRED as the acronym that we use in the industry, the investment tax credit of 35%, it will be available to small Canadian-controlled private corporations on their first $2 million of qualified expenditures. During the pre-budget consultations, many stakeholders noted that access to the enhanced SR&ED investment tax credit is phased out quickly once the taxable capital threshold of $10 million is reached. They suggested that medium-sized businesses should have access to some enhanced benefit. In addition, many suggested that the expenditure limit has not kept pace with technological innovations that have made startup research and development investment more costly. In response to these concerns, Bill C-50 proposes to increase the expenditure limit from $2 million to $3 million, and to increase the upper limit for the taxable capital phase-out range from $15 million up to $50 million. The upper limit of the taxable income phase-out range will also be increased from $600,000 up to $700,000. Increasing these limits will encourage small and medium-sized Canadian-controlled private corporations to grow. Canadians spoke, and this government listened. Mr. Speaker, Budget 2008 includes new measures to strengthen and ensure the effective implementation of our government's plan to ensure a cleaner, healthier environment for all Canadians. To that end, Bill C-50 proposes to commit $250 million for carbon capture and storage projects. This will allow for harmful emissions to be stored underground rather than be released into the atmosphere. Mr. Speaker, public transit is one of the keys to achieving a cleaner and healthier environment. That's why our government, under the leadership of this excellent Environment Minister that is here with us today, has made significant investments in public transit infrastructure. Bill C-50 goes even further by proposing an additional $500 million to make further investments in public transit capital infrastructure. These are measures to encourage Canadians to leave their cars at home and assist Canada's municipalities. The Canadian Urban Transit Association called the support, and I quote, a major boost to future access and mobility in Canadian communities, end quote. And Mr. Speaker, I'm sure you were pleased to read that the Federation of Canadian Municipalities called it, and quote, good news for cities and communities, end quote. Canadians want a clean environment in which to live. They also want healthy, safe communities. To help ensure that safety, Bill C-50 proposes to build safer communities and put criminals out of business. Speaking of putting some out of business, Mr. Speaker, I want to take a moment and mention how damaging yesterday's NDP motion would have been had it passed. Very damaging. It would have put legitimate Canadians out of business. And we do thank the Liberals for supporting and recognizing that it would have put Canadians out of work, and we do appreciate that support.
The Liberals are helping us.
We do most of all appreciate the fact that the Liberals did come and vote last night, but most of all to support it. I look forward to seeing them in their place when it comes time to vote in favour of C-50 as well, Mr. Speaker. This bill proposes to provide $400 million to hire 2,500 new frontline police officers over the next 5 years. Support recognized as an important step in helping, quote, address the much-needed resources for tackling crime. That was said by the Canadian Police Association, who added they were also very happy with that commitment that was in Budget 2008. Mr. Speaker, as you are no doubt starting to notice, this is a very comprehensive bill. Time doesn't permit me to describe all of the details of the measures in Bill C-50, but I would be remiss if I didn't mention certain initiatives in it that will help Canada prepare for the future, prepare for our youth. First, in recognition of the importance of education in our future, this bill proposes a new consolidated Canada Student Grant Program to take effect in the fall of 2009. All federal grants will be integrated into one program, a program which will provide more effective support to more students for more years of study. In doing so, this will assist Canadian families who struggle with the cost of higher education. Bill C-50 proposes an investment of $350 million in 2009-10, rising to $430 million in 2012 and 13. Additionally, Canadian students and their families also need simple, effective financial assistance programs. That is why Budget 08 commits $123 million to streamline and modernize the Canada Student Loans Program. Measures will be put in place to improve service for students in a number of ways, such as a new service delivery vision that will expand online services, more equitable supports for part-time and married students, a new in-study, interest-free period for reservists, and an enhanced flexibility for those students experiencing difficulty in debt repayment, as well as including those with disabilities. Canada's students responded enthusiastically to Budget 2008. Groups like the College Student Alliance, who said it showed, and quote, that the federal government is keeping an eye to the future and our future leaders of tomorrow, end quote. Or the Canadian Federation of Students, who thanked the government for responding to, and I quote, a long-standing call by students and their families. Probably a call that's been out there for 13 long years, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, in order to ensure a strong and secure future for Canada, our immigration policies need to be closely aligned with our labour market needs. That is why our government is also making important new innovations in immigration, including changing the Immigration and Refugee Protection Act. In doing so, we will improve and speed up the application process. Summing up, Mr. Speaker, this Conservative government has taken care to strengthen Canada's economic fundamentals. Mr. Speaker, this bill is prudent, focused, and responsible in order to ensure Canada is well positioned to weather the uncertainty of today's global economy. The Liberal Party of Canada's continued support for our Conservative government is a clear indication that we are getting the job done. We are on the right track for all Canadians, and on behalf of the government, I thank our Liberal friends for their support, their consistent support of our initiatives, redefining the official opposition, and we congratulate them for that. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Mississauga South.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, during the speech of the member, he said that time doesn't permit him to go through all of the details of the Budget Implementation Act. And he's quite right, Mr. Speaker. There is a broad range of matters which are covered in this. In fact, they're so broad, Mr. Speaker, it does beg the question, where are we going with this? What is the vision? There really isn't a vision here, Mr. Speaker. As a matter of fact, if you would look at the member's statement, one of the things that you're going to find is that it hasn't laid out an assessment of where we are today, what emerging forces are facing Canada over the coming periods, and what security, prudence, and contingency have we provided, Mr. Speaker, to ensure the continuity of providing the services and the care and the protection for all Canadians on a consistent basis. Mr. Speaker, that's the purpose of debate here, I believe. It's not to see how much time you could fill up by listing a bunch of individual items without showing how they knit together, how they integrate into a vision. So, Mr. Speaker, maybe the member would like to comment on one aspect of a vision, and that would be the aspect of, say, fiscal responsibility. I would say, Mr. Speaker, that in the government's own projections, it is looking now in the second year of the forecast of being within one SARS event of going into deficit. Mr. Speaker, that is of concern to Canadians. We don't want to ever go back into deficit, but with the high level of petroleum prices, with the U.S. recession, with the high value of the Canadian dollar, Mr. Speaker, all of these factors are putting great pressures. Many of those have been experienced in certain provinces versus others, such as Ontario, in this manufacturing sector. So maybe the member could help advance this debate by...
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Finance.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I would love to advance the debate, especially with such an inviting opening line referring to fiscal responsibility. It was just weeks ago that our Conservative government started to realize the exact numbers of promises from the Liberal Party, pre-election promises that the Liberals were going to spend. So out of concern that we wanted to share with Canadians, we added up those numbers. The promises, I would suggest hollow promises, Mr. Speaker, from the opposition, if they ever were, heaven forbid, if they ever were to form government again. And Mr. Speaker, do you know what that number added up to of promises? $70 billion of uncosted promises that if they returned to government, that was what they were going to hoist onto Canadians, to Canadian taxpayers, uncosted, unsubstantiated, rather scattered, if I will, of promises to get them back into power. That seems to be, as we've heard in the last few days, the only reason for the Liberals' existence is to get back into power.
I'm going to try and get as many people on as I can here, so the Honourable Deputy de Montmagny.
The Honourable Member for Montmagny, Lille, Rivière-de-Loup. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I listened carefully to my colleague's speech. I had the impression that I was listening to the captain of the Titanic a few hours before the iceberg hit the boat, because he says that everything is going well. He is describing the budget as if there are no clouds overhead, but the American government just confirmed that there's a recession in the United States, and the growth in the United States is going to be 0.1% of 1%, 0.1 of 1%. So how can he say that this is a case in Canada that things are going well when we know that the manufacturing sector depends on imports to the United States? How did the $10 billion in the surplus get used to pay down the debt, and that no measures were taken to use tools to make our industries, our manufacturing sector, our forestry sector more competitive? This money could have been used to make our products more sellable to the United States. But with the lowering of the GST, well, it's just encouraging people to buy Chinese products. Doesn't the member feel like he's a little bit like the captain of this Titanic? And I would encourage that he change course.
Well, Mr. Speaker, I am a prairie boy. I've never had much to do with a ship the size of the Titanic. But being part of this team that has a firm direction where we're going, and it was through the economic fall statement that, Mr. Speaker, we proved that this government knew where we were headed. We knew that there was concerns, and my honourable colleague is correct. The United States is having some difficult economic times. We saw that coming. That's leadership. That's being at the wheel. That's knowing that that could very seriously impact Canada. So that, Mr. Speaker, is why we took the position in the fall to cut taxes, to stimulate industry. And, Mr. Speaker, that is why we're seeing the economic fundamentals that we have here in this country today, because we have strong leadership. We're not just dependent on the U.S. economy. We've diversified our economy. We've supported those industries that are struggling. A $1 billion community development trust. The
Honourable Member for New Westminster Burnaby.
Mr. Speaker. Well, Mr. Speaker, I also listened very carefully to the Parliamentary Secretary to to the Minister of Finance, and was also disappointed with the lack of vision for ordinary working families in this country. Another mill has gone down in my community, Mr. Speaker. Canfor shut down last week in New Westminster. Another mill in the province of British Columbia, to go along with many more across the country that where good-paying, family-supporting jobs are disappearing in this country, and it's a very serious situation. But he also said that Canadians want a clean environment. I agree with him on that. But there's nothing in this budget to deal with climate change. There's nothing in this budget. Another missed opportunity by the Conservative government, carrying on, sadly, in the tradition of the previous Liberal budget. You know, Mr. Speaker, in this budget, they have $500 million into a trust for transit. But when the New Democrats had an opportunity in 2005 to amend the previous Liberal government's budget, we managed to get in $900 million for transit. So this is just a paltry amount. I want to ask the parliamentary secretary, when they were able to find almost $1 billion for transit in Toronto in the last budget year, why so little for transit? Why so little for infrastructure that is so needed to clean our environment? In my community, we have the Evergreen Line. What they've given for the Evergreen Line, which actually the cost of is $1.4 billion, is about $64 million, enough to fund a half a kilometre of that line only. That's all from this Conservative government for the city of Port Moody and the Tri-Cities in British Columbia. Why so little? Why half a kilometre of transit for British Columbia when you funded in the last year almost $1 billion for the city of Toronto? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Finance.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. And once again, I reiterate, I am proud of the environmental record of this government, because we recognize that environment doesn't stop at any borders. We're supporting environmental programs from coast to coast to coast. And we certainly are including British Columbia in that. It's in partnerships with the provinces that take initiatives of their own to protect the environment where the federal government steps up. It's through a $33 billion investment in infrastructure across this country, Mr. Speaker, an unprecedented amount of infrastructure investment by the federal government, largest since the Second World War, to stimulate not only the economy, the jobs that it will provide, but the required replacement and rebuilding of the weak infrastructure that we've seen depleted and reduced over years and years of Liberal misconduct, if you will. Liberals not supporting the infrastructure, not recognizing that we need to keep that infrastructure up on a day-by-day, on a year-by-year basis. We've put in $33 billion in partnership with the provinces to keep that infrastructure up.
Order. Resuming debate. The Honourable Member for HoC.
Thank you, Speaker. It's my pleasure actually to say a few words on Bill C-50, and I thank you very much for recognizing me. I'd like to frame my remarks basically in three sections today. I have a few comments to make on the part of my honourable colleague's speech across the way that he covered off, I think, in one sentence at the end of his presentation, because obviously the government's somewhat embarrassed about how they've actually trying to bring in, crowbar in changes to the Immigration Act. Secondly, I asked a number of Canadians if they'd like to participate with me in this talk this morning, and I have a few comments that people from across the country have made that I'm very happy to read into the record. And third, I do have a few comments as well on the financial implications of this budget, and Bill C-50, and where this government and this sad excuse for a finance minister seems to be taking us today. But, Speaker, I stand in the House and speak on behalf of all Canadians here. First, on the issue of immigration. Canada is certainly a great nation. We have a reputation around the world for openness and compassion. People want to live here. I certainly don't blame them. I have a constituency that is literally teeming with new Canadians, and they are so welcome in our community all the time. But we debate here today with a Conservative government that wants to change the attitude that Canadians have had towards immigration for a long period of time. I don't think this government really wants Canadians to come here, at least in the quantities that they've been. And I do believe Conservatives want to roll the clock back to a sad time of what I would call Reform Party isolationism. They want to change your immigration policy, not make it more efficient, that's clear, not funding it properly, and reforming it to make it less effective. So I think they want to limit the number of immigrants who are accepted into our country and just slam the door on the rest, and shame on them. That's slamming the door on families who wish to be reunited. It's shutting the door on people seeking a better life for themselves and for their children. It's shutting the door on people who love this country and legitimately want to be part of it, because Canada is a beacon that's held up to people around the world. Canada has a proud history of immigration. This country was built on it. Maybe we all saw the report on television last night that more than 5 million Canadians are now visible minorities. That has doubled the number in the last decade or so, Speaker. So Conservatives now want to wipe out this proud tradition. Not only that, they're trying to force this bill through, placing these measures in a budget bill. And that makes it a matter of confidence. It's the bunch of bullies across the way saying, come on, make my day once again. We're going to roll everything into a bill and make you, the opposition members, roll the dice. It's all or nothing. We can't debate this. We can't have a proper discussion on it. Well, that's typical, and it is sad, and it is shameful, because these immigration reforms should be removed from Bill C-50, taken out, stripped away, brought into the light of day where we can examine them as we are supposed to in this place. Go through the proper channels so they can get the appropriate amount of due diligence needed to ensure that the interests of all Canadians, current and those looking to come here and be Canadians, will be met. Now, we on this side of the House have made it clear. There is nothing in this budget which is even worth defeating. And we don't think right now that this is the issue that Canadians really want to be pushed into an election on. There are many, but we don't think this budget is it, because it's so tepid and so worthless and so inconsequential that it's not worth that. But this immigration issue is something of more substance, brought in at the last minute, that concerns us a lot. And should these reforms remain in this bill, then it really is incumbent upon Liberal members of the Standing Committee of Finance to review the measures within the budget implementation bill, hear from Canadians, have some hearings, call witnesses, and certainly understand in more detail and explain to Canadians why this is bad legislation. The Liberal Party has always promoted a progressive immigration policy. We see Canadians as a country that welcomes immigrants of all backgrounds and abilities. It's a cornerstone of our party's policy, and I believe it represents the feelings of most Canadians. And as such, any review of this is going to have to be looked at in detail and in perspective. We need to ensure that any change to immigration reflects our collective Canadian values and not just those of the governing Conservative Party. One of the reforms that will put unprecedented power into the hands of a single minister, the Minister of Immigration, is in this bill. She will now be able to pick and choose immigrants she deems worthy of being accepted according to the current beliefs of the Conservative Party. The minister will be given the right to establish categories of applicants and then use these categories or other means to play with the order in which applications are processed. Does that not strike you as being dangerous, Speaker? It certainly strikes me and my colleagues that way, and I see my honourable colleague across the way agrees. This is a dangerous precedent. We no longer give people the protection of our laws of Canada. This effectively gives the minister free rein to decide which applications will get processed and even which ones can be returned without even having been processed. A particular concern to Canadians should be the ability of these reforms to adversely affect categories such as family class and permanent resident status that are made on humanitarian and compassionate grounds. Many constituents in my riding, and I said a minute ago, I have a riding that teems with new Canadians, Speaker. Many constituents in my riding, and in fact ridings across the country, have families abroad, families that hope one day they're going to be united with their loved ones. But the Conservatives don't think that reuniting families is good for Canada. They believe that these classes don't contribute to our economic growth. And if we listen to the pronouncements of the Conservative Party, it is clear that they plan to focus resources on the economic class of immigration to the expense of other classes and at the expense of families and those needing our help and our compassion. This should be a great concern to us in this House and all Canadians, because I, for one, do not trust the Conservatives to use these new powers without a little of their ideological Reform Party ideals. Absolutely, my colleague says, the Reform Party isolationism and anti-immigration bias that we all have seen, we know is there. And 15 years ago, when I was a progressive Conservative in 1993 campaigning hard against exactly the kind of principles that sadly are now instilled in this new Conservative Reform Party. These will effectively destroy the right of every applicant to be given a fair review and to be considered regardless of background, country, ethnicity, origin, skill set. The amendments put no limit on these discretionary powers and make them consistent with existing federal-provincial immigration agreements. In fact, it might be a big problem in the province of Quebec, considering Quebec's unique jurisdictional authority over immigrant selection. Now, the Conservatives are saying these measures will help with the backlog of applications. However, I noted the parliamentary secretary didn't even try to justify anything about the inclusion of these changes in the budgetary bill during his speech, because I think he's probably pretty ashamed at the fact they tried to shoehorn these things in at the last minute, hoping Canadians wouldn't notice. Well, they have, and they will, and they'll speak out against them. These reforms reduce any incentive the government has to do what it should do and increase the Immigration Department's capacity to process the number of applications it receives each year. The Conservatives say they're not trying to decrease the number of immigrants into Canada, but the record tells a different story. Despite the numbers they throw around in their press releases and media releases and scrums and those horrible 10%ers they're flooding this country with completely illegally, Speaker, and look at every rule that we got in this place. They should be ashamed that they're doing that, but they are. But in those messages, they try to tell us that they have increased the number of immigrants. But that actually is not the case. They issued approximately 251,000 permanent resident visas last year and the year before, and of those issued in 2007, only 236,000 visa holders had arrived by year's end. In comparison, more than 262,000 permanent residents were actively admitted to Canada by the previous Liberal government in 2005. Canada, obviously, needs more immigrants, not less. We are already facing critical labor shortages that will rise to an alarming rate unless we find new people helping us, putting their shoulder to the wheel to build this country. We have an aging population. We have a demographic time bomb in our midst. We need immigrants. We need people who want to be here in Canada and build this place. I said a moment ago, my honourable colleague opposite and his fellow Conservatives, I think they want this to go through without people noticing. Not going to happen. Not going to happen. I'd like to read into the record a couple of comments from some of the people across the country who overnight last night asked me to read some of their comments here, Speaker, get them in the record. I said I would. David Cody is from Nova Scotia. He says, "This is another prime example of do as we say and not as we do. It was just a week ago or so that the Minister of Finance stood and stated in the media that the RESP was the inclusion of it by our passage of it by Parliament was an American-style tactic. Untrue. It was as have many before, and it will be a budget amendment fully open to debate. This immigration bill is a long-time reform idea, David says, hatched by the Reform Party and now about to be forced down the throats of Canadians, that is truly a classic case of Republican-style in-your-face plans to remove the rights that democracy has achieved in lives of brave soldiers and people in 2 world wars. Even all those ungrateful reformers, David from Nova Scotia says, who are now hidden in conservative uniforms, who sit and plot behind closed doors. Shame, Mr. Speaker, David says. I asked him to make his remarks addressed to you, Speaker. He has great respect for your position. David from Nova Scotia says, shame, Mr. Speaker. Please ask each and every MP to look to the right, look to the left, look across the aisle, and ask yourself, what did your and my family bring to Canada a couple of 100 years ago? Most will say hope. Hope for a better future for our children. And now that hope is about to be removed. Another commenter, this fellow is from Toronto, says, I asked him, what should I say when I stand to speak in the House of Commons on this bill, Mr. Speaker? He suggests, I would use this quote from an April 2nd, 2008 article with respect to the latest polls that demonstrates a waning momentum for the Conservatives, and by contrast, a building for the Liberals, as more and more citizens are awakening to the deceptive methodology that seems to underlie every single movement taken by this Conservative government. With questionable ends, justifies the means ethics employed right back to the birth of that party. He says, I would draw a parallel to the unprecedented powers that Republicans gave their president to overrule Congress, and the long history of habeas corpus and the accumulated foundation of the common law, and how this new Conservative law, too, would short-circuit existing checks and balances that we have in our government. Then, Mr. Speaker, he says to me, I would identify where such subversion of the checks and balances has been a general theme of this government, through such things as dismantling of the court challenges program, this being a further progression of that theme. And then, Mr. Speaker, he recommends I should conclude this speech by saying that when the momentum is built for the Liberals to return to leading government, contrary to the Conservative government where words and actions with respect to accountability and ethics do not jive, word will be the bond. They will rescind the subversive travesty against honest and proper procedure. Along with the rescinding of tactics will be a rescinding of the unprecedented ministerial power that is so open to abuse. Kay Murphy of Alberta says, I recall a comment made by Stephen Harper sometime prior to the 2006 federal...
Order. The honourable member should know that he can't do indirectly what he's not supposed to do directly. I'm sure he could have substituted some other word.
Absolutely, Speaker. Excuse me. This particular correspondent says he recalls a time that a comment made by the Prime Minister to be in 2006 federal election. To paraphrase, one will not recognize, the soon-to-be Prime Minister said, one will not recognize Canada by the time I am finished with it. I have not recognized it for some time now, this man says. Counting Tuesday's vote on the private members' bill regarding lowering the Peace Tower flag, which we all just passed here last night, Speaker, and the government's decision not to honour that vote in the House of Commons, to cherry-pick who can and cannot now come into this country based on a criteria that is open not to the discussion of Parliament or of all of us, now smacks of a policy that should truly frighten us all. The citizens understand. The citizens get it. The taxpayers of Canada are watching and listening. The parliamentary secretary can brush over this change in one sentence of a speech introducing this legislation to this House. He thinks people don't understand. He thinks Canadians aren't paying attention. He thinks we're all stupid and asleep at the switch. We're not. Canadians understand clearly when something goes through this House and is not presented to the representatives of the people for proper scrutiny and debate. People see that, they remember it, and they will take action on it. I have a message here as well from Judy Birch from Clifford, Ontario. She writes her member of parliament, which is actually a Conservative member of parliament, I believe his riding is Wellington Halton Hills. She says, "Sir, please explain to me why you are including a drastic change in immigration policy to a budget bill. Whose decision was this? How much input did you have in this new policy? Were you consulted about the ramifications of two-tier immigration policies? Were you consulted about the effects of non-reunification of families?" she asks her member, the Conservative member for Wellington Halton Hills. She asks him, "Were you given a comprehensive outline of the criteria that would be used in the selection of so-called superior applicants?" I do not understand the need to hide our immigration rules in a budget bill. Excellent questions indeed. Martin Mulligan writes me overnight from Newfoundland. Martin says, "Well, I do not necessarily want to give you words for your speech. I do want to let you know that I oppose the inclusion of the immigration matter in the budget implementation bill. I would prefer to see Bill C-50 amended and split into two bills, the budget implementation bill and immigration bill. This should be done as a matter of principle for no other reason. Once you permit an unrelated bill to pass as part of a money bill, the cat will be out of the bag, and this will become a recurring practice, a practice that is abhorrent to good parliamentary democracy." The people understand this. They see what's going on. They understand that this government cannot attach things to a bill just to get them through, then roll the dice and make it a confidence issue, stand over there like a bunch of bullies and say, "All right, bring it on. Bring us down. Let's see what you're made of." This is the kind of schoolyard tactics I don't think Canadians appreciate. I don't think they want. They expect us to come to this place and stand up for the values in our community, in our country, and in the towns and cities that we represent. This is what Canadians sent us here for, to debate these issues. If we're going to change the face of immigration in this country, if we're going to make it harder, more difficult for classes of people to come here, we have to give them a reason. That's what Canada stands for. Why do people want to come to this country? Because we have a representative democracy where the voice of the people matters. At least in principle, at least on paper, until we get to this place and we see laws brought in, changes brought in, which will fundamentally change the nature of our country and call into question the compassion that we all feel for values and for the people who come here and not even be able to debate it. This government is wrong. It's wrong to do this. It was wrong to add on a measure to kill the RESP tax deductibility provision that this Parliament passed. That was wrong. It was wrong for them to add on budget bill provisions that will change the face of immigration in this country. This is not what we're here for. You know that. My colleagues across the way, you know that. You know that's not why we were sent here.
Questions and comments, and I remind the honourable member he was lapsing into the second person again. We try not to do that, don't we? So questions and comments, the honourable member for Peterborough.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. You know, in 2005, Mr. Speaker, I was nominated candidate for the Conservative Party, and I never had the opportunity to sit in this House when the decision was made by this party that a government that had stolen from its people, a Liberal government that had stolen from its people, as evidenced by the Gomery inquiry, was not fit to govern. And from that point on, our Conservative members made the decision that they would take every possible opportunity to bring that government down because they did not believe that that government was fit to govern, and they did not care what the polls of the day said. They believed that the people would support them. So this member stands in the House today, and he makes this argument that, you know, the people, this is a democracy, and the people don't want, well, you know what? Bills are decided in this House by people that will stand in their place and be counted and vote. So I say to this member, who spent the other day at Finance Committee, by the way, Mr. Speaker, autographing copies of his autobiography, Greater Fool, rather than paying attention to what was going on in committee, but that, notwithstanding that, I say to this member, if he disagrees with anything that he said, if he believes in anything that he said, Will he stand in his place and be counted? And even more than that, will the members of his party stand in their place or be counted? Or will they simply go on, more hot air, more wind, more apparent disagreement with the government without actually standing and being counted? I asked the Halton HoC, will he stand and be counted?
The honourable member for Halton.
He stood up. There you go. Speaker, if the member opposite could defend the points that I made in my speech, he would have done so.
The honourable member for Hamilton Mountain.
I'll take that as a no.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I listened to the member's speech very, very carefully, and I agree with a number of the concerns that he raises, particularly with respect of the impact of Bill C-50 on matters related to immigration. I and my caucus, of course, had hoped that those matters would be brought before this House in a separate bill so that we could debate them fully, that we could have deputations on that matter, and that we could deal with that and hopefully dispose of that bill in a separate manner. You know, that bill, and as the member rightfully points out, gives the Minister of Immigration and Citizenship the power to impose quotas, dispose and discard immigration applications, and facilitate queue jumping. I think there are thousands of people who are watching proceedings here today that would be disgusted that that item has found its way into the budget. Similarly, that part of the bill limits the ability of ordinary Canadians to be united based on humanitarian and compassionate grounds. Those are cases that come into my community office all the time. The same is true of visa applications. But I have to say, when the member then says that what really matters is that we here give voice to concerns of newcomers to this country, that their voices are heard in this chamber, I would suggest to you that it is even more important that not just the voices are heard, but that they're actually fully represented. And the best opportunity for that representation is during votes that we take into this House. I and my colleagues will be voting against Bill C-50 in large part because of the immigration measures that are part of Bill C-50. And I would just like to ask the member whether he too will be standing in his place to oppose Bill C-50, to stand up for newcomers to Canada, to stand up for those who are hoping to come to Canada, or will he simply give voice and thereby play immigrants for fools?
The honourable member for Halton.
Well, Speaker, I think the honourable member will get an opportunity to see what our strategy is when it in fact happens. We have our eye on what we believe is the ultimate goal that Canadians want, and that is the replacement of the Conservatives as the governing party of this country. That is what we're most focused on, and we will take every strategic action we feel necessary to achieve that, and she will be very happy with the results.
The honourable member for Newton North Delta.
To congratulate the member from Halton for his hard work and his passion to serve his constituents and also Canadians, because he was also in my riding talking to the seniors about the income trust. Thank you. And Mr. Speaker, I'm gonna be asking him a question on this immigration sweeping changes that this minister is bringing into the budget bill. In fact, I would also like to thank him for bringing out that this government is misleading Canadians, that they brought in 36,000 less immigrants into this country during their tenure, and the backlog has gone by 100,000 people. And that's the truth. And in fact, that's a good thing that he brought that truth forward. I would ask this honourable member that bringing these changes or hiding these changes into the budget bill, does honourable member from Halton agrees that these reforms remove equality from Canada's immigration system and give this minister the ability to close the doors on those she does not want?
The honourable member for Halton.
My colleague has hit the nail on the head, Speaker, and this is exactly the point that I find most dangerous about this proposed change, and I think that my party, my colleagues feel very passionate about as well. Everyone goes into politics presumably for honourable reasons, and they're going to try and do responsible things. But we find it dangerous when there's no system of checks and balances that are really put around ministerial control. And our system of government, Speaker, as you know, has far fewer checks and balances built into it than, say, the American system does. And we have ministers and a prime minister who are extremely powerful in this country. And therefore, when we give sweeping powers to a minister, and particularly the Minister of Immigration, who has powers now over virtually the life, the future, the happiness of thousands, tens of thousands, hundreds of thousands of people from around the world who want to come and join us in this country, this great country of land and opportunity, we find that to be an extremely dangerous situation. It is certainly, at the minimum, worthy of debate and examination and the bright light of day being put on these changes. At the minimum, this bill needs to be split into two so that we can debate it, we can hear witnesses, we can call hearings, and determine the proper course of action. The government's actions right now are reprehensible, shameful, and they're being watched.
The honourable member for St. Catharines.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Not sure why the member added the last three points on. They really don't have anything to do with the issue that we're dealing with today. But a couple of things. Number one, I wanted to ask his comments on and get him to interpret a couple of things that I think will show that the error of the Liberal Party's ways on this. The first is it's entirely appropriate when $22 million is going to be spent on working through a 800,000 person problem created by the previous government over the next 2 years, leading to $37 million a year following. It's entirely appropriate for that decision to be made within the framework and the context of a budget. Mr. Speaker, what's more important, or what's as fundamentally important, is the fact that we have an immigration policy that is being supported by Canadians across this country. The Winnipeg Free Press editorial. For the Liberals to exploit this, however, not only ignores the national need for the party's own political advantage, but also ignores the ugly truth that it was the Liberals who created this problem. In the years 1993 to 2006, the immigration backlog grew from 50,000 people to 800,000 people who want to move and live in this country and become Canadian citizens. And I add, and quote, Canadians new and old have been offered a clear choice, conservative policy that will benefit Canada or politics that will benefit the Liberals. Mr. Speaker, I would simply ask the member, is it the right thing or is it the wrong thing to tell immigrants who want to become Canadian citizens, have your name, have your file, put on a list, and simply wait?
The honourable member for Halton.
I thank my colleague for the questions. First, the amount of money that he referenced, $22 million, I believe is less than 1% of the current budget of the Immigration Department, and therefore to link that with getting a waiting list of 800,000 people down into management territory is simply fallacious. It's not enough money to do that, sadly. I think it's more a public relations exercise than anything else. And secondly, you know, I do agree with him. He's a very partisan guy, but I agree with some of what he says. And, you know, one of those statements is that, you know, what's wrong with this place is we're black on one side and white on the other, and every Canadian knows it's gray. And it's sad when we have to play such partisan politics with an issue now that it is going to determine, as I said, the life and the hope and the future of tens or hundreds of thousands of people. I just wish we could take these changes and put them into a bill and sit around and discuss it and determine what is best for all of those people instead of trying to ram it through. That's all. I don't think that's a hugely partisan point, and I think it's one that this House reasonably should accept.
Resuming debate.
The honourable member for Montmagny, Lille, Kamoska, Rivière-du-Loup. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Today we are debating Bill C-50, which is an act to implement the budget. The Bloc Québécois will be voting against this legislation because we voted against the budget. Since the budget, the government has shown that it awares that the economic situation has taken a major downturn and that it needed to take measures to have our economy able to face these new problems. Last fall, the Bloc Québécois undertook a consultation across the province, and it came out that people felt that the Conservatives needed to take a different tack with respect to the economy. Right now, they have this attitude that the market will resolve all the problems, will deal with anything that comes up. If there are plants that close, if there are crises in communities, then the economy just has to take that as it comes, that companies have to deal with any problems that come up. This is a page right out of the American right over the past 30 or 40 years. This has been the approach in the United States, and this is the approach taken by this conservative minority government. But Quebecers and Canadians are not fooled. If this is what this conservative government does in a minority position, what would it do as a majority? And they do not want that. I believe that the Standing Committee on Finance has been very clear. The government is acting inappropriately. The Minister of Finance is trying to do something other than for that for which he was elected. The economy is supposed to be able to weather all storms. This is a little bit presumptuous, and we see what is happening. I think that if the government does not change its tack, we will be running into a major storm. We know now that there is a recession in the United States. The IMF has indicated that the growth over the next 3 years in the U.S. will be between 0.5% and 1%. And this is not good news for the economy in Quebec and Canada as a whole, but especially in Quebec and Ontario, because the purchasing power is reduced. If I have producers in my riding that have difficulty selling their products in the United States, then we have more difficulty. And this is the case across the United States. The Conservatives use the market forces as if it was a panacea, but right now people are starting to realize that the depression of the 1930s, where the Republicans said there was nothing to be done, that did not work as an approach. The government really needs to take action to try to stimulate the economy. Now, we have had indications for the past few months that there is a crisis in the United States. There's an impact on consumer purchasing power. We need a much more dynamic approach by the government. I find that the worst example of the government's dragging its feet is the fact that they have taken the whole surplus as of March 31st, put it toward the debt, and enough has been done on that front right now. I think we need to stimulate the parts of the economy that need it, like manufacturing, forestry, the tourist industry, and others. There are companies and people in my riding that are having difficulty, but they are not asking for subsidies. They want a tax regime that will allow them to be competitive. If you look at the money that was put into lowering the GST last year, the government was able to say that they gave tax credits to companies that were having difficulty and so on. And this is the case in the manufacturing and forestry industries in Quebec, Ontario, and elsewhere in Canada. If there had been a real support program implemented that included good investment in the technology partnership program, then that kind of approach would have been very helpful. But this was not in the budget. What we see in the current budget is more of the same. The Conservatives think that because they have lowered corporate taxes across the board, then the economic situation should improve by itself. But we have the domino situation here where there is an impact on consumer purchasing power and even on the resource industry. They think that this won't happen, but it will. In fact, the slowdown in the American economy is going to impact our economy in every aspect. The Conservatives have the means to take action, but they are refusing to do so. This is why, on behalf of the workers and the people in our regions, we are calling on the government to take constructive steps to deal with the problems. I can give you examples. In the area of regional development, there is going to be a drop of millions of dollars in this area. We are being told that companies are going to be getting more money, but the minister is saying that there was help for companies in certain regions where they were particularly hard hit, but we will take that money away and we will put it elsewhere. But in fact, we need both. There are no companies that if there are companies having trouble, then we need research and development money to help them develop new products and to be able to sell them. We don't want to have money to compensate a lack of productivity, but rather to promote productivity. And then we have the issue of sustainable development. The most important tool today to enable companies to take advantage of opportunities lie in the area of sustainable development. The carbon exchange. For example, in my riding, there is a company that developed a product that depends on the implementation of a carbon exchange, but the government has been dragging its feet. It has not set absolute targets, and this delay is delaying the development of the product in question. This product would be good for the environment, good for the economy, and good for sustainable development. The government seems to have abdicated its responsibility. It wants the private sector to take all the responsibility. It seems like everything is now the responsibility of the private sector. The government seems to want to avoid redistributing wealth. This seems to be the American way that they are adopting. I can also give you the example of employment insurance. I have fought this fight, and others have too. I was the critic for human resources for a number of years. We know that workers who have done the most to reduce the deficit have not been able to get benefits when they need them. We know now there's going to be an independent fund, but it is unacceptable that $54 billion paid in by employees and employers have been skimmed off and they do not have any return on their investment. The workers are being asked for more hours to qualify, and they get fewer weeks of benefits in the end. This shows that the effort they have made is not being acknowledged. Major corporations, though, they're getting a good break from this government. The middle class is suffering. What is unacceptable is that people who have paid into employment insurance do not get the benefits they need. In our regions, there are seasonal workers, and we have had pilot projects and special projects to try to address their needs, but we want the government to be open and sensitive enough to realize that part of the surplus that has been accumulated should go to helping people in need. Then we come to the manufacturing and forestry sectors. We had a motion that came from the Bloc Québécois whip that was adopted by this House, indicating to the government that we need an investment in the manufacturing and forestry sectors. And the problems are very, very critical. I have companies in my riding that are very solid on the financial front and in the way that they are managed, but they are having to close for 3 months or more. I have one company where people are being laid off. They have people that are not being paid, and they are hoping that they can bring them back in later. There is a program for older workers. If a person who loses his or her job at the age of 58 in the forestry sector, that person cannot be retrained as a computer technician. It is not easy to find another job. It might cost more in the area of health and safety because the expenses are likely to be higher, so the person doesn't get the job. People in that situation have often worked for 25 or 30 years for the same company. Then they are told, here is your payout and your unemployment insurance if you can get it. I think that we still need the kind of program that we used to have, the program for older worker adjustment, and this helps people manage who are older and laid off, but it also helps younger workers be able to keep their jobs. There will be construction jobs that require these products. There will be an upturn in the economy, and we need these young workers to still be there in place. You would think that this government would have understood that, but in this budget we see that there is no indication that they have. This is the first time in 15 years that I've been here that I have a situation that where the Standing Committee on Finance has been so assertive in saying to the government, here is what we have found, this is what you need to do, but the government is still not taking the proper steps. There are companies that are making huge profits, and we feel that the surplus could have been used in part to help regions and people that need it. We need more systematic programs. Yes, we need to lower taxes, but we need targeted assistance for research and development, for tax credits, for product development, for older workers, and none of this is in this new budget or in the legislation we have before us. We're not talking here about productivity now, but about fairness. Over the past 15 years, for at least 10 years in any case, we have given the guaranteed income supplement to the minimum number of people who qualify. We realized this problem 7 or 8 years ago. Ms. Gagnon, my colleague, worked very hard to help those people get the right to have these benefits. But we realized that the legislation contained a terrible element of unfairness. For example, if a widow who is 78 years old has realized that she is not receiving the GIS and is entitled to it, then she will start to get it. But she has had has qualified for 13 years since the age of 65, but she does not get it retroactively. In other situations, companies can get money retroactively and individuals, but no elderly people can do that for the GIS, and everyone realizes this. Often people should be getting it retroactively for 6 or 7 years, but the government is refusing to open the door to this. 95% of the money goes back into the economy. In any case, the old age security that people receive is just enough to help people make ends meet each month. In my area, and this is why I raise this, in every regional municipality, 52% of elderly people receive the GIS. So if you meet with 2 older people, one of them receives the GIS. In the poorest riding, the rate is even higher than that. Many older people worked in areas where there was no pension fund, and it is unfair to force these people to live in poverty until the end of their lives. When we look at our society and how effectively it works, we need to take these things into account. We are creating wealth. Has this person helped create that wealth? How is that wealth being redistributed and shared? This is one means of assessing a government's performance. We have a government that is pulling back and saying that the economy belongs to the private sector. We are going to get rid of programs like Technology Partnerships Canada and others. We're going to remove assistance for research and development and so on. The government is interested in wealth creation and is very focused on that. But in terms of sharing that wealth, then they say as little as possible. This government does not recognize the contribution of people who have helped create this wealth. We hear the government saying that seniors will be able to make $3,500 without having to pay a tax. That means that people in their late 70s or older should be working at Walmart or someplace to make a few dollars. Do you not think that our seniors deserve a better life than that? They deserve more. People need another $100 a month or so in the GIS to reach the level, the poverty threshold. We could have seen in the budget measures last year and this year to deal with this problem.
But it wasn't done, Mr. Speaker. So we can see that there are many reasons why we should be against this Budget Implementation Act, but the Conservative budget doesn't correspond to the needs of Quebecers. If we hadn't had problems with the official opposition today, we would be in an election, and the Conservative government would have been judged very severely for the choices it's made. And I hope that we would end up with a budget that would really correspond to the needs of Quebecers. This government in Quebec gives the impression that it's very open, but it needs to take concrete action to show that this is so. I'm hoping that the government sends an accurate message, because when it comes to the economy, well, the judgment was going to be even more severe by the people with Mr. Speaker. Questions and comments?
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I listened with interest, and there's so many points to address. I'll only do a couple. Well, my honourable colleague can wallow over there in delusions of relevancy, yet he fails to make the connection between wealth creation and social programs, as does the class warfare party across the row from him. I'll just give him a couple of points to chew on. 16%, he slags helping business. helping business to make profits. Well, I'll point out that 16% of manufacturing jobs in the province of Ontario are directly linked to the oil patch in Alberta. I'm not sure what the number is for Quebec, but it's a significant number as well. 40% of the contracts from the oil patch come to the province of Ontario, another significant percentage to the province of Quebec. How many jobs does that create? How much income tax does that generate? How much money to fund social programs does that generate in the provinces of Quebec and Ontario and the rest of Canada? It's very, very significant, Mr. Speaker. When Quebec pension funds are invested, or teachers' pension funds are invested, or union pension funds are invested, where are they invested? I think you should go check and see where they are. And I think you'll find there's a very significant portion of those pension funds are invested in things like the oil patch in Alberta. So when he goes and he slags those kind of things, I think he's really slagging his own province, and he should probably wake up and smell the coffee in Canada and see who's really supporting it. It's not just Alberta, it's all of Canada, and it's all benefiting Quebec as it's benefiting the rest of Canada.
The Honourable Member for Montmagny, Lille, Kamouraska, Rivière-du-Loup. Mr. Speaker, I'm well aware that the economy is doing well in the West, but I would have liked this government to give us the proper conditions in the manufacturing sector so that we could really derive full profit. Right now, the government has said, the people who are making lots of profits, well, we're going to lower your taxes. But for those who are fighting in the small and medium-sized businesses, well, they don't have refundable tax credits. They're not making profits. And the government could have really adopted a sustainable development program. Now the Americans are going to impose their way on us, particularly with respect to the tar sands. The government will have to make changes for economic regions, but in the final analysis, we need an approach. We've had an approach in the past that is not based on sustainable development. We're on the brink of environmental and economic disaster. Our children, and the children in 20 years' time, will suffer if measures aren't taken right now. If we don't try and put into effect Kyoto Plus, these people are going to be dealing with a catastrophe. Even the oil sands companies realize this. They know that they need to invest in renewable energy. Nobody in Canada believes any more in free trade than Quebecers. If it hadn't been for the Quebecers, we wouldn't have free trade with the United States. It's the sovereignty of Quebec. It's Mr. Jacques Parizeau, Mr. Robert Bourassa, who was a Federalist. All these people wanted free trade. We're prepared to compete with the world. There's no problem as far as that's concerned. But, for instance, the government have to make relevant choices. And when the Minister of Finance of Quebec says the day after the federal budget that it's a bad budget, it's not a separatist who's talking. It's a federal minister in Quebec who is talking. He said that there was not enough done to help the forestry and manufacturing sectors. I will conclude with this. The most insulting thing is that money's given to diversify, but the Prime Minister made a link with the budget. That's a step back. We want the Conservative government to open its eyes, change its approach, put aside its ideological approach, be pragmatic, and really help the manufacturing sector.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I really appreciated the member opposite's comments about the manufacturing sector, and particularly his analysis of how inadequate what the government is calling targeted action for manufacturing really was. And coming from Hamilton, I certainly appreciate that. We've lost not just plants to plant closures, but we've lost thousands of jobs because of restructurings and reorganizations. So I certainly had hoped, like he did, that there would be some significant help for the manufacturing sector. I would wonder, though, whether the member could comment whether he doesn't agree that when we talk about the manufacturing sector, what we're really talking about is workers. And this budget did precious little to support workers who have been affected by the hemorrhaging of manufacturing jobs, up to the tune of 300 a day now across this country. And one of the things in this budget that I think is worth note in that regard are the really profound changes to the employment insurance system in this country. You know, I look at this budget, and what I see is a legalized theft of about $57 billion. We had that surplus in the EI system. And what the government is proposing to do instead is to create a reserve fund of a mere $2 billion. What happened to the rest of that money? Right across this country, and you know, the member talked about forestry as well as manufacturing, right across this country, people are losing jobs, and at the very time at which they need the EI system, it's not there for them. The changes in this budget do absolutely nothing to ensure that Canadians have access to benefits or that the quality of those benefits will actually improve for them as they need them. In fact, it'd be my contention that what this government is doing is just a complete evasion of its responsibilities to workers in our country. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Montmagny, Lille, Rivière-du-Loup. I'd like to thank my colleague for a question. Yes, the Committee of Industry adopted a unanimous report with respect to the manufacturing sector a year and a half ago. I was a member at that time, and it was in Windsor, Ontario, that we could see the precursors of what was going to happen in Quebec and Ontario. We're still going through this crisis now. It's a very difficult situation. And even the Conservative members sitting on this committee registered the problem, and they were in favor of adopting the report. You're quite right when you talk about the fact being that the manufacturing sector is about workers. Employment is one thing, but jobs lost means that families are destabilized, and the lack of respect we showed to older workers is terrible. It's horrible. These people are viewed as being defective parts, and that's absolutely unacceptable. It's important that the government register this and be aware of the consequences of this. That explains why the Bloc is tempted to vote against this bill, because these are measures that are not satisfactory, and they hurt the development of our communities. They hurt the well-being of families and workers. We have the means to do more, better, and that's the message we want to send to the government. That's why we are against this measure.
Mr. Speaker, it is unfortunate that the government members think that this debate is all about how many throwaway lines can you give to dismiss the concerns raised by honourable members in this place. Mr. Speaker, the budget that we had was a mishmash of gimmicky items, not interconnected in any way whatsoever. I very much doubt if you could come up with some sort of a theme that would identify the vision that the budget has for Canada, that addresses the needs, not climate change. It doesn't address infrastructure. It doesn't address the needs of the poor, about working families. But one of the things I have noticed, Mr. Speaker, is that the other members in this place from the opposition parties have identified the risks that we are facing and the challenges that are emerging, and the impact it's going to have on families and on jobs and on industry sectors which provide the good-paying jobs for those families. Mr. Speaker, we have experienced in Ontario and in Quebec significant loss in the manufacturing and forestry sectors. Mr. Speaker, we're going to need programs for training and retraining, for investment to make sure that these people who cannot look forward to getting back into that same job again, an opportunity to quickly get back into a productive. So
the honourable member will have to take that as a comment because time for a question ran out. The honourable member. Honourable Deputy.
The honourable member. Yes, very briefly, Mr. Speaker. My colleague will not be perhaps happy, but I think that his arguments, I think that's what's needed. But what disappoints me is that in order to get the government move, the official opposition should have shown some leadership and followed us and really explained to the government that the people need something else. explain what type of action was needed, because right now the message that's being sent to Canadians is that we have a government that is not doing what we want. We're the official opposition, but we will tolerate them, we'll allow the government to continue to operate, and it leads to policies that don't correspond to the interests of Quebec. I think that the Canadian system will never enable Quebec to have sufficient control over its development, and Quebec needs to be sovereign in order to really achieve its full potential. But as long as we're still in Canada, it'll be very important that we... Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Initially, with the agreement of the House, I will be sharing my time with the member for Trinity.
His time with the honourable member for Trinity Spadina. Is there unanimous consent? Agreed. The honourable member for Outremont.
The honourable member for Outremont. Thank you. Certain colleagues want to hear from her. They're quite right, because the Budget Implementation Act, which we're studying today, contains provisions that will upset many regions in Canada, and my colleague will delve into this matter. She has some very significant things to say on the issue. Mr. Speaker, if we want to really understand the budget, which is quite a complicated document, there are all kinds of tables and graphs. It's difficult to understand. And the same thing applies to the Implementation Act. But if people really want to understand at a glance what this is all about and get an understanding of where Conservatives are going, I would invite them, because this is the type of thing that we're able to consult online, I would point them to the tables, particularly 5.4 in the budget. Today, this is the beginning of April. This is the start of the fiscal year. And the budget pertained to the period ending March 31st, and we have now embarked on a new fiscal year. This year, that is 2008-2009, and the next year, 2008-2009, well, this is a 2-year period. The Conservatives forecast reducing the contributions of corporations by 14%. So taxes, corporate taxes, we can call it that, will be reduced by 14%. So we'll have a 14% decrease for corporations. But at the same time, over the same 2-year time frame, the Conservatives are planning to increase by 12% the contribution of personal tax. And so 14% reduction for corporations, 12% increase for personal tax for you, me, and people listening to us. This is something that the public should know and understand. These are choices, Mr. Speaker. These are ideological choices, as my colleague just said, and that's their choices. But what I find regrettable is that this so-called official opposition, which makes comments and asks questions, well, this official opposition is giving the illusion to Quebecers and other Canadians that they're against the budget. But that's not the case at all. They're supporting the budget because they will be voting in favor of it. So they are supporting the budgetary choices made by the Conservatives. And that's what happens, Mr. Speakers, when you don't have any convictions, when you believe in nothing. Moreover, one of the things that the Liberals recently said will really enable the public to decode their approach. They're saying that their well-being is the reason why they're not voting against the budget. So they're not thinking about the economy. They're not thinking about those groups that need assistance. They're not thinking about social programs. They're not giving any thought to the manufacturing and forestry sectors, which are going through a crisis in Canada right now. The only thing that counts for the Liberal Party of Canada, it's the Liberal Party of Canada. We at least have a vision, and we support this. We uphold it. We're not afraid to tell we're not afraid to face the voters during elections, because we're convinced that when we explain our choices, because we had a forum for a fair society, and in order to get rid of inequality in society, I think that the public should support the NDP. We want people, particularly in Quebec, to realize what we represent. I'm not in agreement with the Conservative government, and I don't agree with their budgetary choices. But at least there's something out there. It's clear. I can quote from their proposals. I can talk to you about the 14% corporate reduction and the 12% increase for personal taxes. It's there. The public can judge it on its own at face value. But what about the Liberal Party? The Liberal Party believes in nothing. That's the sad reality. I listened to the question put earlier, and it was very interesting to see the attitude of the Conservatives. You know, since the Second World War, well, we are a huge country, and it has taken us a long time and a lot of effort to build a well-balanced economy. We have our resource sector with mines and forests. We have the processing sector. Manufacturing sector is largely concentrated in Quebec and Ontario, but somewhat in other provinces as well. And of course, since the past generation, there has been the financial sector, and their services are taking up a larger and larger percentage of our economy. So we've got a little bit of everything, and we have the highest prosperity level in the world. But what are we seeing since the Conservatives first entered office? Now they've been in now they're entering their third year. Now, despite their claims of being good managers, they are making some very serious problems when it comes to managing our countries, just like our neighbors to the south. And this is very interesting because these are both two right-wing governments that claim that they're very competent when it comes to administration, financial administrations. We just have to listen to the insults that were made earlier. But what's happening? The Americans, in the words of their own administration, are entering a recession, and we risk running, we may very well be in the same situation. Did we learn anything? No. Does the budget do anything other than exasperate the problem? No, unfortunately. The Minister of Finance said that these tax cuts back in the fall were going to really help our corporations. But wait a minute, the forestry sector has not been making a profit. Therefore, they won't benefit from any tax cuts. What about the $14 billion in the overheated sectors? For example, the oil patch in the West. What's happening? Well, our loonie is rising. It's soaring to summits never seen before. The Canadian dollar is very high, and therefore exports the export market is hit. So it's a vicious circle. And rather than taking prudent steps, the government is doing just the opposite. They're giving money to the wealthy corporations.
Well, we don't accept that in the NDP. Our vision is quite different. I will leave the rest of my time to my colleague. I listened and I heard in question period the Liberals ask questions and lament about the fact that the Conservatives are taking an immigration system that was fair for everybody and replacing it by a random, even discriminatory system that is based totally on what is arbitrary. It is because of the negligence and chronic arrogance that from 50,000 was the figure in the past, but that has moved up to 900,000. But that is the trademark, the brand of the Liberals. However, this immigration system could lead to the exclusion of people on the basis of origin. I will give the floor now to my colleague from Spadina.
Thank you kindly, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I listened very carefully to the member's comments, and if I may quote him to begin with, he said, and I quote, "The Liberal Party believes in nothing." That's what the member from Outremont said. And it seemed to me it was more Liberal bashing than actually talking about the budget. But I'd like to take this opportunity through you, Mr. Speaker, to just inform the member of what the Liberal Party believes in. First of all, the Liberal Party believed in the Romano report. And not only did they meet the Romano report in support of our health system, but according to Mr. Romano, the Liberals exceeded what the report requested. The Liberals believed in the Kelowna Accord. The Liberals believed in the Atlantic Accord. The Liberals believed in supporting our cities with billions of dollars of transfers. The Liberals also believed in the lumber industry, Mr. Speaker, where the member from Burnaby, Westminster, was there when I chaired the committee that the Liberal government was supporting. So I don't know what he's referring to. And we also believed in the NDP.
I'm going to have to cut off the honourable member there and give the honourable member for Outremont just 30 seconds to respond, please.
Merci, Monsieur le Président. What I my colleague is that the examples that he gave us, for example, the Kelowna Accords, was an idea 13 years late. They were there for 13 years. They did nothing. On the eve of an election, they said that they were going to do something. Let's look at what they did on climate change. The worst record in the world. 35% increase in greenhouse gas production in Canada for 13 years. As their, one of their 5 leaders said, you didn't get the job done.
Please, take over, sir.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Minister of the Environment.
Mr. Speaker, I listened with great interest to the speech from the member for Outremont. He didn't talk about the great environmental benefits of the budget, where massive carbon capture and storage on dirty coal-fired electricity. The federal government is having to act to reduce greenhouse gases and smog and pollution because in Ontario, the province that I'm from, Dalton McGuinty just isn't getting it done. And we're going to bring in regulations requiring him to clean up his act. The biggest corporate polluter. I'm surprised this member, the former Minister of the Environment, didn't mention the biggest corporate polluter in Canada. Do you know who heads that up? His name is Dalton McGuinty. Promised to close it down by last year, and didn't, Mr. Speaker. Young children with asthma are suffering more because of that. Frail, elderly seniors in Trinity, Spadina, or Ottawa, West Nepean are having to stay in their homes more during smog days. I wonder why he didn't mention more about the environment, Mr. Speaker, because he was right in his last response. Greenhouse gas emissions did go up dramatically. Thank goodness we have a Prime Minister who's committed to get the job done, Mr. Speaker.
For Outremont.
In English, the fact of the matter is that Louis-Gilles Francoeur of The Devoir summarized it the best with a title that was La déviance canadienne.
Canadian
Deviance, and he explained exactly, because it's this minister's picture that went with the article, exactly what's wrong with the Conservative approach. There is no way we're going to meet our international obligations. And when I asked this minister what he was going to do about the billions of dollars that could cost Canada, he said, we're going to send the bill to the Liberals. A cute clip. Question period, but it doesn't answer a very serious question. No, the Conservatives have shown that they don't understand basic principles of sustainable development. If they did, they would be internalizing the costs. When you buy a tire in Quebec, for example, the $3 that it's going to cost to recycle it is added to the tire. It's not fair for someone who takes the metro and the bus to work to pay for somebody else's recycling of their tires, right? That's a basic principle. User pay, polluter pay, internalize the cost, look at the life cycle and do the life cycle analysis of a product. They don't do that. The cost, the greenhouse costs, the future generations, is going to be billions and billions of dollars. It has to be internalized. And if we don't do it, we're just going to wind up doing what they're doing, which is giving out checks to private companies. That doesn't work. The cost has to be internalized and passed along to the people who are using it. Polluter pay, user pay, basic principles of sustainable development.
I think we'll move on to resuming debate. Please, the honourable member for Trinity Spadina.
Mr. Speaker, I'm proud to speak out against this budget bill because it is bad for immigrants, bad for our economy, and bad for Canada. As an immigrant myself and as a member of this Parliament who represents one of Canada's most diverse communities, I'm shocked that we are even debating such an amendment to Canada's immigration policy. Across Canada, I've heard from immigrant communities who are against the proposed sweeping changes in this Budget Implementation Act. And, j'ai entendu des réactions.
I've heard the reactions of communities throughout Canada that are very frustrated with this change is being made without consultation and without study. They are afraid, with reason, about the consequences for their families.
Fear that they won't be able to sponsor their relatives to join them from Vietnam, from India, from Pakistan, and China. In Edmonton yesterday, I heard from Ukrainians, South Asians, Latin Americans, and others who fear they will have an even harder time getting visitor visas than they already do. In Toronto, immigrant communities have joined together to fight these sweeping changes. And no wonder. Look at how this bill will affect these communities. It will introduce a quota system on immigration. It abrogates Parliament's responsibility to oversee Canada's immigration policy. It will facilitate queue jumping with no accountability and no transparency. And it will support a fundamental shift in immigration policy to support industries that can best lobby for foreign workers and away from family reunification and humanitarian causes. The Ontario Council of Agencies Serving Immigrants said that with this bill, Canada is moving away from its vision of immigrants as integral partners in the building of our country's future. There are 3 amendments in the immigration portion of this budget bill that are fundamentally wrong. First, it gives the minister the right to discard applications, to pick and choose which types of immigrants and what type of work she wants them to do. And if the minister thinks there are too many visible minorities or immigrants from particular groups in Canada already, she can pick a group of countries and discard those applications from these countries. Or she can put the applicants from these countries at the bottom of the list and not process them for 10 years, if ever. No wonder Mohamed Boujahideen of the Canadian Arab Federation called the changes dangerous and said that they could open the door to racial profiling. And no wonder Wayne Hanley, the president from the United Food and Commercial Workers, said that the communities across Canada are profoundly disappointed, and he is opposed to allowing the minister the discretion not to process certain applications at all. The minister said that Canada needs to bring in more workers, and the profession she mentioned most is doctors. Well, Mr. Speaker, this minister just deported a radiologist for no good reason, and we need more radiologists. This minister and the Minister of Human Resources have failed to support a 42-year-old doctor from the former USSR who has been licensed in Canada but can't find a residency to accept her because of her age. She's a rheumatologist, and we need more rheumatologists. I know that because I hear from families in my community who are looking for them, for these kind of doctors, for their parents. So really, this is not about skilled labor. It is about cheap labor. It's about what Carl Flecker of the Canadian Labour Congress said is creating a pool of disposable workers who do jobs at a wage that Canadians won't accept. Mr. Speaker, if this bill passes, ordinary Canadians will not be united based on humanitarian and compassionate grounds, with overseas family members left behind because of extraordinary circumstances. And why is this government taking away the ability of applicants for visitor visas, the right to go to court if the applications are turned down? I met Kong Tong Hong in Vancouver 2 days ago on Monday. She's getting married in July, but she can't bring in her family to attend her wedding. She can't bring in the person that raises her mother, for this joyous occasion. Mr. Speaker, this is a shameful way to treat any person, let alone a Canadian citizen. Today, Ms. Hong can choose to take the immigration officials to court to fight for her right to bring her mother to Canada to attend a wedding, but with the changes in this budget bill, she will not be able to do so. The NDP believes a better way exists, by Canada following the example of England and Australia, where applicants whose visitor visas are denied to have a right to appeal to a tribunal without being charged extra cost. It will free up the court system. It provide no-cost alternative to people whose visas are denied a chance to appeal. Instead, this Conservative government is moving in the opposite direction, a wrong direction. And no wonder Victor Wong of the Chinese-Canadian National Council said that we have a lot of concerns, and he suggested that the government go back to the drawing board. The NDP has a better solution to clear the backlog and fix our immigration system, to expand the numbers of immigrants to Canada, to hire more staff in our overseas offices and here, and to change the point system to bring more families to Canada. So, Mr. Speaker, I'm moving that the motion be amended by deleting all the words after that and substituting the following: that this House declines to give second reading to Bill C-50, an act to implement certain provisions of the budget tabled in Parliament on February 26, 2008, and to enact provisions to preserve the fiscal plan set out in that budget. Since the principles of the bill relating to immigration fail to recognize that all immigration applicants should be treated fairly and transparently, and it also fails to recognize that family reunification builds economically vibrant, inclusive, and healthy communities, and therefore should be an essential priority in all immigration matters. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Ms. Chow, seconded by Monsieur Mauclair, moves that the motion be amended by deleting all the words after the word that and substituting the following: this House declines to give second reading to Bill C-50, an act to implement certain provisions of the budget tabled in Parliament on February 26, 2008, and to enact provisions to preserve the fiscal plan set out in that budget, since the principles of the bill relating to immigration fail to recognize that all immigration applicants should be treated fairly and transparently, and it also fails to recognize that family reunification builds economically vibrant, inclusive, and healthy communities, and therefore should be an essential priority in all immigration matters. The amendment is in order, so the debate will resume on the amendment. We'll go to questions and comments. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Citizenship and Immigration.
Mr. Speaker, and I've listened to the member speak in favor of her motion, and I'm quite surprised that they would take that position after opposing every favorable immigration steps that we've taken along the way. But I, too, have traveled across the country with this honourable member and heard from Canadians. And in fact, what the Canadians are saying is the current immigration system and the chaos in it is not good for Canada. It's not good for newcomers or employers. They are frustrated, they are upset, and they want us to do something. And I quote from the Vancouver Province editorial. It said, "Reform of Canada's immigration laws is long overdue. It makes no sense, and it's unfair to applicants to go on adding names to a waiting list that grows longer and longer and longer, and wait times are in the nature of 6 or 8 years, Mr. Speaker, when we need to get people in here in months and weeks, and they're leaving to other countries and not actually coming through the system." So I would like to know what this member has against shortening wait times and getting families reunited quicker and getting the skills that we need into our country sooner. And it goes on to say, under the new legislative proposal, the immigration minister will be able to speed up immigration procedures, speed up both in cases of family reunification and to get needed workers into the country. What the Tories are proposing is to bring order to the current chaos while allowing immigration patterns to match national priorities. Surely that's to the benefit of all Canadians, immigrants and newcomers included. And what does this member say to the employers, to the employees, to the newcomers that are frustrated by the years and years it takes to get into this country? What does she have to say to all Canadians?
The honourable member for Trinity Spadina.
Mr. Speaker, I note that today we had the government have one speaker on this bill and no more speaker. We're not going to be able to hear from the Minister of Immigration. We're not going to be able to hear from the parliamentary secretary, from the immigration. We're not going to be able to hear any Conservative members of Parliament speaking in favour of their budget bill. If the Conservative government or the Minister of Immigration are tremendously proud of the sweeping changes, why is these three elements that are critically important, that are very negative for the communities, why are these amendments hidden and buried in a huge budget implementation bill, 136 pages, and presented to the House of Commons on a Friday afternoon after question period, just before the Easter break? It makes no sense. Have it over at the Immigration Committee for debate if it is so important.
Questions and comments. The honourable member for Scarborough Centre.
I listened very carefully to the member from Trinity Spadina, and I'm glad she touched upon the immigration issue. And I want to ask her a question that I tried to look into the paperwork, but I couldn't find an answer. When these applicants that apply that might be prolonged or put off or whatever, and there's a certain administration fee paid, does she know, or she found it, I certainly couldn't find it, this expenditure, will they get it reimbursed, these people that aren't successful applicants, or what? But in closing, Mr. Speaker, I was also greatly saddened because I know there's other issues, and the member failed to talk about housing that wasn't in the budget, money for health care, money for students, money for the environment, which I thought she would have touched a little bit upon it, because those are important issues, as much as the immigration issue, which was done in a clandestine way, as she pointed out. So can she tell us if you found that in the budget, if these fees are reimbursed, or do people just lose them?
The honourable member for Trinity Spadina.
No, not a penny of the applicants' fees that's already been received are going to be refunded. No, there in this budget bill is not a penny for affordable housing, not a penny. New money for childcare or to hire extra nurses or doctors, nothing. Which is why it frustrates me to no end that the Liberal Party of Canada has no courage of its conviction to actually stand up and be counted and be at their seat and stand up and vote against this terrible bill that's bad for the community, bad for the economy, bad for Canada. Have some courage of your conviction and stand up for the immigrant communities of Canada.
Resuming debate. Please debate. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Citizenship and Immigration.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. Certainly, the member from Trinity Spadina has not only heard me ask her a question, but I will address some of her concerns in speak in the next little while. The minister has spoken in the House, of course, and what she will hear from is not only me and the minister, but she will hear from all Canadians if this matter is put to a test, because Canadians want to see us doing what, in fact, we're doing for immigration. And it's not a matter that's hidden. There's absolutely no limit on debate that this matter can be debated here. That will go to committee where further representation can be made. I think it's finally time to deal with this matter in a positive way, Mr. Speaker. And certainly I'm happy to speak to the New Democratic Party's ill-conceived amendment that seeks to stifle debate on C-50 in our government's Budget Implementation Act. I say this, Mr. Speaker, because the NDP allegations in this motion are baseless, they are misleading and completely unfounded. We will find more immigrants coming in, and coming in quicker and in a better fashion, more efficiently than we've seen in the past. But then again, we shouldn't be surprised with the NDP or the Liberal tactics, for that matter, when it comes to immigration. When they can't win a debate based on facts, they resort to fear-mongering, but that won't wash It won't happen. Let's call it for what it is. The NDP are playing politics by tabling this motion today. They're doing this simply to embarrass the Liberals, plain and simple. It's quite shameful, really, quite frankly. While the NDP play their petty little games, they're holding up vital legislation that is necessary for the social, economic well-being of our country. But before I address the NDP amendment itself, this debate on immigration needs to be put in context. Last year, under the strong leadership of our Prime Minister, Canada welcomed the highest number of newcomers in our history, 429,649, surpassing the previous highest at almost 100 years ago. And what will happen will be continuing increases in the numbers we bring in. This record number of immigrants admitted to our country is a reflection of our government's unequivocal and strong commitment to immigrants and immigration. Our government recognizes that immigrants and immigration are critical contributors to the social and economic well-being of our country. Our government wants newcomers and their families to succeed. We want more immigrants and newcomers to come to Canada. We also want newcomer families to be reunited faster and skilled workers to get here sooner. This is our priority, but it's becoming more and more difficult thanks to the massive backlog in immigration applications inherited from the previous Liberal governments. Successive Liberal governments stood by and watched the backlog balloon and mushroom from 50,000 to more than 800,000 and growing. Liberal neglect of the immigration system has resulted in a situation where those applying to come to Canada are waiting on average 4 to 6 years just to have their application looked at. That, Mr. Speaker, is not acceptable. Canada is losing out on talented immigrants who are choosing to go to other countries such as Australia, where the wait time is 6 months, not 6 years. It's unconscionable. Canadians expect better. Canadians will get better in this new proposed budget bill that we're putting forward on immigration. Canada is losing out on talented immigrants. In fact, it comes as no surprise that other countries can claim that their best marketing tool is to attract immigrants because of Canada's long wait times. Put simply, our amendments to the Immigration and Refugee Protection Act will reduce the backlog created by the Liberal Party of Canada and result in shorter wait times for immigrants to come to Canada. By accusing us of shutting the door to immigrants, the Liberals and NDP are not only misleading Canadians and would-be immigrants, they are practicing the low-level, shameful type of politics. To mislead those who trust politicians and to prey on the fears of immigrant families is simply put not acceptable. Rhetoric and fear-mongering aside, immigrants and Canadians deserve to know why the Liberals and the NDP want to keep families waiting even for longer periods than they already are. Canadian businesses deserve to know why the Liberals and NDP want to prevent them from getting the skilled and unskilled workers they so desperately need. And as we traveled across the country, the business people are telling us they're frustrated. They're frustrated because they can't meet the needs. They can't progress. They can't build and develop this country because they haven't got the people resources that they need and need so desperately. They are looking to us to do something positive, and finally, they say something is being done. On this side of the House, our position is clear. The Minister has said it on numerous occasions in this place, and it bears repeating. Our government is taking urgent measures to clean up the Liberal mess so that more families can be reunited faster and more skilled workers can get here sooner. The NDP and Liberal claim that we're shutting the door on immigration is completely baseless and without fact. It was the Liberals who closed the door to immigration by letting the backlog balloon to unmanageable levels. Without our actions, wait times would rise to 10 years by the year 2012. This is completely and totally unacceptable. That would be an indication of a system totally in chaos and not functional. One of the goals of this legislation is to respond to Canada's labour market needs. But let me be clear, these amendments will not apply to refugees and are not intended to affect family reunification at all. We want families to be reunited faster, and we have made it a priority. Family reunification cases are now being done 20 to 40% faster than under the previous Liberal governments. But what we want to do is even better. And so in Budget 2008, we've invested $22 million for 2 years, growing to $37 million per year. This funding will help us speed up the application process for those seeking to come to Canada. These important steps are just some of the things we're doing to help newcomers. We've also cut in half the tax on immigrants that the Liberal Party implemented. We have invested $1.4 billion into settlement programs that help newcomers with language training and help finding a job after the previous Liberal government had effectively frozen funding for almost a decade. You cannot bring newcomers in without having the support bases and the infrastructure to ensure that they can become what they can be and that they can succeed when they come here. And while the NDP and Liberal Party claim they represent the best interests of immigrants, their track record speaks for itself. Both parties have voted against virtually every initiative we've taken to help newcomers to come to Canada. They opposed us cutting the Liberal immigrant hit tax cut in half. They opposed us providing $1.4 billion to help newcomers to Canada integrate and settle in our country. They opposed the establishment of the Foreign Credential Referral Office. And the Liberals, while they were in government, allowed the backlog to balloon from 50,000 to over 800,000. Now, incredibly, the Liberals and NDP are opposing the very changes that would reduce wait times and allow more newcomers to come to Canada and reunite with their families. Canadians are not with them on this issue. Right across the whole spectrum of this country, people are not with them on this issue. Mr. Speaker, now I've heard the NDP and Liberals suggest that we should simply devote more resources to processing applications. As I stated earlier, our government is indeed doing this. But money alone will not resolve the problem because the system itself has built-in inefficiencies. The foundational changes need to happen for it to be successful. As the Minister of Citizenship and Immigration said yesterday, it's not enough just to throw money at it and put ourselves back in the deficit as the Liberals would have us do. We need to do better. We need to do it more efficiently. We need to do it smarter. And that's precisely what we are doing, Mr. Speaker. Under the current Immigration Act, we are generally required to process applications in the order that we receive them, and each application must be processed to a final decision. This undermines our ability to adapt to changing economic and labour market conditions. So, for example, Canada might need medical technicians, pipe fitters, plumbers, many other trades, but under the current system, we cannot ensure that they can reach our labour market in a timely fashion. We can't get the right people to the right place at the right time. The system is failing us. The system is failing Canadians. The system is failing newcomers. The system is failing, and we need to give it attention. This is not fair to immigrants who want to come to our country, to those who are waiting for loved ones to join them, and to employers who want to hire skilled and unskilled workers. And it is not in Canada's interests. It limits our ability to select people the labour market needs the most, and it discourages many newcomers from applying. The skilled and unskilled workers that Canada needs will not wait, Mr. Speaker. They will go elsewhere, and they have gone elsewhere. We must change our attitude in our legislation to ensure that doesn't continue. Our amendments would help bring the backlog under control and restore public confidence in the immigration system. Canada's immigration system would become more competitive with those of other countries. Another fear-mongering tactic that the NDP and Liberals have been using is to accuse us of having an agenda to discriminate against newcomers based on their race, religion, or ethnicity. Nothing could be further from the truth. The Minister's instructions will be charter compliant as the charter applies to those who apply through the process. The Minister's instructions will also be consistent with the objectives of the Immigration Refugee Protection Act, referred to as IRPA. IRPA's objectives include supporting Canada's economy, reuniting families, and providing protection to those who need protection. Our proposed amendments will not change that. To be clear, our approach to immigration will continue to be universal and non-discriminatory. There will be no discrimination based on race, religion, or ethnicity. Any assertions or allegations to the contrary are simply unfounded. With respect to the criticism that too much power will be invested in the hands of the Minister, let me be clear. The Minister has said, and she will, consult with provinces and other key stakeholders prior to publishing instructions. The Minister's instructions will be open and transparent. They will be published in the Canada Gazette. They will be reported in the annual report to Parliament and published on Citizenship and Immigration Canada's website. And ultimately, Mr. Speaker, at election time, the Minister and this government will be held accountable to all Canadians for the decision they take, and I say, Mr. Speaker, that Canadians will be supporting this decision. if the Liberals are so opposed to improving our immigration system, they will have an opportunity to vote against it, the Budget Implementation Act and these provisions. But the fact is that no one takes the Liberal Party seriously, because when it comes to backing up their own rhetoric by voting against our measures, they are not found here or they don't vote. They're interested primarily in self-interest, self-preservation, and not the best interests of the country of Canada. If they truly believe their own criticism, they would do something about it. Because the reality is, the Liberals' prime objective is not to do what is right for the country, but to obtain power. They will stop at nothing to avoid their responsibilities in order to preserve their best interests. In this regard, I'd like to quote from a March 17th article by Angelo Persicelli in the Hill Times. In this article, he says, and I quote, "What we don't need are lectures from the Liberals on this issue, because, again, according to the numbers, not the demagoguery, they badly mismanaged this issue for political reasons. The difference between the Conservatives and the Liberals is that the former are handling immigration by trying to get results, the latter to get votes." So, Mr. Speaker, the NDP and Liberals can fearmonger all they want. The fact of the matter is our plan is getting strong support right across this country from ordinary Canadians, from newcomers, from stakeholders, from business, and I would challenge them to test that. Let me quote from a March 15, 2008 editorial in the Winnipeg Free Press. "What the Conservatives propose is common sense. This is good policy. For the Liberals to exploit this, however, not only ignores the national need for the party's own political advantage, but also ignores the ugly truth that it was the Liberals who created this problem. Canadians, new and old, have been offered a clear choice: Conservative policy that will benefit Canada, or politics that will benefit Liberals." A March 24th Vancouver Province editorial had this to say about our proposed amendments: "Reform of Canada's immigration laws is long overdue. What the Tories are proposing is to bring order to the current chaos while allowing immigration patterns to match national priorities. Surely that's to the benefit of all Canadians, immigrants included." A March 17th Globe and Mail editorial had this to say: "The Conservatives are proposing a bolder reform, one that stands to benefit our economy. Immigration policy should first and foremost fit Canada's needs. The Tories surely anticipated how their opponents would misrepresent their policies. That they are pressing on regardless shows a strong commitment to this country's interests, and time will tell when we look back to say this was a historic moment in the changing of the immigration policy that ended up serving the needs of all Canadians and building this country to what it can be." James Bissett, the former director of the Canadian Immigration Services and a Canadian diplomat, had this to say: "I entirely agree with the minister. It's long overdue and badly needed fix of a system that's needed fixing for a long time. You can't keep people waiting for up to 6 years to get a visa to come here after they've met the requirements and have paid the fees. It's unfair, and the minister is absolutely right in trying to step in and correct the situation." Other immigrant stakeholders have also expressed support for our plan. In today's National Post, Wojciech Snigowski, president of the Canada-Poland Chamber of Commerce in Toronto, said he's come to the conclusion there is no inherent danger in the proposals and that they are designed merely to give the minister flexibility to respond to labour shortages. The most important thing is that if nothing is done by 2012, the backlog will be such that people will be waiting for 10 years for their applications to be heard. I'm glad to see the government is doing something, he said. That was National Post, April 3rd, 2008. It stands to reason. Tom Pang of the Chinese-Canadian Community Alliance in Toronto said the bill is good legislation. He said, and I quote, "It has everything to do with skills and it will bring the right type of people into Canada. Unfortunately, some people in the community think it's designed to stop people of certain ethnic backgrounds from coming to Canada, but that is not what it is about," he said, and he's correct, and he's absolutely right on that point. And contrary to what the Canadian Bar Association will have us believe, We're also getting support from various individuals in the legal community. Edmonton immigration lawyer and Canadian Bar Association member, Charis Chitolia, said, "It's the start of creating a fairer system because the government will be more forthcoming about what types of immigrants the country needs instead of giving people false hopes. They want to consult with employers and target special skill sets as we go along," Chotilia said. Calgary Herald, March 31st, 2008. Another immigration lawyer, Warren Kreitz, told the CBC, and I quote, "This is a very clever landmark change. I would call it in overhauling the immigration program. It makes a minister accountable for explaining it and reporting to Parliament and therefore to the Canadian public." And David Garson, an immigration lawyer with Guberman, Garson and Bush, said the following with respect to the Minister of Citizenship and Immigration. "She's a tremendous individual and very pro-immigrant. With respect to the NDP motion at hand, I must reiterate that nothing in our proposed amendments will take away from our commitments to family reunification and refugees. Our government recognizes that immigration is more than just economics. That is because our government understands the importance of families and the aim of reuniting them as quickly as we can. As I said earlier, we have reduced by between 20 and 40% the processing times for those immigrants in Canada who are seeking to bring their family members to Canada from other countries. In fact, 80% of the applicants from sponsored spouses are now finalized within 8 months. And our government continues to embrace Canada's proud history of providing protection to those in need. We are a model to other countries. We will continue to be the model to other countries because of our generosity and compassion. That is why the Minister of Citizenship and Immigration recently announced that we would double the number of Iraqi refugees we accept this year, and among other things has also made commitments to bring in several thousand Karen refugees from Myanmar and refugees from Bhutan, two places that do not get a lot of media attention, but where people are suffering nonetheless. Mr. Speaker, the changes we propose also would affect those in Canada seeking humanitarian and compassionate consideration of their applications to stay in this country. They could continue to make those applications and the legislation would not affect them. Our proposed amendments would ensure that Canada's immigration program carefully balances its economic goals with its family reunification and refugee protection components. Family reunification and refugee protection remain priorities for the Government of Canada and key components of our immigration program. Nothing in our proposed amendments will change that. Closing, Mr. Speaker, let me say that it is most unfortunate that the NDP are holding up desperately needed changes to the Immigration and Refugee Protection Act, changes that will make the immigration system more fair, more transparent. Ultimately, they and the other opposition parties will have to be accountable to the Canadian public for their attempts at preventing vital changes to the immigration system. This proposed change will stand the test of time. This proposed change will dramatically reform immigration and make it more efficient, more acceptable, and in line with the Canadian public's views. I urge all members of this place to oppose the NDP's obstructionist tactics and vote against this motion. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Lac St. Louis.
Mr. Speaker, I listened with a certain amount of amusement to the Honourable Member's speech about the virtues of the Conservative Party. I have 3 questions for him. Firstly, if the government is being so transparent, if these directives will be so transparent, will the government commit to putting in legislation that directives should be submitted to simultaneously to a committee of the Senate and a committee of the House for review, even if it's time-limited consultation, to preserve, of course, the flexibility for the minister? Secondly, if this approach of the government is so popular, how come so many groups representing immigrants seem to be opposed to it? And thirdly, if the government is being so transparent, why is the government log-rolling this bill into a budget bill the way it is common practice to do in the Congress of the United States? Why is it log-rolling an immigration bill into a budget bill? And next, will it be log rolling environmental bills into Canadian heritage bills? Perhaps the member could enlighten us.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Well, Mr. Speaker, there is no doubt that this amendment to the Immigration and Refugee Protection Act will be debated, is being debated in this House. It will be referred to committee, and there will be the opportunity to call people to make representation. It's open and transparent. But I can say this in answering the first and third question, is what this bill does is makes it a confidence matter. It's a time to be tested. It's a time to find out whether you stand up for Canadians and want to be counted, to have an immigration system that's more efficient, an immigration system that will reduce wait times, one that will meet the economic needs of the country, that will build Canada. It'll be a testing. You can stand up and oppose it, and if you stand up and oppose it, we will go to the Canadian people and we'll find out who's right and who's wrong. And I say we have Canadians on our side, and if you have the intestinal fortitude, do that. There will be that opportunity. And is it popular? I've traveled across this country, and I can tell you, employers are frustrated. Newcomers are frustrated. Canadians are frustrated because it takes too long to come into Canada. We're not competitive. We're not efficient. And the majority of Canadians are saying it's time for some action, and they want to see action. They are getting action, and this is the opportunity. It will be before this House. It's time to decide where you stand on this issue. Canadians will support us.
The comments, the Honourable Member for Trinity Spadina.
Mr. Speaker, the entire speech of this member just talked about wait times and backlog. If it is just about the backlog, then why are there two more changes in this act right now? Why are there a change as to who can be sponsored into Canada under the humanitarian compassionate ground? Why is that clause in there? What does it have to do with the backlog? Number two, right now, if a visitor met all the criteria, a visa shall be given to this visitor. But another change in this IRPA, in this Immigration Act, actually say that this visitor may get the visa. It gives the minister NCIC enormous power and put them above the law. If it is just about the backlog, as this member have talked about, then what does these two changes have anything to do with the close to 900,000 applications that are in the backlog? It does not make sense. Why make those two changes? It doesn't even have anything connected with the applications process.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Citizenship and Immigration.
Well, Mr. Speaker, the fact of the matter is that the proposed amendment does allow humanitarian and compassionate grounds applications to continue to be made in Canada as they always have been made. But it won't allow people to take advantage of the system by making numerous applications from without or plugging up the system as they have and making countless applications. But the fact of humanitarian compassionate grounds will continue to be respected, will be a vital part, and will continue unaffected. And the second part, of course, is that the minister, in giving any instructions, will ultimately be responsible to this House, and it will be with the respect of the broad purpose of ensuring that the goals established by the Government of Canada are met, and that will be a fact. Now, simply increasing numbers by putting more numbers into the system does not help us. Just to say, look, we've got 850,000 applications and growing, let's just continue to receive applications and get at the back of the line with no hope to coming to Canada is not a system that is of any value to those that want visas or entry to Canada in any category. It's simply incredulous. It's not acceptable. It is not good, and it needs to be changed. This will do that. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? The Honourable.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to thank my honourable colleague for his intervention and speaking specifically to Part 6 of the Immigration and Refugee Protection Act and the amendments that are being proposed. One of the concerns from constituents in my riding, and I think we've heard similar comments from my colleagues across the country, from growing communities that are looking at sustaining the growth, dealing with skilled labor force. And our Chamber of Commerce, Economic Development Commission, various business leaders in our community have approached me and asked that we can make improvements. And I know what our colleagues throughout the different ministries and provincial Minister, provincial nominee programs have helped with expedited labour market opinions and bringing in labour forces as quickly as possible. But if my honourable colleague could maybe elaborate a little bit more of how these amendments will help our economy be sustainable and specifically ensuring that we have a skilled labour force, whether it's the medical professionals or trades throughout the community. Thank you.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Well, Mr. Speaker, there is no doubt, and I would agree with this member, as we've listened to the various stakeholder groups and employers and newcomers, there's a great degree of frustration in the fact that we're not able to get people in when they need them. The system has become such that they cannot grow. As recently as yesterday, I heard from some employers that are expanding. They want to grow Saskatchewan, and we heard the same thing in Alberta and British Columbia. Weren't able to do that because they can't get the people they need with the skills that they have, and they're saying there's something wrong with that. This thing isn't working, and they've talked to me face to face and said, you must do something because we're frustrated. We want to go forward and we can't because the system is broken. They're broken. It's not working. You can't have a skilled worker waiting for 6 years to come into Canada. He'll go somewhere else, and they are going somewhere else. And our people are saying we must do something. This amendment will allow those to be processed far quicker, more efficiently to get them when they need them. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member from Montmagny, Lille, Kamouraska, Rivière-du-Loup. My question will be very brief. Why didn't my colleague answer the question raised by the previous member? Aren't the Conservatives imitating the American approach? That is to integrate one item in the budget that will really change things fundamentally. Why not come forward with a piece of legislation so that and here I refer to immigration, so that we could have a full and wholesome debate on the issue rather than using the back door to introduce a measure, because this, in fact, is a societal choice, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Far from it being a back door, it's using a front door approach where you can speak on it, you can discuss it, it will go to committee. But what it does do, and it's the Canadian way, it will put all politicians, including your cousins over way, the official opposition, to stand up and be counted, whether they're for or against us. It will be a confidence motion that will test them and see who's right or wrong and see if they're prepared to go to the Canadians. This is the Canadian way. Ultimately, Canadians will decide, and we're giving them that opportunity, and the Liberals can stand or not stand. But Canadians, once it's done, and we're doing it.
I'll allow one more 30-second question and a 30-second response. The Honourable Member for Scarborough.
Mr. Speaker, I'll quote the Parliamentary Secretary. He said, this legislation will stand the test of time. If that is the case, why not let this legislation stand alone? What are they afraid of? And when he talks about labour force and getting people in, I can speak firsthand as a Member of Parliament, having addressed that issue, bringing in people, workers, skilled people, with no problems. Maybe, as Mr. Speaker, that they just don't know how the system works, or the department isn't working properly. Is that the case?
Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Mr. Speaker, it will stand the test of time. 13 years, 6 Liberal ministers, 4 majority governments, and they did nothing to this system except continue at 800,000 people and growing. That's not governing. What we're doing here is taking decisive steps to govern to ensure this country can be built. 13 years of inaction is not the answer. It's time to do something, and we're doing it now. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Resuming debate. The please débat. The Honourable Member for Willowdale.
Mr. Speaker, as this is my first speech in the House of Commons before I do anything else, I would like to thank the people of Willowdale for electing me, for expressing their confidence in me. Becoming a Member of Parliament is a tremendous honour and privilege, and I look forward to doing the best job I can for the people of Willowdale and for all Canadians. Mr. Speaker, I will also be splitting my time with the member for Scarborough Centre. It is fair to say that when the Conservatives came to power 2 years ago, they inherited the strongest fiscal position and the strongest employment growth in the G7. With all of its inherited surpluses and until recently a strong economy, The government had an opportunity to make smart investments and wise tax cuts that would have strengthened Canada's productivity and competitiveness and better prepared the country for the uncertain times that confront us today. We Liberals offered some advice. Last fall, the Leader of the Opposition said he favours deeper corporate tax cuts. We need to create a new Canadian advantage now that we can no longer rely on a relatively low dollar, and we believe that a competitively low corporate tax rate is just that advantage. Interestingly enough, a few short weeks after the Leader of the Opposition speech, the Conservatives acted on this Liberal proposal. At least they took our good advice. And Liberals have long been in favour of getting value out of taxpayers' money and shifting resources from areas of lower priority to areas of higher priority. Instead, the Conservatives chose to focus on reduced transfers to some of the most vulnerable in Canadian society, including literacy programs, the Court Challenges program, and programs to enhance the status of women in this country. But for a succinct analysis of the economic record, let me quote from a recent editorial in the Globe and Mail. Quote, "Which party took a country that was drowning in debt and instituted tough, painful savings to lift the federal accounts back into surplus where they have remained for more than a decade? That would be the Liberals. And which party, by failing to heed the warning signs of an economic slowdown and by both cutting the GST and spending as if there were no tomorrow, set the country up for budget that could, if the Conservatives don't watch their step, tip Canada back into deficit spending? That would be the Conservatives." At the provincial level in 2003, this finance minister and his Conservative friends in Ontario ran an election on a balanced budget and then lost. When Dalton McGuinty called in the auditors, he was told he'd inherited a $5.6 billion deficit, and he had to clean up that mess. And at the federal level, here's a small history quiz. Before this Prime Minister inherited large Liberal surpluses, who was the last Conservative Prime Minister to actually balance the books, even in 1 year? It wasn't Kim Campbell, Brian Mulroney, Joe Clark, or John Diefenbaker. It wasn't even R.B. Bennett or Arthur Meehan. No, we have to go back all the way to Sir Robert Borden in 1912 to find a Tory government that balanced the books. A pattern of Conservatives who wrung big, fat deficits until voters call on Liberals to clean up the mess. True to form, we've now seen the largest spending over 2 budgets in a row. This finance minister has become the biggest spending finance minister in the history of Canada. He has brought us perilously close to deficit spending with no longer any contingency. Canada's government is now 14% bigger after the last 2 budgets. What do we want to bequeath to our children and their children? Certainly a low national debt, and we Liberals reduced that debt from a peak of over 70% of GDP in 1994-95 to 35% in 2005-06. But we now have a massive infrastructure deficit, bridges that fall down, potholes, raw sewage dumped into oceans, and inadequate public transit. So, for the benefit of both current and future generations, we urge the government, rather than pay the full $10 billion allocated to debt paydown, to pay down debt by $3 billion and to provide an immediate $7 billion injection into the infrastructure needs of the nation. This would have provided a significant down payment to addressing Canada's infrastructure deficit and been a much-needed investment in our future. But no, this was good Liberal economic advice that this government did not heed. So I will stress here, we Liberals understand the need to pay down the mortgage on the house. The Liberal government clearly did so when needed. But right now, the walls are cracking and the roof is starting to leak. This wonderful country of ours has incredible potential, but we need investment in infrastructure critical for our future productivity and global competitiveness. But here is a separate concern. Including legislative changes to the Immigration and Refugee Protection Act in this bill is wrong. It is a blatant Americanization of the process to bury a contentious issue in a bill that, in weighing the alternatives, we otherwise did not find enough to warrant forcing an election on the Canadian people. But this clause has nothing to do with budget. It should not be in this bill in the first place and should be separated out. These provisions put completely inappropriate discretionary powers into the hands of a minister in a government that has already shown its ideological biases. We cannot fix the immigration backlog by allowing the minister to cherry-pick some over others. Doing so does not increase the numbers. We cannot fix the immigration backlog without funds either. Note that the Quebec government announced $68 million in new funding for immigration. Ontario announced more funding, as did British Columbia. Contrast this to the relatively tiny amount this government is suggesting will somehow, miraculously, do the work that is needed. If the immigration provisions are not separated out of this bill, then the Liberal members of the Standing Committee on Finance will ensure that these added immigration provisions are subject to the full, detailed, and high scrutiny for all Canadians that they deserve, so that Canadians can fully understand what this government is trying to do with these backdoor tactics.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Heritage.
Mr. Speaker, I'd like to welcome the member to the House. I hope that she's going to be able to bring a new voting pattern to her colleagues. She has spoken very forcefully about the immigration section of the budget. I choose to be in total disagreement with her, but I'm not going to discuss the content of that issue. What I am going to ask is, because she feels so strongly, will she be on her feet voting against the budget because that provision is a part of the budget, or will she continue to follow the sheepish aspects of her colleagues who have chosen to sit on their hands through these confidence motions?
The Honourable Member for Willowdale.
Mr. Speaker, I'd like to thank the Honourable Member for his welcome and for his question, although I'm not sure it's procedure to ask a question in return to a question, because in saying he disagrees completely with my position, then denies the ability for me to address any of his concerns because he simply refuses to discuss content. I would ask the Honourable Member to, in fact, ask a question on the content and supply some, and therefore I might be able to answer.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Peterborough.
Oh, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I'll address some of the content of the member's speech. This government actually has paid down record amounts of debt. We've reduced taxes. And what I'd really like to know from the member, since she seems to feel that paying down debt and reducing taxes isn't a good thing, what would she propose in a budget? Perhaps increasing the GST back up to 7%. Maybe that might be something that she would recommend that the Liberals do. Maybe she'd like to reduce the amount of money that we're spending on Canada's military or on childcare. Two key areas where this government has invested money that have increased the overall budget. I'd like to know what she might propose to do about things. Is she going to recommend that they increase the GST in their next platform, Mr. Speaker? That's what I'd like to know.
The Honourable Member for Willowdale. Order, please.
And I would like to thank the Honourable Member for his question. I believe that in my speech I specifically indicated some of the things that we would prefer to have seen in this budget, including our repeated suggestions that of the $10 billion allocated to paying down the debt, we in fact encourage the current government to use $10 billion of that to invest in infrastructure. $7 billion of that $10 billion to invest in infrastructure. We specifically suggested $7 billion because we feel very strongly in keeping at least that $3 billion as a contingency. This current government certainly doesn't even believe in a contingency. If you have any specific other questions about the content of my speech, I would welcome them.
The questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Yukon.
Mr. Speaker, the member opposite asked her if she was going to incorrectly, Conservatives, of course, got the facts wrong again, asked her if she's going to vote against the budget because all these serious immigration issues were in the budget. Well, in fact, they weren't. They didn't come out till the little administration bill that puts the budget into place. And Canadians across the country have been outraged at that. They've been writing their members of Parliament that all of a sudden in the budget, the big budget day, where major things or changes are announced for the country, what was mentioned on this? Nothing. And yet when they come on a minor administrative amendments that would put the budget into effect, which is probably almost totally unconstitutional, they were shocked. And I just wonder if the member could comment on this totally anti-democratic actions of the government in this financial administration bill.
There is 1 minute left for the honourable member for Willowdale to respond.
I would just, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would just simply like to reiterate a couple of key points that I made in my speech. The inclusion of this these immigration provisions in the budget, as the honourable member has said, is completely inappropriate. They were not in the original one. I will repeat that this is a blatant Americanization of the process to include something that the government knew would be contentious into something that otherwise we were all prepared to allow to go forward. Completely inappropriate, and we will simply have to see what happens.
Resuming debate. The prise de débat. The honourable member for Scarborough Centre.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, before I get into the Budget Implementation Act, I'd like to take the opportunity to congratulate the member from Willowdale for her election. And I am confident that she's going to do a tremendous job, not only in serving her constituents, but making this country a better country as well. Mr. Speaker, I listened to the debate throughout the day. And, you know, instead of sometimes focusing on the issues, on the points in the budget, people started talking about what the Liberals did, what the Liberals did not do. We had the NDP bashing the Liberals. We had the member from Peterborough bashing the Liberals, the Conservative Party. Everybody was bashing the Liberals. It's not our budget. It's the the Conservative budget. And they used a lot of quotes and quotes and quotes. So I threw out all my notes, Mr. Speaker, and I said, well, if we're going to use quotes, then let's use some quotes. Because earlier, Mr. Speaker, the Minister of the Environment was up and he was disappointed how he says nothing was discussed about the environment. And he started quoting and how important it is. And we, at least Liberals, believe the environment is one of the most important issues along with health care, along with our other social responsibilities. So, Mr. Speaker, with your permission, I would like to quote some quotes. Mr. Speaker, a quote, "Carbon dioxide is not a pollutant." You know who said that, Mr. Speaker?
The current Prime Minister.
The current Prime Minister, and it's in Hansard, October 11, 2002.
Shame.
Mr. Speaker, another quote, "Carbon dioxide does not cause or contribute to smog, and the Kyoto Treaty would do nothing to reduce or prevent smog." You know who said that, Mr. Speaker?
The current
Prime Minister. Toronto Star quoted June 10, 2004. Another quote, Mr. Speaker, "The Kyoto Protocol does not deal with critical environmental issues." You know who said that? The current Prime Minister. That was in his address.
Order. The honourable member for Selkirk Interlake is rising on a point of order.
Mr. Speaker, as you know, we're in here discussing Bill C-50 and the amendment to Bill C-50 put forward by the NDP. I know that there's some latitude usually given on second reading, but we are talking about the budget bill and the budget implementation bill, and I asked the member to get on topic and get on point and debate Bill C-50.
I'm sure the honourable member for Scarborough Centre will try to keep his remarks relevant.
Thank you. It is relevant, Mr. Speaker, because the Minister of the Environment brought it up. So if the member can't take the heat, he should get out of the kitchen.
Absolutely.
Nevertheless, the next quote, Mr. Speaker. "My party's position on the Kyoto Protocol is clear and has been for a long time. We will oppose ratification of the Kyoto Protocol and its targets. We will work with the provinces and others to discourage the implementation of those targets, and we will rescind the targets when we have the opportunity to do so." You know who said that? The current Prime Minister. Ottawa Citizen, October 22nd, 2002. The end of my quotes on the environment. All I can say on the environment, Mr. Speaker, they did do one thing. They passed out light bulbs, because that's how they were going to address the environmental issues. Now, Mr. Speaker, it is a budget, and we are talking about various aspects within the budget. The Minister of Finance proudly stood up and he talked about we have to reduce taxes. And I agree. And what the Liberals did, as my colleague from Willowdale said, we approached it in a balanced way. Reducing taxes, debt reduction and monies towards our programs that Canadians asked us to invest in, like childcare, like health care, like post-secondary education, investing in our cities, etc., Mr. Speaker. Now, Mr. Speaker, in the previous budget, they hemmed and hawed how they reduced taxes. Well, a Canadian, Mr. Speaker, sent us his tax form. And he said, how come the Liberals had reduced my taxes to 15% and now I'm paying 15.25%?
Shame.
It's right here. And then in this budget, they reduced it back to 15 and they say we lower taxes. Well, Mr. Speaker, I don't know the math this finance minister learned, but I certainly know that 1 and 1 adds 2. Or 1 minus 3 equals 2. So we know his record when he was the finance minister in Ontario. The minister from Willowdale alluded to the debt that he left Ontario with, unbeknownst to the incoming government. Now, Mr. Speaker, the finance minister also did one shameful act, which Canadians are still paying for today, and that is the income trust fiasco. When we as Liberals, yes, we're looking at it, and we had to address it, but we never made any decisions. Although prematurely, as admitted by the RCMP findings today, that the Liberals had, and it did cost us, Mr. Speaker, sadly, because it cost Canadians. Why did it cost Canadians? Because the NDP today has the audacity to stand up and say, where's money for social housing? Where's money for the environment? Where's money for post-secondary education? It's all in here, Mr. Speaker, and I can actually give you the figures if you wish. You know, there was $1.6 billion to go for affordable housing. $1.5 billion was to go to education. $1 billion was to go to the environment. $500 million was going to foreign aid. And you know, Mr. Speaker, I stood up in this honorable House and I supported their recommendations. And under the former Liberal Prime Minister, we applauded it. What did they do, Mr. Speaker? They betrayed not the Liberal Party, they betrayed their constituents, who today are saying, what happened to that money? My colleague earlier alluded to support for childcare. This isn't childcare. This is handing somebody $100 a month. Somebody, you know, taxable indeed. The member from Peterborough talked about earlier when I was listening to him about the money stolen. It's unfortunately he's using that type of language. But Judge Gomery brought everything out. And the culprits that indeed take money from Canadians were put before the courts, Mr. Speaker, and were charged and convicted and imprisoned. At least we respected Judge Gomery's results. This party used Judge Gomery, and it was before committee that Judge Gomery expressed his disappointment that all the recommendations he put forward, they just threw it right out. And you know what? Part of their victory had to do with Judge Gomery's commission, Mr. Speaker. Now, we go beyond that. This party talks about supporting our military. Just yesterday, Mr. Speaker, I've said before, I'm a son of a veteran as well. And we've stood in committee with the chair today, who I have great respect for, and the Defense Committee, and have done everything we can to support our military. And yesterday, there was a motion from the member from Kitchener-Waterloo about lowering the flag. And what a shameful display from this the Conservative Party. I keep calling the Reform Party, I apologize. Okay? The member from Streetsville, Mississauga there. Well, you know, when he's got to go to the polls next time and visit his constituents, he's going to have to answer why he betrayed them. Because he ran on a policy saying, we're going to do this and we're going to do that. Next thing you know, he walks over. We Canadians are still waiting to see the famous report he put together when he went over to Pakistan. We still want to see it, Mr. Speaker. We want to know how much it costs Canadians. Anyway, I don't want to go away from the budget speech. Mr. Speaker, one gentleman said some time ago, and I was really impressed, I must say. This gentleman, I'll quote him, he said, there is no greater lie than a promise not kept. You know who said that?
The current Prime Minister.
No, the current progressive conservative of Newfoundland and Labrador.
Oh, that's right. That's right.
Along with the Prime Minister, of course. Because the Prime Minister went out and he said to all Canadians, those Liberals, they want to touch your income trusts. There's no way for seniors, for everybody. We swear, and he signed it. And what was the first thing he did? He went back on his word.
Absolutely.
He went back on his word. Similar to Chuck Cadman. We look him in the face, he says, and trust us. Well, Mr. Speaker, it's on tape. It's not something we said, it's on tape. So we're not even making it up. Mr. Speaker, the list goes on, but let me say where this government has failed. You ask Canadians today what is the most important issue for them, and you know what they're going to say? Health care. And this government put zero in health care. As a matter of fact, let me tell you what the Minister of Health said in the last budget when he was asked the question. We're going to continue the funding that the Liberals put in. That's what they're going to do. Mr. Speaker, we as a Liberal team stand on our record. We took over a country that was unofficially bankrupt, straightened out the books, brought surpluses never seen before in the history of our country. It reminds me of what presidential candidates said. The Clintons took care of the mess. The Bushes destroyed it. Now it's going to take Clintons to correct it. Well, Mr. Speaker, the terrible Tories, which they're not, they're reformers, really did a number on this country. We took a mess, as Premier McGuinty has done, corrected it, and now they're about to destroy it. One little closing statement, Mr. Speaker. It is embarrassing for this finance minister, as a member of Ontario, to bash Ontario. Shame on him.
Absolutely.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary, the Minister of Citizenship and Immigration.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This member is wondering why everyone's picking on the Liberal Party, and Canadians either picking on the Liberal Party. Well, because we have a backlog of 800,000 in the immigration system, and the wait times are long. They're up to 6 years. They voted against our $1.3 billion in new settlement funding. They voted against a foreign credential referral office. They voted against cutting the 975 immigration hit tax. You know, that's some of the reasons why. But let me ask if he knows who said this. He said, the world looks to Canada like we have this great immigration system. But, she went on to say, you're not doing the system justice by taking applications that aren't going to be processed for years and years and years, she said. It doesn't make any sense to us to be continually taking these applications. The reality is we need to change the system. We need an immigration system that is, in this regard, more flexible and responds to employers, the province, and their cities. Who said that? Well, it was a member for York West, and it was the former Liberal immigration minister. I wonder if this member would agree with what the former Liberal minister said about what needs to be done in our system.
Member for Scarborough Centre.
I thank the Parliamentary Secretary for the question, Mr. Speaker. What the then Minister of Immigration was saying, the member from York Southwestern, she was just simply being honest that every individual has the right to apply, no matter what the circumstances, even if it's declined once. At least we Liberals like to believe we live in a democracy, unlike the Conservative Party, where they have to get permission before they go out to speak. Unlike their candidates, most recently, Mr. Speaker, who were not even allowed to speak to the media. The member from Willowdale knows very well, and I remember her expressing a comment on television that we can't even get into the debate. The media is going around to ask them questions, and they were piped up, silenced. So the former Minister of Immigration was correct. All these monies you're talking about, this government invested in. Labour...
I'm going to cut off the honourable member there. We'll go to the honourable member for Yukon. Brief question, comment, then I'll try to get the honourable member for Peterborough.
Mr. Speaker, is the member embarrassed that the Parliamentary Secretary is giving false information on immigration when he's the one person that should know? First of all, he suggests that Alberta and Saskatchewan skilled people had to wait 6 years. They couldn't do anything about it. But as you know, there's a provincial program, and he should know more than anyone, being the Parliamentary Secretary, that the provinces have programs where they can accelerate those people. And then he says that the ones they're responsible are waiting for 4 to 6 years, and you know they're going to slow it down even longer because they're fast-tracking some people, and which will take up more resources, and they're adding a piddly amount, as the member from Willowdale just pointed out, of less than 1%. So all those other immigrants that are waiting 4 to 6 years are going to be waiting even longer. Isn't that an embarrassment for this government?
The honourable member for Scarborough Centre.
Thank you, Congress. And all I can say to add to that, Mr. Speaker, is just the other day, the member from Etobicoke Lakeshore, the deputy leader, clearly pointed out factually how the data they are providing are completely inaccurate and false. And he provided to this House the correct numbers. Of course, it was an embarrassing to the government, and they did not respond. So, Mr. Speaker, they could say all they want to say in this honourable chamber, but the facts are the facts, the data is data, and nobody can dispute it. Now I'll wait to hear from the member from Peterborough, and I look forward to it.
Questions and comments, the honourable member for Peterborough.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I left my office this morning and I rode to the House of Commons, but apparently it's actually yuck-yucks here today because I'm hearing a presentation that sounds more like stand-up comedy to me than a speech in this House. But I'd like to address a couple of things. First of all, he's got a staunch defense of Dalton McGuinty over there. I suppose to begin with, he'd like to defend the $33 million slush fund. Perhaps he'd like to defend the record tax increase by the McGuinty government in 2004 after promising not to increase taxes, but then comes back with the largest tax increase in record. But what I'd really like to know from this member is, does he really think CO2 is an ingredient in smog? Because it's actually unburnt fuel. I'd really like to know if that's what he... Because if that's his knowledge of the environment, we know why they got nothing done on the environment, Mr. Speaker.
Scarborough Centre.
I'm not defending Dalton McGuinty. I'm defending my proud province of Ontario. Unlike this member, cannot stand up and call a spade a spade. I'm defending the cities in Ontario that need support that this government has completely neglected. I am defending the children of Ontario that this member is neglecting. I am defending the seniors in Ontario that this member and this party is neglecting. I am defending the veterans in Ontario, and all, Mr. Speaker, I am defending all of Canada, which they are not. Thank you.
Resuming debate. Please order. Resuming debate. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Finance.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and let's hope we can bring some order to this House and quiet down the debate to some reasonable and realistic comments. Mr. Speaker, I do rise to speak to the motion that was put forward by the NDP to effectively and substantially delay second reading of a very important piece of government legislation. First, I must express my dismay at the NDP for defending the enormous immigration backlog in this country. They stand in this House and say that they stand up for immigrants, and then they actually are putting forward an amendment that will delay a process that will actually improve and speed up the immigration process. The backlog, of course, is keeping families apart and denying Canada the much-needed talent and skills that we require to improve our competitiveness and ensure our long-term economic prosperity, and by extension threatening Canada's quality of life and the strength and the integrity of the social safety net that the NDP claim to champion. Mr. Speaker, the NDP, along with their Liberal and Bloc friends, say they support a vibrant 21st century economy.
Far from it.
They offer no solutions to address the serious labour force challenges that our country is facing. They fail to recognize that Canada is in a fierce competition with other countries to attract the skilled immigrants who have the talent and the training to meet these challenges. My honourable colleague, the Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Immigration, spoke at length on the need to proceed with these valuable and much-needed reforms. I'm going to speak to some of the other important measures that these political games are delaying benefits to Canadian families and businesses. And we will make it loud and clear to all Canadians, Mr. Speaker, that it is the NDP, along with their Liberal and Bloc allies, that are the ones to blame for these delays. Bill C-50, as with all our previous budget bills, is primarily about making a positive impact on the lives of Canadians who, for too long, were overtaxed and poorly served by their federal government. We committed to changing that, and we remain committed to delivering positive results for Canadians. Mr. Speaker, I know the NDP are never happy about Canadians keeping more of their hard-earned money, but I can assure you that Canadians certainly are excited about the tax-free savings account, or as we call it, the TIFSA account. Budget 2008 provides Canadians with the most important savings vehicle since the introduction of the RRSP, the tax-free savings account, Mr. Speaker. This flexible, registered general-purpose account will allow Canadians to watch their savings grow tax-free. The reaction has been almost overwhelmingly positive in support of this TIFSA. Listen to Finn Poshman, Director of Research at the C.D. Howe Institute. And I quote, "This tax policy gem," he calls it, "is very good news for Canadians. And the Finance Minister and his government deserve credit for a novel program." End quote. Budget 2008 also provides for an increase in the Northern residents' deductions by 10%, effective for the 2008 tax year, a move with broad positive support even from the NDP. Listen to the NDP member from the Western Arctic, and I quote, "It's a positive first step," end quote. I note for that particular NDP member the disappointment that his constituents, in the form of a recent Yellowknifer editorial, have already indicated in his first vote against the budget. And let me quote, "Considering the NDP won't form a government at any time soon, it would have been best had the NDP member from Western Arctic swallowed the pill and voted with the Conservative government," end quote. Now imagine how much more disappointed they will be in him once they hear their member is now trying to delay this positive step. I hear on a daily basis from the NDP that the government is not paying enough attention to the challenges faced by our students. Mr. Speaker, Budget 2008 is a generous budget for students and goes a long way to address the neglect they suffered under the previous Liberal government. Through C50, the government is committing $123 million over 4 years, starting in 2009-2010, to streamline and modernize the Canada Student Loans Program and expand online services for students, enabling them to manage their student loan accounts online. It provides further support for Canadian students with a $350 million investment in 2009 and 10, rising to $430 million in 2012 and 13, in a new consolidated Canada Student Grant Program that will reach 245,000 college and undergraduate students per year when it takes effect in 2009. Mr. Speaker, that's almost 100,000 more students than the previous program that we are replacing. Imagine students' disappointment once they hear of today's delays. We recognize that small and medium businesses are the backbone of our economy, and our government is committed to fostering an environment that enables them to thrive. Budget 2008 benefits small and medium-sized businesses by improving the scientific research and experimental development tax incentive program and easing the tax compliance burden by reducing the record-keeping requirements for automobile expense deductions and taxable benefits. We believe that Canadians share our desire to see more of our seniors maintain their independence for as long as is possible. This government also recognizes that our seniors will have a valuable contribution to make to our economy. That is why we are investing $60 million per year to ensure that low-income seniors who work can realize greater benefits from their earnings through an increase in the guaranteed income supplement exemption. Mr. Speaker, I think that this is one of the most innovative and promising initiatives put forward in Budget 2008 and addresses head-on a serious challenge faced by Canadian society. Through C50, we will invest $110 million in the Mental Health Commission of Canada to support 5 innovative demonstration projects across the country to develop best practices to help Canadians facing mental health and homelessness challenges.
For the first time ever.
The protection of its citizens is one of the most important responsibilities of a government, and we're committed to following through with the resources to show Canadians we take that responsibility very seriously. To back up our commitment, C50 provides $400 million through a third-party trust for provinces and territories to support their efforts in recruiting 2,500 new frontline police officers. This government believes we can never fully enjoy the benefits of our hard work and unique joys of being fortunate enough to live in a country like Canada if we don't protect our environment as well. Clean air, clean water, and clean land are not only what Canadians deserve, they are the bedrock ingredients of our long-term prosperity and success as a country.
Well said.
That is why our government has made and will continue to make substantial investments in protecting our environment. C50 allocates $500 million in 07-08 through a third-party trust on a provincial, territorial, per capita basis for public transit infrastructure, and sets aside $250 million for a full-scale commercial demonstration carbon capture and storage in the coal-fired electrical sector. As you can see, Mr. Speaker, C50, the first Budget Implementation Act for 2008, is filled with positive news for Canadians. News that I would have thought that the NDP could support and should support. It contains targeted and timely funding to address many of the challenges that our country is facing, while at the same time introducing the tax-free savings account, one of the most innovative and welcomed savings vehicles to come along since the RRSP. I encourage the NDP and all opposition parties to put aside petty partisan wrangling and support C50. And if they can't see their way to doing that, at least get out of the way and stop delaying such important legislation. I thank you for your time, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments. The honourable member for Yukon.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank the member for bringing the debate back to a reasonable level. I first have a comment, then a technical question. The questions on the Bank of Canada. Just my comment is, though, the member has pointed out one of the flaws in this budget related to the territories when he explained that the funding for the transportation, public transport, and police were on a per capita basis. And as you know, we don't have very many per capitas. So that turns out to maybe $180,000 roughly for my territory, for the territories which are some of them bigger than every country in Europe, and you get in the order of one police person and their expenses. So that's really not significant, not sufficient. But my questions relate to the bank because he's the Parliamentary Secretary, the Minister of Finance. It's a more technical question related to the changes in this C50 related to the Bank of Canada. This bill provides more flexibility for the Bank of Canada in their investments, or more modernization so they can use new tools. And I'd just like the member to explain to the public, of course, they'd always be worried if our finances can be invested more liberally. If he could explain to them what the protection of these new changes to the Bank of Canada, what protection there is that they'll still be safe investments.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary, the Minister of Finance.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I would like to thank my honourable colleague from Yukon, not only for his question, but also for being one of 4 members of Parliament that actually showed up to a technical briefing to discuss Bill C50. And I applaud that, Mr. Speaker. Obviously, the member is concerned for his constituents and the impact and the benefits that will come from this Budget Implementation Act that we're presenting today. And it is actually a delight to get a technical question. So the honourable member will please forgive me. I will make sure that I am very concise on this, because it is because of the turbulence that we have seen, the turbulence in our financial markets and in the markets in the United States, that the Bank of Canada Act we've realized needs some improvement, some flexibility. These are sound improvements that we're making to provide more liquidity, if you will, flexibility to the Bank of Canada to be able to react in what may be continuing turbulent times. We're very confident, and this is in discussions. These changes came from discussions with the Bank of Canada. They are positive. They are well supported from the industry, and I thank the member for raising that question.
Comments, the Honourable Member for Nanaimo Cowichan.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I want to thank the member for his intervention. And I take exception to a number of comments he made with regards to New Democrats, and in particular one of the responsibilities of each and every member of Parliament here, of course, is to consider any piece of legislation that's before it and to weigh both the pros and cons of that piece of legislation. And the member cherry-picked, as I will, from a budget implementation bill and a proposed amendment by the member from Trinity Spadina around the impact on our constituents and other Canadians. And in the riding that I'm from, Nanaimo Cowichan, over the last several months, my riding has reeled from the number of closures in the forestry sector, whether it's logging or whether it's supporting companies. We've recently had another company go into receivership that manufactures equipment for logging companies. And as a result, of course, what we're seeing is rising poverty in my riding. And I want to talk about housing, because this member talked about the investment with the Mental Health Commission on pilot projects. But pilot projects simply will not house all of the people who are without adequate or affordable or safe housing. And recently, the Federation of Canadian Municipalities specifically called for a national program that looked at ending chronic homelessness, rehabilitating and preserving existing social housing stock, building new affordable housing, and reducing the backlog of people needing affordable housing. This is the Federation of Canadian Municipalities. And I know that there are other organizations that have called for a national housing strategy. And I wonder if the member could comment on the inadequacies on the budget implementation bill in addressing what has been called a national housing crisis in this country.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Finance.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to thank the honourable member for her question. I gave a speech earlier on today talking about the connection that this budget brings to the issue that has never been addressed in this House before. The studies have shown us a direct link between mental illness and homelessness. And this budget, Mr. Speaker, is the first time that this government has addressed that direct link. And we have pilot projects in place to further that work, to find if in fact there is a connection and how to address that connection. Mr. Speaker, that's groundbreaking work in this House, and I applaud our Finance Minister for recognizing that. I do want to continue, now that I have the floor and we're talking about NDP support or lack of. I might remind this House that we have tried, as we are debating this amendment, if I can bring it back to the amendment, Mr. Speaker, if I have your support to do that, we have tried on many occasions to improve the immigration system without opening the Act. We found that the NDP voted against cutting the $975 immigrant head tax. We tried to change foreign credential referral offices to increase the number of those. The NDP voted against that. They voted against $1.3 billion in new settlement funding for newcomers to Canada. And then, Mr. Speaker, they bring this amendment forward to try and tell their supporters, in reduced numbers, of course, that they actually do care about immigration shortfalls in this country. They do care about a backlog. And, Mr. Speaker, I find their arguments ring rather hollow when we see their voting record on immigration.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Deputy.
The Honourable Member for Sherbrooke. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I have a few questions for the member. I have worked with him on international development, and so I know his economic approach and his great economic liberal approach. The three aspects that caught my attention and that contradict Quebec values that we represent are, first of all, the tax-free savings account. We've also had the tax cuts and the GST cuts that he talked about, and seniors working who therefore get more access to income and tax credit. Now, coming back to these. The first aspect, what is the intention here? Most economists and analysts after the budget really asked why this measure had been brought forth. It won't really help people save in the long term. He talked about buying cars and other things. So I would first like to know whether the government is really not trying to divert investment, because obviously the first major investment is often the RRSP. There is a huge amount of RRSP space that is not used. The government is therefore seemingly diverting this money from one place to another. And why is it that seniors have to work to...
For the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'm sure I can't qualify all of the answers in 1 minute. I might just very quickly point out that our budget did, in fact, provide $90 million, if I can stand corrected on that, to extend the targeted initiative to older workers. And I would remind my honourable colleague that mine are not liberal values, mine are conservative values, and I do value the time spent on committee with the honourable member. There's one thing that, if I could deviate a little bit, there was one false statement made today by the mover of this motion, the member from Trinity Spadina, that the funds were not going to be reimbursed to the applicants whose applications were not accepted. That is absolutely false, Mr. Speaker. That needs to be put on the record. Any applicant who is not accepted, their funds will be completely reimbursed. Just to get that factually correct on the record. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Please do débat. L'honorable député de...
Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Saint-Maurice-Champlain. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. At the outset, Mr. Speaker, I would like to say that similar to what I said right after the budget was tabled, when we heard the Conservative members saying that this was a wonderful budget that was good for Canadians, I would indicate once again that if it is that it is not good for Canadians and not good for Quebecers. We have analyzed the budget in depth, and it does not really match what we called for when we did our studies before the budget. We see that the government is reflecting its right-wing ideology that is very much in contrast with Quebec values. The budget does not at all meet the demands that were expressed by the Bloc Québécois, and right after the budget was tabled, the vast majority of the media in Quebec, the daily papers, gave their impressions of the budget, and they were very much opposed to it. For example, Mr. Dubuc in La Presse said that the lack of vision reflected in the Conservatives' philosophy shows that the Conservative wants above anything to avoid getting involved in the economy. And this means, Mr. Speaker, that we know that the Bloc Québécois expressed demands and has done so for many years on a number of occasions, especially regarding the manufacturing sector that is experiencing an unprecedented crisis.
And in this budget, these requests have been totally overlooked. This budget has no vision. So the Bloc is going to be voting against this Budget Implementation Act. I represent the riding of Saint-Maurice-Champlain. and the forestry sector is a real source of concern there. Plants are closing down one after the other. Those that are still surviving, well, they're wondering if they're going to be able to get through this crisis. There are a lot of sawmills located in the northern part of this region, and they too are shutting their doors one after the other. Some are closing down indefinitely. We had hoped that the Conservative government would listen to the demands made by the Bloc Québécois to support the workers in the manufacturing sector and in the forestry sector. But we have seen that the only support given to the manufacturing sector went to Ontario. So Quebec has been totally forgotten in this budget. That's clear. Mr. Speaker, mention was made about the media. The Minister of Finance in Quebec stated that this budget did not meet the expectations of Quebec. She said that she was disappointed because there was a elbow room. There was a room, $20 million worth of room that could have been made for the forestry sector. Madame Jaron-Forget said this the day after the budget was tabled. We had a huge surplus of $10.7 billion, and the government could have done something about this. Last fall, part of the surplus was used to support companies and workers. Perhaps we should have taken $3 billion to pay down the debt. That would have been more reasonable, and use the rest to help workers. But the Conservatives opted to pay down the debt by $10.7 billion, which in the eyes of Quebecers is totally unacceptable. I said earlier that the Bloc Québécois, given the situation, given the fact that this budget is against Quebec's interests, well, the Bloc will not be voting for the Budget Implementation Act. None of the conditions described by the Bloc have been met. This budget doesn't provide any direct assistance to the manufacturing sector, nor does it provide any assistance to the forestry sector. It doesn't help workers or communities that have been affected by this crisis, but it's because in the final analysis, Mr. Speaker, the biggest problem with crises, well, it's a fact that it's individuals who go through this crisis that suffer. You look at the individuals, you look at the families involved. These people are the ones who are hard hit by the crisis. They're having trouble making ends meet every month. They find it difficult to pay for the loans that they've had to take out. Sometimes it's a loan they've had to take out in order to buy equipment that enable them to work. These self-employed workers in the forestry sector have had to pay for very expensive machinery, and the government did nothing to help these people. There is no assistance for communities or workers, with the exception of the billion-dollar trust fund over 3 years, which will only help a very small proportion of workers hard hit. I think only 24% of the people who need the assistance will be getting it. So this income trust won't be really improved by this fund. Particularly, I think the forestry sector will get maybe $1 million out of this, but in Quebec, there will be a lot of suffering. That's another reason why the Bloc will not be supporting this bill. Another reason is that the whole issue of seniors. The Conservative government, when running for election, had promised to reimburse seniors. They promised reciprocity for people who had not been getting GIS and who should have been doing so for years. Not reciprocity, but rather retroactivity. And these people were getting their CPP, but they didn't realize that they were eligible for the GIS. And the Conservative government said that they were going to make these benefits fully retroactive. But we can see that their memory is rather short because they seem to have forgot this matter, and now it's the most vulnerable people, the seniors, who are being penalized. So how could the Bloc support a budget like this? It would be totally unacceptable. Another aspect that we need to consider, and which explains why we aren't supporting the budget, is the whole issue of the environment. This budget continues to favor polluters, does a lot for communities that pollute a lot. The companies, particularly the oil companies, are going to be able to benefit from tax credits. They're going to be able to continue polluting even more, but in Quebec, everyone knows that since 1990, many communities and companies have taken steps to reduce the concentration of GHGs in the atmosphere. But instead of being compensated for this, they are being penalized. And the big polluters are being given favors. This is all part and parcel of this right-wing ideology of the government. They favor those resource sectors that are already making a lot of money, such as the oil patch. And then again, there's the issue of culture. This budget says nothing, absolutely nothing, about the development of culture. And in Quebec, the film industry has been penalized. There have been cutbacks. And we all know that that literature, arts in general in Quebec, well, this is a flourishing industry in Quebec, and it needs support. It needs to get some contribution from the federal government so that it continue pushing culture and putting some meat on this whole issue of the Quebec nation. Culture is what demarcates society, but once again, nothing is done for the culture. The government is bragging about the fact that it went forward with this notion of Quebec nation, but really we can tell that it's just empty rhetoric. Another significant aspect, and I feel this is quite fundamental, is the whole issue regarding the Minister of Finance's desire to create a single securities regulator, when in fact the entire Quebec business sector is against this proposal that was announced in the budget. It is totally unacceptable for us, and we've already expressed this opinion at a different time. The fact that there's going to be a common securities regulator is something that really prevents us from accepting this budget. So these are just but some of the aspects of the budget. I would remind you that even after the vote on the budget, the Finance Committee members on the government side agreed to hear about the scope of the forestry crisis. They want to know what's happening right now in Quebec and elsewhere. In Ontario and Quebec in particular, though, they want to hear about what's happening with the manufacturing sector. But the budget doesn't provide anything significant for these sectors. And after the budget vote, the Conservative members and other members of the Finance Committee accepted a motion introduced by my colleague, the Vice Chair of the Finance Committee, and the committee agreed to hear witnesses, that the committee look at the various issues involved in the sectors and look at the fiscal environment of the sector. We had 4 sessions and we heard a general consensus emerging from individuals who presented their vision of the needs in both Quebec and Ontario. That is, what do these sectors need to get out of the crisis? We heard from Jason Zamiri, who is the president of the Manufacturing Association of Canada, Madame Claudette Parbineau, president of the CSN, Mr. Pierre Laliberté, political advisor for the manufacturing sector, Mr. Avila Lazare, president and CEO of the Forestry Product Association of Canada. We heard Mr. Phil Binet, the mayor of Hunley. We also heard from an economist from the Quebec Chambers of Commerce, the mayor, the mayor of Thunder Bay. All of these individuals, almost unanimously, they didn't say exactly the same words, but they said more or less the same thing. They said that both the manufacturing and forestry sectors are going through such a severe crisis that the government has to modify its policy and its budget and use part of the surplus to help these sectors that are dying. And the witnesses said that with this budget, with this plan that doesn't call for any direct assistance to these sectors, well, that the government is on the wrong track. And up until now, unfortunately, we've heard nothing that shows that the government's prepared to change its course of action. Yes, the government did present a budget, which in our opinion helps the oil companies, and they've called for corporate tax reductions. But we remember that when a company is not making money, well, giving it a tax reduction is not going to help. If they're not making profits, they don't get any benefit from this approach. The Conservative budget does nothing to help companies. Generally speaking, Quebec industries have not turned a profit. But even if you spend a great deal of time analyzing this budget, you will find absolutely no reason to justify implementation of this budget. I mean, whether it be status of women or employment insurance, we in the Bloc say that these sectors have been completely overlooked. What about Aboriginal peoples and social housing? These demands have been here for a long time. They're important, but nothing's been done for these people. Nothing at all. So regardless of the sector, we know that when we can see that the government wants to focus more on military matters, like the United States. So the government wants to continue the war in Afghanistan. And therefore, military budgets are rising. But Quebecers want more money for regional development. And the Quebec government wants to be able to use extra money in order to target certain areas and give more investment for regional development. So, Mr. Speaker, in many sectors, the budget does take action, but unfortunately not in the sectors that where the Bloc Québécois would have liked to have seen some major investments, particularly with respect to the manufacturing sector. And for these reasons, for all of these reasons, you will have understood that the Bloc will not be voting in favor of this Budget Implementation Act. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Questions and comments?
Or Yukon.
Merci, Monsieur le Président. Merci.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I'd like to thank the member for his speech.
Liberals had three important programs. One was to retrofit houses for those who couldn't afford it. Another is the Skippy program, the homelessness program, and another is to make houses more efficient, to cut down on greenhouse gases. These were all very, very popular programs. The Conservative government cut them all. They put a couple of them back in a smaller way, harder to access. But unfortunately, some of these programs are expiring next year, and these people are very needy, need these programs, and I would hope that the member would support us in our call to have the government to put these figures, increase the figures back up to at least where they were for retrofitting houses, for homelessness, for more efficient housing, and to extend it now beyond 2009 so there can be some certainty and the people most in need in our country aren't put in this limbo again.
The Honourable Member for Saint-Maurice Champlain. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I thank my colleague for his question. Well, listen, with respect to the specific question that he's asking, would the government have our support with respect to this? I would say that each time that bills are brought in, bills to deal with programs, we evaluate them on their merits. I would also say that we do so if we feel Quebecers are being well treated by the legislation in question. If we believe that Quebecers will continue to receive good service and will benefit from the measures that he mentions to me in this instance, well, with a caveat, I could say it is quite likely that there could be support for this whole issue of social housing, for the whole issue of the environment and greenhouse gas emissions, because our goal is to give the best service possible to the homeless. I thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I see that my time has expired.
There will be 7.5 minutes left at the end of question period for the rest of the questions and comments for the stage, but we'll move on to statements by members. Déclaration des députés.
Statements by members.
Lambton.
Mr. Speaker, it's an honour today to rise and inform the House about a historical Canadian event that is taking place in my riding this year. Lambton County is the birthplace of the oil industry in Canada and the world. The village of Oil Springs is home to the site of the first commercial oil well in North America, which was dug in 1858. This area is also home to Canada's first oil gusher, first oil exchange, and first oil company. Today, oil is still being produced using the same techniques used by early oil producers. To commemorate this 150th anniversary, many events are occurring from February to December. I invite you to visit us and listen to the music of the working jerker lines, operate a spring pole drilling rig, let your nostrils tingle with the sweet smell of black gold, and discover the stories of Lambton's foreign drillers who helped drill many of the great oil fields around the world. uncover a truly fascinating oil history and heritage that changed our lives as you come and celebrate Canada's oil history in Sarnia-Lambton.
Honourable Member for Davenport. Order, please.
Mr. Speaker, I would like to
Order,
contribute
please.
to 6 outstanding community builders who are all recipients of the annual Davenport Community Builders Awards. The Dovercourt Boys and Girls Club is an organization providing a safe and healthy environment for the children across Davenport community. Jack Fava is a dedicated community activist who has worked hard to make our community safer. The Reverend Kate Merriman is a member of the Board of Directors of St. Clair West Affordable Housing Development Group and is very active in the community. Virginia Novak is a strong advocate and community leader committed to making Toronto a safer place for residents, families, and business. Nick Saul is Executive Director of Stop Community Food Center, an outstanding community organization. Margaret Smith is committed to making St. Clair Avenue West area of Davenport a better place to live and work. On behalf of the residents of Davenport, I ask you to join me in congratulating these exceptional community leaders. Their work is appreciated by all residents of our community, the City of Toronto, and the people of Canada.
The Honourable Member for Drummond. Mr. Speaker, Thursday, April 3rd to Sunday, April 6th, the Canadian Cancer Society will once again bring a ray of hope, joy, and sunshine to the four corners of Quebec thanks to the annual Daffodil Days, which is a funding campaign that it holds every year. Thousands of daffodils will appear everywhere. More than 2 million daffodils will be put on sale through 12,000 volunteers in 2,600 points of sale throughout Quebec. For more than 50 years, Daffodil Days have been the emblem, the official emblem of the Canadian Cancer Society, and also a symbol of hope and courage. In 2008, in Quebec, 41,000 new cases of cancer and 19,500 deaths will occur from that disease. But there is a glimmer of hope. More than 50% of cancer cases can be avoided through practicing healthy living.
Hamilton Mountain.
With the arrival of April, our thoughts finally turn away from an exceptionally snowy winter and we start to look forward to summer. Canadians are famous for talking about the weather, but never before have our weather chats carried with them such concern for the future of our planet. And most of us know that it is human activity that is responsible for putting too much strain on our Earth. While the Conservatives may still be in denial, most ordinary Canadians are exploring ways to take action on climate change. I'm looking forward to joining them at this year's Earth Day celebrations in Hamilton. On April 26th, I'll be at the 12th annual Earth Day tree planting at Princess Point, where the Earth Day 5K Walk Fun Run will also conclude. Other Earth Week events include the Eco Festival, the Go Green Challenge, and the Film Festival. But, Mr. Speaker, it is only fair that if Canadian families are willing to do their share, so too should the big polluters and the government. Unfortunately, after 20 years of promises to get the job done, we're still waiting. The Liberals did not do it, and the Conservatives will not do it. Only the NDP's Climate Change Accountability Act will do it. I urge all MPs to join ordinary Canadians by focusing on environmental solutions and passing Bill C-377 today.
The Honourable Member for Oshawa.
Mr. Speaker, I'm very pleased to announce that this Conservative government is helping every Ontario business. Starting today, the Canada Revenue Agency will assume most of the Ontario Ministry of Revenue's corporate tax administration functions, such as audits, appeals, objections, and rulings. This government will reduce the burden on Ontario businesses by streamlining the administration of Ontario's corporate income tax. This means that Ontario businesses will now have a single tax return and a single set of tax rules, which will save millions of dollars and hours of time. The Ontario Chamber of Commerce says that this streamlining will save Ontario businesses $100 to $150 million each and every year in time and money, creating room for more investment in the things that will make our economy grow, like human capital, new equipment, and research and development. Unlike the previous Liberal government, this government has taken action to ensure that Ontario businesses are even more competitive in the global economy. Once again, this government is getting the job done.
Honourable Member for Moncton, Riverview, Dieppe.
Mr. Speaker, a great Canadian and one of my personal heroes recently turned 60 years young the other day. But Bobby Orr doesn't look a day over 40. The brush cut is gone and so are the knees, but he's had them replaced. Otherwise, he's still that crazy defenseman from Parry Sound who should have been a power forward. Bobby Orr was probably the greatest natural hockey player of all time. Trained on backyard ice and tempered by long, cold Canadian winters, he knew the game like an Arctic wolf knows its prey. Fearless, fast, and deft, he was a relentless hunter, puck in net, no matter what. Life after hockey has shown him to be a great Canadian in other ways. In 2005, he supported the Royal Oaks Golf and Country Club's tournament to raise money for breast cancer research in my own riding of Moncton Riverview Dieppe. That event generated $100,000. His support of cancer research at l'Hôpital Georges Dumont in Greater Moncton has been generous and ongoing. Mr. Speaker, Bobby Orr earns the gratitude of all Canadians for his work both on ice and off ice. He is truly a great Canadian.
Order the honourable member for St. Catharines.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to bring up a fella who seems to have fallen off the face of the earth. Mr. Speaker, this person is Mr. Gerard Kennedy. Well, Mr. Kennedy is now the Liberal Intergovernmental Affairs critic. And the critic is absolutely correct, Mr. Speaker. You see, when Mr. Kennedy was Minister of Education in the province of Ontario, he was very critical of the former Liberal federal government. He said to the Liberal government and to the member of Markham Unionville, what's dangerous for Canada is if the country doesn't show the capacity to solve problems. He also said, there's $1 billion missing in transfers on health and post-secondary education from the federal government. You know what, Mr. Speaker? Mr. Kennedy was right. But the former Liberal government did nothing to solve this problem. You know who solved it, Mr. Speaker? This Prime Minister and this Finance Minister. So now that Mr. Kennedy is a Liberal Intergovernmental Affairs critic, I ask the Leader of the Opposition to stand in his place, apologize to Ontarians, and poor Mr. Kennedy for never listening and never addressing Ontario's financial needs.
The honourable member for Brossard-la-Prairie. Mr. Speaker, yesterday the three opposition party leaders signed in Parliament a political declaration requiring Canada to make firm commitments during negotiations to follow up on the Kyoto Protocol. By having this campaign called Kyoto Plus, the Bloc Québécois has signified Quebec's unshakable support for the fight against climate change at a time when the Conservative government is trying in every way possible to torpedo the only tool that we have to get rid of the scourge. While 163 countries are meeting in Thailand to discuss the agenda for post-Kyoto negotiations, the Government of Canada must stop acting like the gravedigger of Kyoto. Kyoto is hope for future generations. Sign without delay.
Charlebourg.
The honourable member for Charlebourg, Haute-Saint-Charles. Mr. Speaker, the Conservative government's open federalism towards Quebec is making life tough for the Bloc Québécois. It's so tough that they admit that it's very difficult to sit in the opposition without ever aspiring to power. Is the Bloc finally going to recognize that it is useful to be a government member? For 25 months, the Conservative government has been delivering the goods, acting tangibly in the best interests of Quebecers and Canadians. In fact, files that have been around for years or even decades have been settled. What justifies the continuing presence of the Bloc in Ottawa, other than to allow the Bloc to continue to pay into their pensions, to take advantage of their salary and benefits, or to ask questions without ever implementing anything? The Bloc members can even argue about a measure to agree upon their own role in Ottawa. What is their role? To make federalism work, or is it just to be a farm club for headquarters? The honourable member for Ottawa-Vanier. Mr. Speaker, I would like to point out today the work that has been done by Mr. Abad Damour, who has worked very hard in the financial area. He has worked for many years for the Caisse des Jardins and has supervised the growth that has occurred there. The return and the growth has been astounding. The Mouvement des Jardins has worked with the Mouvement des Caisses Populaires in Ontario and elsewhere in the country. I have many other good things to say about the Mouvement des Jardins. I would congratulate the Mouvement des Jardins to have chosen Madame Monique Leroux as CEO and President. She is the first woman to head the Mouvement des Jardins and the first woman to be head of such an important financial institution in the country. Congratulations.
Lethbridge.
Over the past number of months, our Prime Minister, Minister of National Defence and Minister of Foreign Affairs have been working hard to communicate to our allies the importance and necessity of more NATO troops in southern Afghanistan. Earlier today, our Prime Minister announced good news for the Afghanistan mission. Our NATO allies have met key conditions for keeping Canadian troops in Afghanistan. The French have committed to sending more troops to eastern Afghanistan, and the Americans have agreed to bolster NATO troops in the southern part of the country. Our NATO allies heard Canada's message that more troops are needed, and they responded. This signifies much-needed help for our brave men and women who risk their lives daily in order to help make Afghanistan a better country. Mr. Speaker, I, for one, am grateful for their sacrifices, and today the Prime Minister said Canada's engagement and sacrifice in Afghanistan has been widely appreciated and respected by all our NATO allies. This is just one more example of strong leadership and real results from this Prime Minister and this Conservative government.
The Honourable Member for Elmwood Transcona.
Mr. Speaker, it's with great sadness that I rise today to have the House take note of the death of a friend and distinguished former colleague, the Honourable Mark Rose, who died on March the 8th at the age of 84. Mark Rose sat in this House from 1968 to 74 and again from 79 to 83, after which he served in the BC legislature until 1991. My first memory of him was as chairman of the NDP caucus from 1979 to 83, during a time when very important decisions to be made, combined with many rookies like myself and the member for Toronto Centre, made for impassioned internal debate. His experience and perspective were greatly valued at that critical time. But Mark's greatest gift to us all down through the years was his great sense of humor and sharp wit, which he combined with a good-natured personality to be an outstanding example of the kind of parliamentary civility that we so often mourn the lack of in contemporary politics. He was partisan but not mean. Perhaps the talented musician and music professor in him, which we also remember with great admiration, just couldn't contemplate playing the sour note. To his wife Isabel, his 3 daughters, and extended family, we express our sincere condolences and gratitude for a life well lived in the service of the common good.
The Honourable Member for York West.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I met recently with members of an important community group in my riding of York West. Jane and Finch on the Move is a grassroots group of community members whose mission is to promote community solidarity and harmony as they strive towards removing barriers that many in our community face. I applaud Jane Finch on the Move's ongoing dedication to improving the quality of our riding in York West. Their initiatives can strengthen our neighbourhood, and I would like to thank them for taking the time to inform me of their positive activities. I look forward to working with Jane Finch on the Move in the future as we continue to build a strong, healthy and successful riding of York West.
The Honourable Member for Vaudreuil-Soulanges. Mr. Speaker, this week the government had yet another opportunity to show its support for the Quebec nation, but it refused to support the Bloc Québécois motion on French as a language of work in Quebec. The Bloc Québécois regularly holds out its hand to this government so that recognition of the Quebec nation can become more than an empty wish. Each time the Conservative government rejects us only to turn to its proposals that are increasingly based on smoke and mirrors. They wanted to link recognition of the Quebec nation to a majority at the next election. Not so long ago, the adoption and passage of an aid package for the manufacturing and forestry sectors was also linked to passage of the budget. It's a déjà vu, but in very bad taste. The Bloc Québécois remains open to any action, but it will never accept it at the cost of shameless blackmail.
Mr. Speaker, Ontario is facing real economic challenges. Challenges like the struggling manufacturing sector, the weak forestry industry, and the rising infrastructure deficit, to name a few. And instead of offering meaningful solutions to those challenges, the Minister of Finance decided to pursue his vindictive impulses. Ontarians are familiar with that minister's bizarre and frequent outbursts. He recently has set a new low. His petty and void of substance vindictive pursuit are just that. The Minister of Finance needs to realize that his old and archaic policies have failed Ontarians in the past and are failing Canadians right now. While this minister is determined on embarrassing himself, where are his Ontario colleagues? Why aren't they standing up for Ontario? Now, this is a minister who promised to end bickering with provinces. Instead, he is initiating it. Mr. Speaker, I can't help but be reminded of what my colleague from Markham Unionville has always said. That Minister of Finance is out of his depth.
The Honourable Member for Louis Hébert. Mr. Speaker, yesterday, once again, we witnessed all types of gesticulation on the part of the Leader of the Opposition in his attempt to censure the media that were trying to publish the list of Liberal candidates in Quebec. But who has something to hide here? To the question who authorized the injunction, the Liberal leader said it wasn't me, it was the Liberal Party Quebec section. The president of the Quebec section, Mr. Robert Fragasso, didn't hesitate to contradict him. And I quote, with all the respect that I owe my leader, it's quite simply easy to read the lawsuit. The plaintiff is clearly the Liberal Party of Canada. I can't believe my eyes, Mr. Speaker. Since when is this idea of having your list published a bad one? But it would seem that, of course, irreparable damage could be done to the reputation of any person in Quebec who is associated with the Liberal Party. When are they going to get a real leader?
Questions. The Honourable Member for Etobicoke Lakeshore.
Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker.
Order. The Honourable Member for Etobicoke Lakeshore has the floor. We don't need long ovations during question period.
Mr. Speaker, you can't have a fair and just immigration system without rules. But with a stroke of the pen, the minister has written fairness and justice out of the immigration system, changing one word, shall to may, in the regulations, means that immigrants who meet all the requirements may find Canada slamming the door in their face. What a difference one word can make in regulations, Mr. Speaker. Will the minister admit that with this change, she's moved our immigration system out of the realm of justice and into the universe of arbitrary power?
The Honourable Government House Leader.
Mr. Speaker, absolutely not, though I do see today that the Liberal leader is again in full retreat. He's abandoned his court injunction to keep the names of Liberal candidates secret. Apparently somebody over there finally figured out that having candidates swear affidavits saying that if they'd be irreparably harmed if they were publicly known in Quebec as Liberals would hurt their reputations, and that would be irreparable harm. Now, while that may be true, it might be unwise politically. As for their concerns about the immigration bill, I expect that when it comes time for a vote, they'll be engaging in a similar kind of retreat.
Honourable Member for Etobicoke Lakeshore.
Monsieur le Président.
Mr. Speaker, this government has done nothing for 27 months to deal with the issues of immigration, and the demand increased by 100,000 people during that 27-month period of inaction. The minister herself will now be able to pick and choose among immigration candidates. Do they not understand that this will never solve the immigration problem? This is not true, Mr. Speaker. The Conservative government has an impressive record, especially when it comes to the settlement of immigrants, where we have provided an additional $1.3 billion. We have created new offices, new access to services. We have officially apologized to the Chinese community regarding the head tax. This is an impressive record.
Sure.
Mr. Speaker, I wonder what the House Leader has against his own Minister of Immigration. The Minister of Immigration is not fixing our immigration system. She's just concentrating power in her own hands. The policy will take away an applicant's opportunity to appeal. The policy will legalize cherry-picking allowing the minister to choose immigrants with unfettered and final discretion. This is not the Canadian way. Will the minister admit that what she's really trying to do is to give arbitrary discretion the force of law?
The Honourable Government House Leader.
Mr. Speaker, no such thing. The minister has actually performed quite impressively since she became minister, and as a result, last year we saw the highest level of immigration ever in Canadian history. Well, not ever, in the past 100 years or so. We've seen family reunification wait times reduced by as much as 40%. It's a difficult job she has to do cleaning up the track record of the previous government. And you know how I know that? I know that because nobody less than the Deputy Leader of the Liberal Party said the following: I think I have to admit that we didn't get it done on immigration. That's that, Member of Parliament, who is speaking.
The Honourable Member for Notre-Dame-de-Grâce-Lachine. Mr. Speaker, the Quebec Immigration Lawyers Association's president said that this is not the solution by giving the minister this kind of arbitrary discretionary power. There are no limits to the scope of this power. What does the government respond to the concerns expressed by the association? The Honourable Minister of Citizenship and Immigration. Mr. Speaker, the Honourable Member should read the facts. The Minister could determine the number of people in a certain category who could come to Canada in a given year in one category, but not individuals, as she is implying. The Canadian Bar Association
system, because the government will be more forthcoming about what types of immigrants the country needs instead of giving people false hopes.
Vic Hayes, just go straight to his desk. The Honourable Member for Notre-Dame-de-Grâce-Lachine.
Mr. Speaker, when the minister exercises this arbitrary power to restrict the number of cases that will be examined, it will limit Quebec's choices. How can she guarantee that her powers will be compatible with the needs of Quebec and the rest of the country? How can she say that reducing the number of applications that are received will help Quebec in the area of immigration? The Honourable Minister of Citizenship and Immigration. Mr. Speaker, in fact, we have already spoken with Quebec, and we have reassured the province that this will have no impact on the immigration agreement between Quebec and Canada. Things will carry on as they have been, despite the efforts by the opposition. The Honourable Member for Laurier-Sainte-Marie. Mr. Speaker, the government indicates that it recognizes Quebec as a nation. The language of work is French. The language of life is French. But the government feels that bilingualism should prevail in areas under federal jurisdiction like telecommunications. The minister said that the fruit is not ripe. Does he not realize that that bilingualism applies to these enterprises? Mr. Speaker, once again, I would point out that the Canada Labour Code does not deal with the language of work, neither do the labour codes in Quebec or other provinces. It deals with health and safety, labour relations, and labour standards. The Honourable Member for Laurier-Sainte-Marie, I would remind the Minister of Labour that Bill 101 applies throughout Quebec. French and English are official languages through Quebec, throughout Canada, but there is a language of work in Quebec, and that is French. Otherwise, the official language policy of bilingualism would apply. But we need the language of work in French to be in Quebec to be French. Therefore, the Labour Code should include that. That seems logical to me. The Honourable Minister of Labour. Mr. Speaker, the Department of Labour is a major institution in government, the federal government. We deal with transportation between provinces, telecommunications, and so on. But there are certain cases where the linguistic needs mean that people may need to deal in French or in English, depending on the need. The Honourable Member for Montmagny, Lille-Macon-Mascouche. Mr. Speaker, the government needs to walk the talk in recognizing Quebecers as a nation. They have not really dealt with the fiscal imbalance. The government keeps saying that it is going to restrict its federal spending power in the provinces, but we have seen nothing. When will the minister introduce this legislation and respect his promise made in Quebec in 2005? The Honourable Minister of Finance. I would like to thank the member for his question.
The fiscal imbalance issue was a matter that was dealt with in 2006, 2007. I'm pleased that we've arrived at fiscal balance in Canada between the Government of Canada and between the other governments, not without substantial increases in the transfer payments to the provinces and territories, which have taken place. But the witness to this now, Mr. Speaker, is when the provincial premiers and territorial leaders get together, the one subject they don't talk about is the former fiscal imbalance, which is now fiscal balance in Canada.
The Honourable Member for Montmagny-Lille-Kamoska-Rivière-du-Loup. Mr. Speaker, I will try once again to offset the federal spending power in provincial jurisdiction in Quebec. Quebec needs full opting out powers with full compensation wherever there is interference in our jurisdiction. Will the government finally agree to this and introduce legislation as promised by the Prime Minister? Honourable Minister of Finance.
Mr. Speaker, where the Government of Quebec receives compensation just yesterday, I think it was, the Honourable Member raised the question of the GST and Quebec's involvement in that. In fact, Quebec administers its own tax as well as the GST on behalf of the federal government, for which the federal government paid Quebec approximately $130 million in 2006-2007. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Toronto Danforth.
Reducing the backlog of immigrants who've applied to come to Canada. The fact is the Conservative government simply can't be trusted. The changes that are proposed here are going to do irreversible damage to family reunification. It's going to hurt families in a way that can't be undone later. In fact, it actually gives to the minister the sole decision-making power to shape Canadian society and to make those decisions arbitrarily behind closed doors. We hear laughing from the benches. This is a serious matter, and the NDP will do everything to stop this unfair practice. Will the government separate it from the...
The Honourable Government House Leader.
Mr. Speaker, the NDP leader mischaracterizes entirely what's being done, and in fact, he obviously wasn't listening earlier. When it comes to family reunification, we have taken action already, and as a result, wait times for family reunification have been reduced by as much as 40%. That's a commitment for results that we're delivering on, that was solving a problem created by that party over there, and that party will never get a chance to do it. But the reasons we're bringing in these changes is because we need an immigration system that works for immigrants and that works for the Canadian economy and allows us to get the skilled help that this country and this economy needs to be as prosperous and successful for everyone.
The Honourable Member for Burnaby Douglas.
Mr. Speaker, a videotape from a party some years ago was released today in Regina that includes Saskatchewan Premier Wall, former Senator Bernson, and the current Conservative member from Regina Lumsden Lake Centre, who allegedly states on the tape, "Let me put it this way, to you this way. There's A's and B's. The A's are guys like me. the bees are homosexual faggots with dirt in their fingernails that transmit diseases. Will the government ensure that the member makes an immediate, unequivocal apology to all members of the gay community and all Canadians for these ill-informed, hurtful, and unconscionable results? Will they take all appropriate action?
The Honourable Government House Leader. Honourable Government House Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I'm unfamiliar with, I guess it's about a 16 or 17-year-old video that the honourable members just referred to. The comments do sound distressing and inappropriate, and they will have due attention.
The Honourable Member for Don Valley East.
Mr. Speaker, when the current chair of the Justice Committee was the Reform Party's immigration critic, he said, quote, "There is a cost to be incurred by admitting tens of thousands of illiterate immigrants." Then he called them, quote, "a drain upon our social services who will lower the average skill of our workforce," unquote. Why is the government trying to sneak its anti-immigration hidden agenda in through a budget bill? Are they trying to do today what they could not do as the Reform Party?
The Honourable Minister of Citizenship and Immigration.
Mr. Speaker, I really don't understand how the honourable member opposite can think that we're trying to sneak anything through when all day this issue is being debated in this House. It will go through committee. It will get full discussion there. The honourable member is welcome to participate in that discussion if her colleagues will let her. And quite frankly, we were looking for an open, honest discussion on this, but we need to do it quickly. Immigrants and industry cannot afford to wait while the opposition parties delay a separate bill as they did our violent crime bills. We've got to get this done. We've got to get it done now, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable Member for Don Valley East.
Mr. Speaker, it's the minister that does not understand immigration policy. They see immigrants as a liability and refugees as a security threat. In 2004 platform, the Conservatives put refugee issues under the heading Demand Better Security. Why is the minister perpetuating this anti-immigrant stereotype with her latest power grab?
Honourable Minister of Citizenship and Immigration.
Well, Mr. Speaker, the real question is why, once again, are the Liberals deliberately misrepresenting the facts to immigrants? Why are they the ones that are fearing and smearing when they can't deal with policy because they have none? Mr. Speaker, I'd like to quote for you from the Globe and Mail. The Tories surely anticipated how their opponents would misrepresent their policies. That they are pressing on regardless shows a strong commitment to this country's interests. Mr. Speaker, we're getting the job done.
Honourable Member for Bramalea Gore Moulton.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The chair of the Justice Committee is the same person who, while immigration critic, blamed newcomers in Toronto for increasing crime rates. He said, and I quote, "Do you notice that in Toronto there has been increased crime from certain groups like Jamaicans? Is not it true that the conservative opinion of immigrants has not changed in 20 years, and their proposed immigration reforms prove it?"
The Honourable Secretary of State.
Mr. Speaker.
Order. The Honourable Secretary of State has the floor. All members will want to hear the answer.
I find very curious these questions coming from members of a party whose predecessors introduced the Asian Exclusion Act, the Continuous Journey Policy, the internment of Japanese Canadians, not to mention the War Measures Act, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the party that preceded the last Conservative government, which tripled Canada's immigration numbers to the highest ever in the late 1980s and early 1990s, levels which we have maintained, Mr. Speaker. This government is delighted that since coming to office, we have welcomed nearly 1 million new people to Canada's borders, Mr. Speaker.
Hear, hear! Honourable Member for Bramalea Gore. The Honourable Member for Bramalea Gore Moulton. Order.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Telling immigrants that they need not apply is not the solution of our immigration challenges. When will this government admit they want to change the rules so they can handpick which immigrants get into Canada? Why? Why are they sneaking these reforms in through a budget bill instead of allowing this House to have an independent debate on this critical issue?
The Honourable Secretary of State.
Speaker, sneaking a bill for full debate in full public light. Mr. Speaker, what we're trying to do is fix the problem that they created through their willful neglect, Mr. Speaker. And that member should tell us why he voted to impose a $1,000 head tax on all newcomers to this country. He should tell us why he voted to cut immigrant settlement funding by hundreds of millions of dollars, Mr. Speaker. He should tell us why he opposed an apology for the Chinese head tax, Mr. Speaker, and why he's opposed our efforts to finally do something about foreign credential recognition.
Order.
The Honourable Member for Rosemont-la-Petite-Patrie. Order, please. Mr. Speaker, the Conservative government is favouring the West over Quebec. It is not dealing with the GHGs. It is refusing to use 1990 as a reference level, and it is giving huge tax credits to oil and gas companies, but this is to the detriment of Quebec, which has already done the hard work of reducing GHGs. Why is it providing these targeted assistance programs to big oil companies? The Honourable Minister of the Environment. This is not at all the case, Mr. Speaker. In contrast to what my honourable colleague has said, greenhouse gas emissions in Canada are being reduced in all 10 provinces. We are setting targets for that. The market, the exchange in Montreal said it is ready to open up a carbon exchange. Mr. Speaker, we see clearly the injustice in Quebec. From 1990 to 2004, there was a 14% reduction in GHGs, and the government is not taking that into account. It is counting only the reductions after 2006. The aluminum producers have already done a great deal of work to get up to speed, and others have not made that effort. The Honourable Minister of the Environment, our regulation plan is being implemented. We're working hard with Alcan and other companies to make sure that their plans are taken into account in our regulations. For the very first time, we are taking steps to reduce GHGs. We are doing the real work that needs to be done. The bloc has been here for 18 years, but it has done absolutely nothing, and we are obtaining real results. The Honourable Member for Papineau. Mr. Speaker, a young Quebec woman is in Saudi Arabia and is being held there. She has complained. She is 23 years, and she Mr. Cohale is in jail and threatened with the death penalty, and his younger brother is now going to have to face the same kind of justice system. What is the government doing on this issue?
Secretary Parlementaire du Ministre des Affaires étrangères.
And the Government of Canada is providing consular services. In the case of Ms. Maureen, we have been in contact with her since 2003, and the consular services have been provided. In case of Mr. Coelho, the ambassador met with his lawyers, and we are working with his family and the lawyers to ensure that his rights are protected out there. We'll be doing everything we can to help these individuals. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for La Pointe-à-l'Île. Mr. Speaker, I am eager to see the answer to my question. We have another case, which is that of Nathalie Morin. who is 23, and her mother is trying to get her out of Saudi Arabia, where she's being held against her will with her 2 young sons by her husband. Will the government require call on the Saudi Arabian government to intervene and bring her back to Canada? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister.
Consular officials have provided consular assistance and support to Ms. Morin and her family on numerous occasions since 2003. Mr. Speaker, consular officials in Riyadh are currently working closely with relevant Saudi authorities to attempt to find a resolution to Ms. Morin's case. Thank you.
Honourable Member for Kings Hants.
Mr. Speaker, on October 25th, the Industry Minister made a major announcement on RADARSAT-2 where he boasted, quote, "This satellite will help us vigorously protect our Arctic sovereignty." The Minister would not have said those words if, in fact, MDA had told him that they were already in deep negotiations to sell the same satellite to the Americans. How can the Minister trust MDA and ATK's assurances today when they were hiding the truth from him last fall?
Honourable Minister of Industry.
Well, Mr. Speaker, my honourable friend knows full well that under the Investment Canada Act, the review for which I'm responsible requires the determination of net benefits to Canada. That will depend upon the discussions with the proponent. And this is an analysis which is currently under review. I cannot speak further about it. My friend knows that. He knows full well the confidentiality requirements of the statute.
Honourable Member for Kings Hants.
Speaker, on December 14th, the day that the satellite was launched, the Minister repeated, quote, "This satellite will help us vigorously protect our Arctic sovereignty." The very next business day, MDA agreed to sell the satellite to the Americans. Can the Minister name one other country in the world that would invest $445 million to launch a satellite to protect its sovereignty and then would allow that same satellite to be sold to foreigners the very next day?
Honourable Minister of Industry.
Well, again, Mr. Speaker, my friend knows full well that initially under the Investment Canada Act, the review needs to take place. I've extended as of March 20th a 30-day period for the review. In addition, as the Minister of Industry responsible for the Canadian Space Agency, I'm responsible for the administration of the contracts between MDA and the Canadian Space Agency, and I will ensure that the taxpayers of Canada receive exactly what they're entitled to, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable Member for Mississauga, Brampton South.
Mr. Speaker, the space industry provides high-paying, high-value-added jobs across the country. The sort of jobs we should be fighting tooth and nail to keep in Canada. And we know the American security regulations make it difficult for foreign companies to sell to NASA. Yet some countries are able to have those requirements waived. Why isn't this government standing up for Canadian jobs and securing access for our businesses? Why is this government telling our industry that in order for it to succeed, they must trade in their passports and move to the south? Why?
Honourable Minister of Industry.
Mr. Speaker, my friend speaks, I think, of the ITAR regulations. He knows full well that there are discussions about those. I can assure him that in the context of discussions, for example, with respect to the SPP, those kinds of issues are brought on the table and discussed. We continue to work with our American neighbours to ensure that we have a vibrant space industry, a vibrant aeronautics industry, and that we're able to make these arrangements workable.
The Honourable Member for Mississauga, Brampton South.
Mr. Speaker, I'm glad the Minister mentioned the SPP because this issue is very important. It's not only about our jobs, it's about our sovereignty. On February the 6th, the American buyer ATK had this to say about RADARSAT-2. I quote, "The key for us is to be able to move that technology, transfer that technology into ATK U.S. space," unquote. Canadians have invested $445 million to develop this technology, and now the Conservatives are giving it away. And we all remember all too well, Mr. Speaker, it was a Conservative government that sold out Canada's aerospace industry when it scrapped the Avro Aero. The Conservative government made the same mistake and sell us out again.
The Honourable Minister. Order the Honourable Minister of Industry.
Well, Mr. Speaker, I'm not going to comment on the specifics of the case that are before me under the Investment Canada Act. If my friend really believes that that is the effect of the contracts between the Canadian Space Agency and MDA, I would invite him to boldly go where no Liberal has gone before, talk to the people that negotiated that contract who he's sitting with on that side of the House, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable Member for Avalon.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The seal hunt is an important part of the economy and cultural heritage of Newfoundland and Labrador, Quebec, the Maritimes and indeed all of Canada. Our government has shown leadership in defending and promoting the hunt on the international stage. Now here at home there has been reports that the vessel, the Farley Mode, which is owned by the Sea Shepherd Conservation Society, has endangered the lives of sealers on the ice. Will the Minister of Fisheries and Oceans please advise the House and the people involved in this important industry what action our government will be taking to address these concerns?
Honourable Minister of Fisheries and Oceans.
Speaker, Canada has a sustainable, well-managed seal hunt. We will not tolerate reckless antics at the Sea Shepherd Society, but I'm wondering if the Leader of the Opposition feels the same way. His co-leader, Elizabeth May, is listed as a member of the Advisory Board of the Sea Shepherd Society. So I wonder, does he think sealers are vicious killers? So I wonder if the leader has called her to ask her to advise the Sea Shepherd Society to back off. Mr. Speaker, we will protect our sealers. Mr. Speaker, we will pursue charges.
The Honourable Member for Ottawa Centre.
For weeks now, I've been trying to get an answer from the Minister of Foreign Affairs regarding his responsibility under the Remote Sensing Space Systems Act. The Act requires him to make a decision regarding the license of RadarSat-2 based on Canada's national interests and the defence of Canada. So I'll try again. Will the Minister of Foreign Affairs please stand up and let us know if he is aware of his responsibility for the license of RadarSat-2?
The Honourable Minister of Industry.
Well, Mr. Speaker, I think it's clear to members of the House that when you're dealing with the NDP, not only is their remote sensing defective, their up-close sensing doesn't work either. We dealt with this yesterday. Clearly, on March 20th, MDA Geospatial submitted to the Minister of Foreign Affairs, as they were required to do, a request for a license transfer. That cannot be dealt with until such time as I have dealt, under the Investment Canada Act, with the initial application.
Honourable Member for Ottawa Centre.
Speaker, surely the Minister, someone over there, understands the importance of RadarSat-2 to our sovereignty. This was a technology bought for by Canadians, made by Canadians. This is our lens on our territory. So, Mr. Speaker, I want to ask this government, how will it monitor the North when it gives away the satellite? By Google Earth? Is that their plan? Mr. Speaker, what we want to know is what this government's commitment is to keep our technology here, and for the Foreign Affairs Minister to please stand up and take action now and quit hiding.
The Honourable Minister of Industry.
Mr. Speaker, once again, the Minister of Foreign Affairs has responsibilities under that legislation. That is not invoked until such time as the Investment Canada application is dealt with. I will deal with that application. I will deal with it in due course. I will deal with it according to the full responsibility under the Investment Canada Act, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Barossa. Mr. Speaker, the new Minister of the Index gave a pitiful performance yesterday in the other House by thereby validating the fears of the audiovisual industry as to the real designs of Conservatives with respect to the censoring of future production. Not only did our Deputy Minister confirm that we already had regulations making it possible to refuse tax credits, but she was unable to answer about questions about what was behind her power trip to want censorship at any cost. What films are going to be on the index? Borderline, Juno, Eastern Promises, or Porky's? The Honourable Minister of Canadian Heritage. Mr. Speaker, nothing could be further from the truth. Our government has no intention of getting involved in censorship. The government supports freedom of expression. And as I explained yesterday, and as this was confirmed by my Deputy Minister, contrary to what the member has said, as we speak, since 2005, if the producers weren't prosecuted under the criminal code, there was no other procedure that could prevent them from getting public funding. The Honourable Member for Barossa. Mr. Speaker, the Liberals are against censorship. Shaken by criticism, our new censorship minister proposed very awkwardly a so-called compromise for censorship and is asking the industry to come up with guidelines that she knows full well will have no weight with respect to a bill or a section. A guideline can be changed at any time without the consent of Parliament. If the minister really wants to work with industry, why doesn't she simply accept to withdraw this government measure and become the Minister of Heritage and not the Minister of Censorship? The Honourable Minister of Canadian Heritage. Mr. Speaker, the member for Barossa can splutter all he wants, but he knows that the wording of the article contained in this bill is the same as was presented intentionally in a press release in 2003 by his former colleagues, Ministers Manley and Copps. It's exactly the same thing. But Mr. Speaker, 5 years later, all of a sudden the Liberals are asking themselves this question. The Honourable Member for Thornhill.
Opposition parties reflect the views of two-thirds of Canadians, and the government must take them into account in order to make a minority parliament work. Who said that? This Prime Minister when he sat in opposition in 2004. He also said the opposition has a majority of parliamentary committees. The government will have no choice but to listen to them. Why does this government no longer believe in democracy when it comes to the Prime Minister appearing before a committee to explain that tape where he says that financial considerations were offered to Chuck Cadman?
Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Public Works.
We've been clear and consistent on this issue from the very beginning, and the Liberals can keep on trying to invent, trying to keep on throwing mud at members of Parliament and at the Prime Minister. Their accusations are false, and they're proven to be so every day. Thank you.
The Honourable Member for Wascana.
I'm sure all members are shocked by what appear to be racist, sexist, and homophobic remarks attributed to the Conservative member for Lumsden Lake Centre. The previous Conservative member for this same riding, Mr. Spencer, was dumped by his party for similarly offensive attitudes. Will the Government House Leader require the member to step aside today from his duties as Parliamentary Secretary until this matter can be properly investigated and resolved?
The Honourable Government House Leader. Order. The Honourable Government House Leader.
Mr. Speaker, as I indicated earlier, we haven't seen this 16 or 17-year-old videotape, which I gather was released while we've been here in the House. It will, however, receive due attention.
The Honourable Member for Châteauguay, Saint-Constant. Order. Mr. Speaker, on Wednesday, the member for Edmonton-Sherwood Park published a letter in the National Post affirming, and I quote, that the children not yet born will have the same protection as other human beings under the Criminal Code thanks to his bill, end of quote. Will the Minister of Justice, who voted in favor of this bill, explain what this new concept is with respect to children not yet born? The Honourable Minister of Justice.
The Honourable Member is referring to a private member's bill that is now before the committee, and I urge the committee to have a look at that, make their recommendations to Parliament. But with respect to the government, Mr. Speaker, the government has no plans to introduce legislation in that area.
The Honourable Member for Laval. Mr. Speaker, the Bloc Québécois has made motions with respect to the status of women, and we are categoric with respect to a bill that challenges the right of women to abortion. Will the Minister of the Status of Women make a commitment to further the work of the committee and work with the Minister of Justice, or will she abandon women once again? The Honourable Minister of Justice.
Speaker, the Honourable Member is welcome to make any representations before the committee that's having a look at that private member's bill. But as I indicated, Mr. Speaker, the government has no plans to introduce legislation in that area.
The Honourable Member for Brant.
Mr. Speaker, on February 7th in committee, I asked the Minister of Agriculture what he was willing to do to help tobacco farmers. He claimed that he was moving on the file and that I and others should stay tuned. He repeated this answer in the House on February 14th. Mr. Speaker, quite the contrary. The Minister has provided nothing for tobacco farmers who are in very desperate straits. Why did the Minister say he would take action sooner rather than later if he actually intended to do nothing whatsoever?
That's right. The Honourable Parliamentary
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I want to thank my honourable colleague for his question. Mr. Speaker, our minister is doing lots. Our minister had some very, very frank conversations with the tobacco industry. This week, as a matter of fact, he met with the Ontario Agriculture Minister, Ms. Leona Dombrowski. He's also met along with the manufacturers and growers. Where he's discussed they are willing to continue what we're trying to say, Mr. Speaker. He made a commitment he's willing to continue to work with these members. He's also put the member for Elgin, Middlesex, London in chair of a task force of local municipal leaders to find existing programs to help access that assistance. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Vegreville Wainwright.
Mr. Speaker, the Afghanistan motion recently passed by this House outlined our assessment that NATO needs to provide more troops in southern Afghanistan. Our Prime Minister and our Ministers of Defence and Foreign Affairs have been working hard at pressing this point with our allies. And yesterday we heard important news coming out of the summit. The French have committed to sending more troops to eastern Afghanistan, and the Americans have agreed to bolster our troops in the south. Can the Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Defence tell us what this means for Canada and for NATO?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of National Defence.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank my honourable colleague for his question and his strong support of the Canadian Forces. We are very pleased that our American and French allies have stepped up. Canada has made the request of NATO. Our allies listened to us and they've responded. You know, it's a tribute to the leadership of this Prime Minister, of the Minister of National Defence, and the Minister of Foreign Affairs. The House passed a motion recently calling for this kind of support from NATO. This support has now been delivered. That check is in the box. And Mr. Speaker, there's a couple of other requirements that we're looking for, and we're making great progress in that area, and we will get that job done as well, as we always do, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Windsor West.
Mr. Speaker, gas prices in Canada are on the rise again. As working families were taking their children to school this morning, gas stations were jacking up prices at the pump across this country. They can't blame it on Hurricane Katrina anymore. This time it's speculators and profiteers that are fueled by pure greed. Mr. Speaker, the Competition Bureau has proven useless on this file and has not protected Canadians. Canadians need a real solution, an oil and gas monitoring and regulatory system. Why won't this Conservative government get the job done?
Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Well, Mr. Speaker, we are getting the job done. We understand the burden that high gas prices put on Canadian families and the cost of living for everyone. We've taken direct steps to help to reduce those gas prices, the cost of living with significant changes, particularly tax reductions, including cuts to the GST. We're focused on energy efficiency, and we are getting the job done for Canadians.
Fantastic. The Honourable Member for Acadie Bathurst.
Mr. Speaker, my question is for the Minister of the Environment. The weather station in Bas-Caracat in New Brunswick is crucial for citizens and fishers, particularly for their security. But we've heard that the government wants to close the station. I've written the Minister of the Environment twice, in October and February, to find out what he was going to do, and he never answered. Does the minister intend to shut the weather station in Bas-Caracat, yes or no? And if not, will he give us the money required to update it? The Honourable Minister of the Environment, I'd like to thank my colleague for his question. When I received his letter, I discovered secret cutbacks made by the previous government. These cutbacks were made by the former government. We do not intend to close the weather station in Bas-Caracat, and I'd be pleased to work with my colleague to find the necessary funding for this important issue.
For Sydney, Victoria.
Mr. Speaker, last week I met with the stakeholders of the tourism industry, and they are upset with this government. The
The Minister of Transport is not allowing air access to Canadian airports. The Minister of HRDC is not helping with staff shortages. The Minister of Revenue has taken away the individual GST rebate and denied adequate customs services. And the Minister of Industry has cut promotion. And finally, the Minister of Foreign Affairs has failed to get approved destination status for China. Hello, does anybody over there care about the tourism industry?
Order. The Honourable Minister of Industry. Order.
Mr. Speaker, this government cares about the tourist industry. If you want to find a Canadian government, a former government that didn't care about the tourism industry, they sit on that side of the House, Mr. Speaker. They did absolutely nothing to advance the interests of Canadian tourism. This minister is dealing with the issue. The former Liberal government didn't do anything, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable Member for Nanaimo, Alberni. Oh, it's changed. I'm sorry. The Honourable Member for Niagara West, Glenbrook.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, my question is for the Minister of Human Resources and Social Development. Given the fact that the Human Resources and Social Development Committee is about to embark on a very important study on poverty in Canada in light of recent meetings with the Minister's provincial housing counterparts yesterday, can the Minister tell us what this government is doing to help Canadians struggling in poverty regarding affordable and social housing in Canada?
The Honourable Minister of Human Resources and Social Development.
Mr. Speaker, I want to acknowledge the member's leadership as the chair of the Human Resources Committee. He does an outstanding job. Mr. Speaker, last night I was pleased to have very warm and constructive meetings with my federal and my provincial and territorial colleagues, Mr. Speaker. We agreed to work together on these important issues, and I was very pleased to point out to them, Mr. Speaker, that we are now providing more resources for the building of homes for vulnerable Canadians than any government in history, Mr. Speaker, and they were very, very pleased to learn that.
Honourable Member for Cumberland, Colchester, Musquodoboit Valley.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I like that, Mr. Speaker. That works well. When the Minister of Public Works called for bids on the Victoria-class in-service support contract, they apparently accepted the most expensive proposal. When I applied through Access to Information to confirm this, they sent me this really nice chart, but all the numbers are blanked out on it. So, Mr. Speaker, would the Minister confirm that the bid chosen was the most expensive, highest price tender, and would he now table the complete chart with the numbers so we can all see what the tenders were?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Public Works.
Well, Mr. Speaker, I know my colleague is very interested in this file, and rightfully so. It's an important one, but his comments on this in public have been entirely premature. This issue is, in fact, before the courts. No final decision has been made, and I'd be glad to work with my colleague to get him whatever information that he's looking for. And I know all members of this House from all the parties will welcome him back to the House and wish him a full recovery. It's great to see him back in the House.
Order. I would like to draw to the attention of honourable members the presence in the gallery of the Honourable Jerome Kennedy, Minister of Justice and Attorney General for Newfoundland and Labrador. Yes, it being Thursday, I believe the Honourable Member for Wascana has a question.
Yes, Mr. Speaker. On the business of the House for the coming week, I wonder if the Government House Leader could provide the agenda that he has in mind beyond the budget bill, which of course is preoccupying the House now. I would also like to ask him two specific questions. Bill C-21, dealing with Aboriginal human rights, has been dealt with extensively in a committee of the House of Commons and reported back to the House. It has been sitting on the order paper, ready to be dealt with by the House since the 30th of January. and I wonder if he could tell us when he intends to call Bill C-21 to be finally dealt with in the House. And secondly, Mr. Speaker, it was 3 weeks ago today that this House adopted a motion pertaining to the mission in Afghanistan. That motion calls explicitly for the creation of a special standing committee to provide greater transparency and accountability with respect to that mission in Afghanistan. It is important that that committee be struck immediately, and I wonder if the Government House Leader could indicate his intention with respect to the establishment of the Afghan Committee.
The Honourable Government House Leader.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to start by thanking the Opposition House Leader for performing his basic parliamentary duty by asking the Thursday question. We've missed it once or twice. I believe it's important that this government have the opportunity to inform the House of its legislative agenda for the coming week.
Today, Mr. Speaker, we've begun debating the Budget Implementation Act. This includes the measures that were announced in the 2008 budget and supported by this House on 2 different occasions.
Measures including the tax-free savings account, $350 million for the Canada Student Grant Program, and more money for police officers, the environment, health and infrastructure for our cities. We'll continue to debate the bill tomorrow, as well as throughout next week. The government has heard reports that the opposition is going to delay and obstruct the passage of the bill. I hope that does not happen. Next week, we will be improving the health and safety of Canadians week. A number of measures will be announced to accomplish this goal. I
cannot provide details on these exact measures, but I'm sure that members will agree that these are excellent initiatives that will improve the health and safety of Canadians.
This week we will also debate changes to the Judges Act, C-31, Senate amendments to Bill C-13, our legislation to amend the Criminal Code in relation to criminal procedure, language of the accused sentencing, and other matters. Bill C-23, which amends the Canada Marine Act. The
government will also debate, and we hope adopt, important bills to strengthen the economy and accountability, including Bill C-33, according to which gasoline will have to contain 5% renewable content by 2010, and diesel fuel and heating oil renewable content of 2% by 2012. Bill C-5, which deals with responsibility in the case of a nuclear accident. Bill C-7, which amends the Aeronautics Act. And Bill C-29, which creates a standardized process to deal with loans to political parties, candidates, and associations.
Well, I would like to indicate will be an allotted day. In terms of the question of the committee of the House regarding Afghanistan, I thank the member for his question, and we did receive a letter from him asking about that yesterday. We appreciate the support of this House of Commons for the motion, which has allowed the Prime Minister to travel to Bucharest and obtain the commitments that had been obtained from our NATO allies and allow that mission to continue. We do believe it is important for that committee to be formed and so can operate shortly, and we will be proceeding with that soon.
The Honourable Member for Wascana, another question?
Mr. Speaker, the latter item is very important in light of the time now that has passed by 3 weeks and the NATO meetings are now essentially concluded. Could the Government House Leader give us the assurance that the striking of that committee will take place no later than next week?
The Honourable Government House Leader.
Well, Mr. Speaker, I know that the Opposition House Leader is familiar with some of the challenges we have had at committee, and one of the committees that is challenged right now because of some of the procedural wrangling is the Procedure and House Affairs Committee. So at this point in time, I'm not sure I can give him that commitment. We would hope that those kinds of issues can be resolved and we can move smoothly with these matters as we have in the past.
The Honourable Government House Leader, Opposition House Leader.
As the Government House Leader knows, this matter does not have to be dealt with by the Procedure and House Affairs Committee. It can, in fact, be dealt with directly by the House of Commons itself. It is very important that this committee be established. The opposition whip is heckling on the subject. I'll resist the temptation from now to respond to him. because I want to stay on the substance of the issue. The Afghan mission is important. It is possible to have this committee up and running next week, and I would ask the Government House Leader to see that that happens in the public interest of transparency and accountability.
Now, order. The chair has notice of a couple of points of order here. Je commencerai avec la...
I'll begin with the honourable member for Acadie-Bathurst. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. On March 13th, I rose in the House on a point of privilege, stating that the Minister of Canadian Heritage, Status of Women and Official Languages had misled the House. On April 1st, 2008, that is this week, the Minister of Canadian Heritage said this: Mr. Speaker, on March 13th, the member for Acadie-Bathurst rose on a point of privilege, referring to an invitation I received to appear before the Standing Committee on Official Languages. I responded by saying, and I quote, "Appearances before the committee are a ministerial responsibility. Since my appointment, I've had the privilege of appearing many times, and recently, December 6th, before this committee. And I will be pleased to appear before the committee in order to discuss the next phase of the action plan as soon as my work on this is completed. Therefore, this is an unfortunate misunderstanding, and I will indeed be pleased to appear before the committee when the action plan is tabled." Mr. Speaker, the invitation to the Minister of Canadian Heritage was that the Official Languages Committee was studying the action plan. The letter of February 25th sent to the Standing Committee on Official Languages to the chair stated, and I think the minister forgot to read the first page and last paragraph of her own letter, which says this: appearing before the committee regarding the action plan before having had an opportunity to take a look at Mr. Lord's report would be premature. Since we're still developing the plan, I could not provide further information for your consideration. I must there respectfully decline the invitation of the committee. This is where she misled the House, Mr. Speaker. I don't want to take any more time of the House, but I want to put the facts before you, and my recommendation is that if you rule that she misled the House, not the committee. She didn't mislead the committee. She advised us she wasn't coming. She declined. She refused. But before the House, she said she didn't refuse. She said that she'd come after the action plan was finished. That wasn't the question. We wanted to see her while we were considering the action plan, and she declined. Respectfully, we want her to say this to the House of Commons and not mislead the House. So if she refuses, I'd like to see that this be referred to the Procedure and House Affairs Committee to examine the matter. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Honourable Government House Leader.
As I understand it, there was a concern that the Minister of Canadian Heritage had, in her answer, indicating she was prepared to appear before the committee. In some way, there was a misunderstanding among the other members about when she was prepared to make that appearance. I believe that with the letter that was tabled with this House some weeks ago and with her comments here on Tuesday, she certainly clarified that. Now, the Honourable NDP Whip may not be pleased with her indication that she's willing to appear after the second phase of work is completed. However, that is what she said, and I believe that her explanation adequately clarified her answer that was left unclear in the House, at least in the minds of some.
Honourable Member for Acadie-Bathurst. Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I don't want to have a debate on this. I have the minister's letter would say I must therefore respectfully decline the invitation to the committee. So I would like you, Mr. Speaker, to render a decision before the House. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I thank the members for their submissions on this. I already received many, and I will consider all these submissions and come back to the House with a ruling very soon. Now, the Honourable Member for Louis Hébert has the floor, also on a point of order. Mr. Speaker, during the statement by the member for Charlebourg, the member representing the Bloc Québécois, the member for Montcalm, made uttered unparliamentary language, as he often does. We don't usually raise this, but I think it went beyond the pale today, so I would ask the member for Montcalm to withdraw his words he uttered during the speech by the member for Charlebourg. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Honourable Member for Drummond. Mr. Speaker, as the member is not here in the House, we will take note of this point of order by the member for Louis Hébert, and we will see to it that we take measures to rectify this behaviour. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I thank the Honourable Member for Drummond. The Honourable Member for Peterborough also has a point of order.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, during question period, sometimes members have a tendency to get a little carried away with some of their comments, and I'd like to think that that's what happened with the member from Don Valley East when she asked her question today. She said, and I quote, that the government views immigrants as a liability. I found that particularly hurtful, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to ask the member from Don Valley East withdraw that comment and apologize for making it. I may have been born in Peterborough, Mr. Speaker, but I'm the grandson of an immigrant family, and our entire caucus is richly enriched by members that come from a variety of ethnic and racial backgrounds as well as religious backgrounds, and we value each and every one of them, Mr. Speaker. I found that comment particularly hurtful, and in the name of my grandparents which have departed, I can't possibly let that stand without requesting an apology. Thank you.
I'm sure the honourable member for Don Valley East will have a look at the submission of the honourable member for Peterborough, and we'll hear in due course. Orders of the day. Ordre du jour.
Orders of the day.
Government orders, government bills, resuming debate at second reading of Bill C-50, Budget Implementation Act 2008, and resuming debate on the amendment of Ms. Chow.
Reprise.
Resuming debate.
The honourable member for York West.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and things will quiet down a bit here now, and I'm happy to participate in and offer my comments on Bill C-50, the Budget Implementation Bill. I will be splitting my time with the honourable member for Pickering Scarborough East. You know, Mr. Speaker, imitation is often mentioned that it is the highest form of flattery. So Canadians now are experiencing a strange sense of déjà vu with the minority Conservative government's 2008 budget. It seems that the Conservatives lack any ideas of their own and instead have decided to present a watered-down version of our Liberal policies. Perhaps if the Finance Minister wasn't so busy bashing his home province and my home province of Ontario, he would have had more time to come up with more original in some of his own policies, rather than recycling ours and trying to pass them off as new policies. Some of the many excellent Liberal initiatives that the Finance Minister repackaged are making the gas tax transfer permanent, as we had committed to in February 2007, providing direct support to the auto sector, as we called for in January 2008, creating jobs and improving public transit through additional investments in infrastructure, as we called for in February 2008. Providing funding to hire more police, as we committed to in March of 2007. Reversing some of the Conservatives' previous cuts to University Granting Council and the indirect cost of research programs, which would have grown substantially under the Liberal Economic Update of 2005, and replacing some of the funding from the Liberals' 2005 update for student grants and modernizing the Canada Student Loans Program. Mr. Speaker, that's quite a list of Liberal accomplishments. And I could go on further with more Liberal achievements and more of our exceptional policies. But back to the minority Conservative government's budget implementation bill. And I'm glad that they really, truly appreciated those policies and those ideas that we had and went forward to implement them, because they actually seen that they were very good policies as well. I certainly would have preferred it if the Conservatives had not already spent the cupboard bare with their previous budgets and fall economic and fiscal update, leaving a razor-thin surplus to protect Canada's economy should it continue to falter. The next 6 months will be very important in Canada's economy, and we can only hope that Canada will come through this without finding ourselves back in a deficit position again. But, Mr. Speaker, all they're looking for is a boost in their poll numbers, continuing to demonstrate to Canadians what their priorities are. And by focusing on the election that they are so desperate for, the government has again showed their incredible short-sightedness and total lack of ability to build our great nation. Everything is built on polls and more polls and more polls. There's no planning for next week because everything is being done on the fly. They've wasted a major opportunity to address Canada's infrastructure deficit through acting on the Liberal proposal to use the $7 billion of this year's debt paydown to fund infrastructure projects across the country. That investment of that $7 billion in infrastructure across Canada could clearly have protected us against what many of us fear is a possible recession here in Canada. But nevertheless, we didn't vote against this budget, as there was nothing in the budget that warrants an election that Canadians clearly don't want, particularly at such a difficult time for the Canadian economy. People that I speak to tell us, be patient, give me some more time. We're watching what everybody's doing, and clearly the polls are showing that, because frankly nobody's going up and no one's going down. However, now that the minority Conservative government has now very sneakily slipped legislative changes to the Immigration and Refugee Protection Act and the Budget Implementation Act, it really gives us cause for concern. These changes would give the Minister of Citizenship and Immigration unilateral authority to determine priorities for the processing of immigration and application requests. These measures could potentially reduce the number of new immigration applications that the federal government accepts each year, particularly in the number of family class applications. All of us need to be concerned about family reunification, as well as the whole issue of filling the needs through our skilled trade and our economic requirements. And we have never seen any compassion from this government, and I'm certainly not expecting them to start now by exercising humanitarian and compassionate grounds on any application. But I'm also appalled at the Conservative approach of shutting the door on immigrants by simply reducing the number of applications the federal government accepts. Do they really think that this is an appropriate way to address the immigration inventory? This bill puts far too much discretionary power into the hands of the minister to cherry-pick the kind of immigrants that the Conservative Party would like to enter Canada. You know, Mr. Speaker, Citizenship and Immigration Canada's mission is to build a stronger Canada. And let me read you what the mission statement for Citizenship and Immigration Canada is. Develop and implement policies, programs, and services that facilitate the arrival of persons and their integration to Canada in a way that maximizes their contribution to the country while protecting the health, safety, and security of Canadians. Maintaining Canada's humanitarian tradition by protecting refugees and persons in need of protection, and enhancing the values and promote the rights and responsibility of Canadian citizenship. That's a very important mission statement, Mr. Speaker, and I'm not sure that the Minister has had time to read that herself. I think perhaps the Immigration Minister should just take a few minutes and try and familiarize herself with that, because the mission statement very much clarifies and illustrates exactly what Canada is all about. But possibly she's too busy selecting what immigrants she's going to fast-track as she moves forward. But perhaps she shares the view of the Prime Minister when he wrote in 1988's Reform Party platform that the immigration should not be radically or suddenly alter the ethnic makeup of Canada. Mr. Speaker, using the Budget Implementation Act is an outrageous way to deliver promises made by the Reform Party 20 years ago. Immigration reforms should simply not be buried in an implementation bill. If they want to table these changes, they should put them forward as a separate piece of legislation that can be studied by the appropriate House of Commons Standing Committee, as any other critical piece of legislation would be done. If this Parliament is to work effectively for all Canadians, regardless of the fact that we are in a minority situation, we must have a full and honest debate on all critical issues, certainly including immigration reform. I consider immigration to be a critically important bill, legislation, part of moving Canada forward. It's very, very important that we have an immigration system in Canada that will help to build it in a positive way. That, I believe, requires all of us, not in a partisan approach, but to sit down at a committee, maybe it's a special legislative committee if they don't want to send it to our current Citizenship and Immigration Committee, but an opportunity to fully debate the reforms that the Minister is talking about. There are areas that I'm sure that we would all agree on to move forward. There's other areas that possibly we wouldn't. But on something as important as immigration in Canada, I don't believe that we should be doing it while it's buried into a bill, and not to suggest that this is a debate we're having today, because it's not. We're dealing with a budget implementation bill. We need to have many hours spent going over exactly what it is that the Minister wants to achieve, and it should be done in a nonpartisan manner at either a special legislative committee or some other manner that would have people who are experienced in dealing with the immigration files, and that we would work together to bring forward some reforms to the immigration bill that would benefit all Canadians, and not simply being done in a partisan manner in a budget implementation bill. It's not the way we do things in Canada. I don't believe that it is the way that we can build a country, any more than do I believe that we should be pitting one province against another province. All I continue to see is the politics of division happening across the hall by the government. It's who can we pit what community against each other, what province against each other. It's not the way you build a nation. While they're so busy throwing the nation word around, clearly that's not how you're going to build a country. And I very much would call on them to work much more cooperatively with us as we try and move our great country forward. There's been lots of other issues that have been mentioned earlier, of things that we have concerned about. Picking and choosing who comes to Canada is not the Canadian way, nor is it the way that we should be carrying things forward. I want to thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity to comment on Bill C-50. There's a lot of issues in there, but clearly the immigration one is the one that is concerning us a lot on this side of the House as we move forward to build a strong country together. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments. The honourable member for Souris Moose Mountain.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I have a question for this member, and I would like to ask her comments with respect to some of the statements that were made by the Deputy Leader of the Liberal Party, Etobicoke Lakeshore, when he said when it comes to immigration, their party didn't get it done. They had 13 years in government, 6 ministers, and the member herself was a minister, 4 terms in office, many of them majorities. And a member from the same party, Etobicoke Centre, said this: I'm almost reaching the point where I believe that our whole immigration system has become dysfunctional. That, in fact, is at the point of being broken. And that was in September 14, 2004, in a CBC interview. And this member herself had indicated that it doesn't make sense for us to be continually taking names. The reality is we need to change the system. We need to make it more flexible, more responsible. And so doesn't she agree that change was necessary? First of all, that the system wasn't working the way it had been structured under the previous 13 years. It required a legislative change. And furthermore, that this can be debated and will go to the committee, and she can add her thoughts to it. The total portion of the amendment is about 2 pages. It is not difficult to understand.
The honourable member for York West.
Well, I want to thank my colleague for the question. Let me start by saying how important immigration is to Canada, and it should be on the top of a list for all of us in the House to continually find ways to work and improve our legislation. The reason that we have 800,000 people that are on lists. Those people, many of the people on that list are no longer alive. Many of them no longer want to come to Canada for different reasons. Many of them were fleeing countries because of economic issues. Some of those countries that they were leaving are in much better state now. So it isn't a question of our immigration system not working. The question is there's an awful lot of people that want to come to Canada. Some of the areas that we need to look at is just how we're handling those application forms. Our current system does not allow you to be able to say no. We take all applications as they come in. There are a variety of things that could be done clearly by regulation. But I have to say to you that the big issue and the big concern is all of us have an interest to see our immigration system work to be the best that it can be. That's a natural interest for all of us. But if that's the case, then why are we trying to sneak stuff through a budget implementation bill as critical as reforms to the immigration? Why aren't we having the bill go to a special legislative committee that all we have to do is all of us agree that that's where we want it to go, if you don't want it to go to the current CIC committee that's there? And we could spend a month, 6 weeks, 7 weeks going over this bill, making sure that it is the best that it can be. If this is going to be the only way we're going to get any reforms done, why would we have to be afraid to be able to debate it, discuss it? And I think there's lots of opportunity for us to work together on this bill. But you can't not do it by now sending it as part of a budget bill to the Finance Committee. It's completely, well, it's irresponsible to send it there and expect the Finance Committee to suddenly become expert on immigration issues. You know and I know how complex all of the issues in and around immigration are. And I remind you of just how important this is for us to do it right. So if there's going to be reforms, let's do the reforms, but send it to the committee so that we all can work on it together.
Questions and comments? L'Honorable Député d'Outremont.
The Honourable Member for Outremont. A very brief question, please. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Vote against it, right? Because all these issues are that important. We're proposing an amendment that would take all that out. So you're going to vote with us and against the government's bill. Is that right? Is that what the Liberals are going to do?
I think the L'Honorable Député d'Outremont.
I think the Honourable Member for Outremont.
I can't imagine that he was addressing his comment to me. I think he meant to address the Honourable Member for York West. And, of course, the next time he will direct his remarks to the Chair, not to the member who's questioning. I can't vote. The Honourable Member for York West.
You know, Mr. Speaker, this is an extremely important issue. And it's not one that we should be pushing politics and trying to play games with, okay? If the NDP over there really cared about the country and the nation, they'd be working with everybody to try to make things change, make some improvements that are there. All they're interested in is trying to do showcasing and try and shame other people and try and push them around. Well, you know what, we'll do on this side of the House what we need to do when the time is right and when it's in the best interest of Canada.
Order. Order. Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Pickering, Scarborough East.
Speaker, I'm pleased to take the floor, and I want to thank the Honourable Member for York West for some extremely important enlightening comments in her capacity as former Minister of Immigration and a very diligent Member of Parliament on this file, and continues to remind us that it is extremely important for us to declare to Canadians why these changes are being made on the fly through a legislative piece, Mr. Speaker, that was brought back as a Ways and Means motion, Mr. Speaker, that I would suggest really is about covering the Conservative agenda with respect to important legislation. Mr. Speaker, it's critical that you be in the chair today because I'm on my feet not only because of this bill but because of what this bill is attempting to do. The will of this House of Commons was expressed very clearly on March the 5th of this year, Speaker. This after a ruling that you'd made some 2 years ago, which was obviously lost on Conservative members, including the Minister of Finance, who assumed that once a bill is just votable, that it might have an impact with respect to lessening a tax, that he shouldn't consider this, not just once, Mr. Speaker, but in two separate budgets. Completely, utterly ignored, threw away prudent fiscal understanding of the implications of various bills, which should have been routine, and instead worked with several other people to try to suggest this bill was my bill, C-253, which would give a chance for families to save in a very real way, to save for post-secondary education by making RESP income tax deductible. Completely forgot, Mr. Speaker, the principle of the importance of a decision made by this House. The bill, Mr. Speaker, is nowhere near dead, as you know. The bill is before the other House. It is now at second reading there, and I do hope, Mr. Speaker, that it's given us the equal consideration and time it takes to have an important piece of legislation passed. Mr. Speaker, it seems to me that when we're talking about the future of this country, we may have differences of opinions as to how this country ought to be led, how it ought to be managed, but one thing we cannot disagree with are some of the imperatives. Students face an incredible amount of debt. Over 50% of students right now face incredible, crippling debts as they leave post-secondary education long before they're able to pay any type of debt down. It's difficult enough for them to try to find a job. In 10 years from now, Mr. Speaker, we know that the average cost of education, 4-year in residence, will be $100,000. Given the average income of families, I don't see how it is going to be possible under the current regime to have a situation where so many people will not be able to get access to the skills and that come with higher education and the training that the global economy demands in order for Canada to remain competitive. And, Mr. Speaker, it's a reality that we all, as members of Parliament, agree with. It's the reason that this House of Commons endorsed the bill. And I dare say, Mr. Speaker, I've spoken to several members of the Conservative Party who over the years supported this bill. Dare I say, Mr. Speaker, they probably voted against the bill at the final reading, although the will of the House was expressed in much greater numbers, because they were jealous, because they knew that this was a policy that was good for the future of this country. Mr. Speaker, I have letter after letter. Members in this House from all sides received letters from their constituents asking them time and time again, do not kill this bill. And so, Mr. Speaker, I'm pleased to report that rumours of the death of this bill that's been pronounced in some of the media and some of the editorials was greatly exaggerated, Mr. Speaker. The same editorials that also suggested, Mr. Speaker, if you can believe it, incredibly, and I'm hoping some of those editorialists are listening to this, that the bill was passed by stealth, that it required a royal recommendation. I won't benefit the author of several stories in one particular paper, but someone who actually thought that what had been done here by parliamentarians was tantamount to what happened in 1840, which is why Lord Durham had to be brought in. Mr. Speaker, there was no revolution here. There was instead a recognition and understanding that in a minority parliament, in a setting where Canadians expect more from their parliamentarians, members of Parliament, backbench members of Parliament of all parties, work deliberatively, not for a day, not for a week, not for a month, not through gamesmanship, but over 2 years to ensure that a piece of legislation on RESP deductibility would in fact be put forward. And so, Mr. Speaker, I'm speaking today to the fact that this bill, far from being killed, is in fact the subject of this C-50, with what I'm going to refer to, Mr. Speaker, as the killer Hunter bill proposed by the Minister of Finance. The Minister of Finance's own riding in Whitby is one that I represent, Mr. Speaker, and I know that the Minister of Finance will know that this is so popular an issue. If this is in fact going to be an election issue, which it could very well be, Mr. Speaker, I know full well that it is something I'm prepared to take to the door at his riding, a riding I once represented, because I can tell you, Mr. Speaker, anybody who has families, anyone who has children, anybody who wants to live the dream of this country will know this piece of legislation is not only timely, it's supportable. And, Mr. Speaker, a decision made by this House of Commons, by these members of Parliament in the majority, simply thrown away because someone has suggested somehow it's going to put the country into fiscal danger. Mr. Speaker, who put us there? The Minister of Finance has an obligation, quite apart from his pathetic critique of the bill on RESP deductibility, which many of his members support, to explain to Canadians how it is that he took a $13.2 billion surplus and blew it away overnight. Mr. Speaker, the member from British Columbia is looking this way. What happens if we have another forest fire in that region of the country? Floods in Quebec. What if we have a national disaster of some proportion that is going to cost us several $100 million? And, Mr. Speaker, when you see that amount of money that could potentially put the country at risk, Mr. Speaker, we've put ourselves in a very precarious financial situation, and we have not planned for the future. We know that south of the border, the Federal Reserve Chair, Mr. Bernanke, is suggesting that we are teetering on a recession. There is no doubt that there are implications for my province and for provinces across the country. This government did not plan. It had no plan, and, Mr. Speaker, it is extinguishing the hope, the aspiration of young people to get access to a better job, to pay the kind of taxes, to grow the kind of country, and to recognize that with an aging population in this country, Mr. Speaker, we've got to get this right, and we have to get it right now. This bill is not the be-all, end-all. The bill that I propose in the RESP, which this Bill C-50 proposes to kill at some point down the road, is in fact decidedly a bill that is designed to use the issue of confidence before anything that the government disagrees with. And yes, Mr. Speaker, the honourable members will probably ask questions, will we be supporting this or not? Mr. Speaker, if that's still a few months off, perhaps even a few weeks off, one thing is clear. The idea, Mr. Speaker, with respect to the RESP bill is something that we cannot ignore. And I'm glad to hear the NDP cat howling in the corner, but, Mr. Speaker, they supported this bill. They've stood in their seats, and I applaud them for doing that to support this bill because of its importance. The Bloc supported this bill. Il connaît très bien l'importance de la...
He knows full well the importance of the future of our country and the fact that all students should be able to be educated despite of the cost. We have an opportunity to help the provinces because this will help many students to have more money to save for their future so that they can attend university and college or future training.
And I say to you that universities that want to increase the capacity for investing in infrastructure, human and physical, will also not have to go cap and knee to the provinces and say we want to raise tuition fees. There's a greater certainty now, Mr. Speaker, that this vehicle addresses what ordinary average families have been looking for. In one fell swoop, with this particular piece of legislation, the Minister of Finance and the House Leader crafted a bill to try to kill this. Mr. Speaker, we can talk about the gamesmanship today, but what we have really done is an attempt at vandalizing and compromising the future of this nation. Mr. Speaker, we have an obligation, a higher obligation, to serve the interests of our constituents and to help somehow, some way, build a stronger nation where people can get access to the kind of opportunities that this generation, many of us, have been blessed with. The previous members who have come here have always tried to build a better house and to find ways, Mr. Speaker, you probably have more knowledge in that than most, but find ways in which we can come together to find more creative means to making sure that Canada can meet the challenges of tomorrow. I'm saying this because, Mr. Speaker, I think in all of our communities, if we sit down and talk to grandparents and to parents and people who are struggling day in, day out to make ends meet, that there is a real and effective understanding of what they are trying to do, achieve a better future for their children. I would implore on the Conservative Party, which has, in one hand, quietly said they love this bill, to actually take the time to consider what they have done. They've actually tried to reverse a position taken only a month ago by this Parliament, which is widely popular with Canadians. There are going to be critics either way, but I would ask the Conservative Party to reconsider what it has done, because I think it's in everyone's interest, partisanship aside, to ensure that good legislation, whether it's passed by backbenchers or whether it's passed by the government, do in fact have the ability to proceed. I call on all members to work together cooperatively. This is for our future. This is for our children. This is for our Canada. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Outremont.
Mr. Speaker, I think that some of the people who have been listening to this debate might have a little bit of trouble following, so I'll try to put things in perspective. The member who just spoke did back a bill on registered education savings plans. We in the NDP did indeed vote for it. It wouldn't have been our first choice of a way of proceeding because we think it's important to help all families. I come from a family of 10 children. An education savings plan wouldn't have helped a lot because there was nothing to put aside. There was no tax deduction to be had. Thanks to Quebec's excellent loans and bursaries program, I and almost all my brothers and sisters went through university. But he's right. The Conservatives are undoing a bill adopted in the House. So what he's got to do, if he really wants this bill to go through, is vote with us against the Conservatives. They're the official opposition. Very simple. He said before that he was imploring the government. I just tell my good friends in the Liberal Party, please, for the sake of your role as the official opposition, get off your knees. You don't have to implore anybody. You're there to vote and represent the people in your riding. Have the guts to do it. Your colleague just spoke before about fearing.
Order. I want to remind honourable members not to lapse into the second person. The honourable member for Scarborough.
Mr. Speaker, I didn't hear a question there, but I understand the member's passion. But I also want the member's passion to be constructed and focused in a way that is the best way to achieve a very good piece of legislation. And Mr. Speaker, I can appreciate the fact that he is trying to make a political point, but I also understand this same member supported this bill, and I agree with him. We have to find a way to get this bill through. Now, Mr. Speaker, The tactics of today will not diminish the importance of this legislation, but I can tell the honourable member who grew up with a family of 10, having 5 children of my own, Mr. Speaker, I know how difficult it is, having struggled to try to put myself through university when my parents weren't capable of looking after my interests. What is important, Mr. Speaker, is for all of us as members of Parliament to recognize very clearly that in this piece of legislation we can use some of the savings that is there to ensure that students whose parents do not pay taxes or cannot pay taxes, that we improve the child benefit, the child learning account from the savings that we'd otherwise would accrue from the existing system, which no longer works. The honourable member asked the question. I hope I was trying to get to a question there about how I will vote. He knows how I will vote on this. But, Mr. Speaker, I'm saying this because I think beyond the cut and thrust of politics, beyond the cut and thrust of question period, Mr. Speaker, Canadians will judge all of us as to how we were able to appropriate this bill, how we stood for what we believed in, and more importantly, Mr. Speaker, I can assure you, I will have no difficulty, if the honourable member heard my speech, taking this battle to the Minister of Finance and to his colleagues. I need the honourable member's help to do that, Mr. Speaker. And the last thing I can tell you, Mr. Speaker, appreciating that he wasn't here in the last Parliament, but if he's concerned about how they got elected, his party may want to ask why they ruined the Liberal Party in terms of their own background, in terms of the things that we put forward for Canadians. So I ask the honourable member, in the spirit of goodwill, the spirit of the future of this country, stand up for his constituents. Thank you.
Further questions and comments? The honourable member for New Westminster, Burnaby, or
Burnaby, New Westminster. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We've just seen a political pretzel act unparalleled in this House. We have a member standing up and actually working with his Liberal caucus to kill a bill that he was promoting a few weeks before and trying to explain that all on CPAC as people watch the deliberations in this House in the afternoon. It's absolutely absurd, Mr. Speaker. Absolutely absurd what the Liberals are trying to do in the House. They are voting for the bill that kills what the member was promoting a few weeks ago. And unabashedly, the Liberals are now standing wrapped up like pretzels trying to explain why they're killing a bill that a few weeks ago they supported and why they're supporting this government that's killing that bill. It is absolutely absurd, Mr. Speaker, so I can only ask, when are the Liberals actually going to show some backbone and actually vote against this government on something?
the honourable member for Pickering-Scarborough East.
The beauty of being a member of the New Democratic Party of 29 members is you never have to worry about being responsible. You never have to worry, Mr. Speaker, about being in government, because we saw what happened in the province of Ontario when that did in fact happen. And Mr. Speaker, what's very interesting about what this member has done, what's very interesting about what this member has said, is that he's prepared to throw away everything about his vote, which was on CPAC, supporting this bill in favour of making a political statement. And Mr. Speaker, I think that's regrettable. That's the way the New Democrat member believes. That's fine. But I can tell you, Mr. Speaker, despite the catholes and the heckling, it is in fact their responsibility to ensure, in the first instance, that this legislation continues. And Mr. Speaker, unless he's got a crystal ball, he can't predict the future.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Burnaby, New Westminster.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I have to catch my breath. We've just seen a political spectacle that is absolutely unbelievable. Liberals rising to kill their own legislation and trying to explain it as that they're killing the legislation to save it. It's absolutely bizarre, Mr. Speaker. But I'm rising to speak on C-50, which kills what the Liberals were promoting a few weeks ago. And I'd like to comment, Mr. Speaker, on what this Conservative government is doing now that they've been given essentially a blank check by the leader of the Liberal Party to do whatever they want to do in this House of Commons. I mean, we've seen it with the SPP, the Security and Prosperity Partnership, going on behind closed doors, allowed by the Liberals. We're seeing this. Oh, Mr. Speaker, I would like to point out that I am splitting my time with the member from Winnipeg North.
Thank you.
And she will be equally tender, I think, to members of the opposition that are being hypocritical. So, Mr. Speaker, we've seen with the climate change, the refusal to take any meaningful action on the environment, supported by a appallingly weak Liberal leader, the tax cut agenda, corporate tax cuts, just shoveled off the back of a truck, billions and billions of dollars when there are crucial, crying needs in Canadian communities from coast to coast to coast that are being unmet and, again, supported by the Liberals. And now we see, Mr. Speaker, with this Bill C-50, that because the Conservatives have a functional majority, a blank check from the Liberal Party to do whatever they want, that they've decided to tuck in to a budget bill substantial changes to the Immigration and Refugee Protection Act. Substantial changes, Mr. Speaker, that are going to have an impact on communities throughout this country. And they're doing it because of the acquiescence of the Liberal Party. Normally, Mr. Speaker, a bill of this nature would be brought to the House of Commons. It would be debated if the members of Parliament agreed that it should continue on, Mr. Speaker. And very clearly in this case, this legislation is so appallingly bad, members would say no. But if there was agreement in principle on the legislation, it would go to committee for close scrutiny, by clause scrutiny, so that we could be absolutely certain that the legislation actually did an effective job, and then it would come back to this House. But, Mr. Speaker, because the Liberal leader is so appallingly weak, the Conservatives just threw in this legislation, and they're expecting the leader of the Liberal Party and every single Liberal member of Parliament who, even though during question period they'll raise questions, are refusing to vote against this bill, they're just expecting, the Conservative government, that the Liberals are going to adopt this legislation. So there will be no scrutiny, Mr. Speaker. There will be no parliamentary hearings. There will be no scrutiny of substantial changes, turning back the clock on our immigration process. Mr. Speaker, we've already seen over the past decade what Liberal cuts and Conservative cuts have done to our immigration system. In fact, in the last 2 years alone, we've had the waiting list grow from 700,000 to 900,000 because the immigration system's frankly broken down. It's like a hospital. You don't adequately fund it. You don't bring in nurses and doctors. The system is not going to work. Well, the immigration system, Mr. Speaker, I can say from personal experience, representing Burnaby New Westminster, the system has broken down. The system is not working in the interests of Canadian families, is not working for new Canadians. Everyone in Canada is paying the cost of that negligence. Mr. Speaker, I represent a community where over 100 languages are spoken. It's the most diverse part of Canada. Indeed, it may be the most diverse part of the entire planet. Over 100 languages are spoken. There are substantial centers of faith, Christian and Muslim, Buddhist and Sikh and Hindu and Jewish. The Baha'i faith is very present. The Hare Krishna faith. Throughout our community, we have attracted people from all over the world. We have substantial people of Chinese origin from both mainland China and Taiwan and also Hong Kong. Indo-Canadian community both from the Tamil South but also the Punjab north of India. We have historically from Scandinavia, from England and France, from Germany, from the Eastern Europe as well. We've had immigration wave after wave that have created our community. So issues about the immigration system and how those Canadians, those families abroad are treated are of fundamental nature to our community, Mr. Speaker. And now we have these amendments thrown in by the Conservatives only because of Liberal acquiescence, only because of a lack of Liberal backbone, that will mean profound changes and that the system will even get worse, Mr. Speaker. What are the changes that they're proposing? Well, they're proposing changes that simply give new powers to the Minister of Immigration in a system that's already dysfunctional to simply make decisions on their own around deciding, for example, the types of applications it accepts, disposing of current immigration applications. And that's important, Mr. Speaker, because the Conservatives have tried to pretend that they've dealt with the mess that was left by the previous Liberal government. Well, they haven't. As I mentioned earlier, the waiting lists have grown by 200,000 only in 2 years. Well, now we see a political situation, Mr. Speaker. The solution by the Conservatives will simply be to strike off those legitimate applications. They'll simply do what they did with the softwood lumber sellout. They killed the softwood industry in order to save it. You remember the Minister of International Trade saying that essentially the softwood lumber agreement was going to save the softwood industry, and what we've seen since is the death of thousands upon thousands of jobs, the closure of dozens upon dozens of mills across the country. Well, if that was a solution to the softwood lumber crisis, Mr. Speaker, you can imagine what these Conservatives are going to do to the immigration system. Simply going to erase applicants, and these changes to the Immigration Act permit them to do that. They'll also put in place queue jumping measures that simply are not in keeping with the access system that we have, the impartial system that we have, that simply allows the best of applicants from around the world to come to Canada. There are also limits on humanitarian and compassionate categories, an extremely important element, Mr. Speaker, but this is perhaps the most egregious element of what the Conservatives are introducing, with Liberal support. It's important to note, the Liberals and Conservatives are working together on this issue, and that is simply giving the minister additional powers to deny visas for those who meet all of the categories, the immigration criteria, and Mr. Speaker, this is no longer subject to legal appeal. By putting a few lines in a budget bill on the Immigration Act, what they're essentially doing, Mr. Speaker, is eliminating that legal avenue that people have when the Immigration Ministry screws up, and it screws up enormously because of underfunding, because of Liberal cuts, because the Conservatives simply have not addressed fundamental management issues. They're not very good at management. They're only good at corporate tax cuts, it seems. Done nothing for the healthcare system, nothing for the loss of manufacturing jobs. You can go on and on and on, Mr. Speaker. Essentially, Conservatives learned their Conservative Prime Minister read his administration, learned his administration from a book, never actually administered anything when he became leader of the Conservative Party. And as a result of that, Mr. Speaker, you can see how poorly they are at how poorly they act in public administration. Well, if the Minister of Immigration, if the ministry is incapable of handling appropriately a legitimate file, there is no longer any legal appeal on that, Mr. Speaker. This is fundamental importance. What they're doing is removing that legal avenue when the government screws up. And, Mr. Speaker, I can tell you, not just in this area, but in a whole host of others. For example, the casework I deal with in my riding with Revenue Canada. Revenue Canada makes mistakes. There has to be a legal appeal. When you take away that ability of individuals to go through the legal system when the government screws up, you are eliminating one of the fundamental rights of democracy. And that is exactly what they're doing here, Mr. Speaker. They're eliminating that legal appeal. So these are not small changes. And I think it's a testament to Liberal hypocrisy that even though they are speaking in this House against this bill, they are prepared to vote for it. And they are prepared to give the Conservative government a blank check when it comes to these fundamental changes in the immigration system. Mr. Speaker, this is not going to improve our immigration system. This is not the prudent, smart approach to rebuilding the administration that was gutted under the previous Liberal government. This is essentially giving political direction to the Conservative government to eliminate folks they don't like, to eliminate lists they don't like, and to ensure that there is no legal avenue for those who are appealing bad decisions by government. We wouldn't want to see this in immigration. We wouldn't want to see this with Revenue Canada. We wouldn't want to see this in any sector of public life. Because the reality is, when the government screws up, you need to have those legal methods of appeal, Mr. Speaker. And that is just one of the very, very many reasons why the NDP in this corner of the House isn't just going to be talking about this bill. We're actually going to be standing up as members of Parliament, and we're going to be voting against this budget bill when the time comes to vote for or against it, Mr. Speaker. That's our responsibility.
Order. Questions and comments? The honourable member for Kitchener.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I want to thank my honourable friend and tell him that I think that life would be pretty simple if you only had black and white film in your camera, as clearly he is viewing many policies that come before this House. I would dare say that we, on the Liberal side, feel that we are the party of immigrants, and we are the party of the Charter. And to take this issue into committee, which could well happen, and I would say I would encourage a vigorous debate so that Canadians can make their voices heard. I don't think that anybody in this House would purport that we have a perfect immigration system. I happen to have an urban riding in Kitchener in the heart of Waterloo Region. It's one of the fastest growing, distinctly diverse communities in Canada. And I deal with immigration cases all the time. And I can tell you that this system isn't perfect. And I can tell you that the 2% increase that this government is suggesting as they embedded this important piece of legislation by stealth yet again in their budget bill is very unacceptable. However, to deny Canadians the ability to talk about how we could improve the system, whether the appeal system is appropriate, how do we deal with the backlog, I would agree with my honourable friend. I don't believe that this is the way to go. However, I do believe that we have a moment when we can have Canadians come, we can have a vigorous debate, and we can improve this system. So because he has black and white film in his camera, and he's seeing thumbs up and thumbs down, and he's ready at this point just to say thumbs down, I don't want to hear from Canadians, I don't want to take this opportunity to improve the immigration system, I would ask him what his party would purport to do to improve the waiting list and the processing of immigrants to Canada.
Honourable Member for Burnaby New Westminster.
Well, Mr. Speaker, I like the honourable member. I always have. And she's trapped in this same disingenuous incapacity of the Liberal Party to stand for anything. I mean, I feel sorry for her, as I do for some of her colleagues that actually do believe in things, and yet they are forced by their leader to acquiesce in anything the Conservative government presents. And that's what we're debating here today, Mr. Speaker. Yes, we see it as an issue that you have to vote no on. That's why we're offering this amendment that simply removes that portion of the budget bill that this government, by stealth, inserted. And if members from three corners of this House vote for the amendment, then that is simply removed from the budget bill. That's what the NDP has done. We have said, as has the Bloc, as has the Liberal Party, this is bad. This is a bad initiative by the government, and so we have taken steps to stop that initiative. What I don't understand, Mr. Speaker, is why the Liberal Party is voting against our amendment and supporting the Conservatives so that they can bring in place something that the Liberals have said they don't want. And this is the hypocrisy, Mr. Speaker, that undeniably is something that is difficult to explain to any Canadian. If the Liberal Party is opposed to what the Conservatives are doing on immigration, then they should vote for the NDP amendment and they should stop that initiative.
Further questions and comments? The honourable member for Souris, Moose Mountain.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I find it kind of interesting that this member is opposed to the fact that we're going to increase the numbers and process quicker. Last year, Canada welcomed the highest number of newcomers in our history, 429,000 plus, surpassing the previous high in 1911. And secondly, this party, although it objects to the Liberals not voting any time, votes consistently against everything because they know they won't make a difference. They voted against the $1.3 billion in new settlement funding for newcomers in Canada. They voted against the Foreign Credential Referral Office, something that was necessary in the budget. They voted against cutting the $975 immigrant hit tax, and they voted against reducing, and will be voting against reducing immigration wait times, although they can castigate and say that the Liberal Party does not vote because they're afraid to. They vote because they know that they won't form government, and they vote against everything. How can he justify voting against efficiency, streamlining, bringing more people in quicker, faster, and more efficiently?
Member for Burnaby New Westminster.
Well, Mr. Speaker, quite simply because that's not what the Conservatives have done, and the member knows that full well. What they've actually seen is a bloated waiting list from 700,000 to 900,000 over 2 years. That's the result of Conservative inability to bring in place public administration. And this is the problem, Mr. Speaker. That's why the Conservative budget basically just shovels tens of billions of dollars off a truck, the back of a truck, to the wealthy corporate sector. Most profitable, record profits, and the Conservatives, their only ability, the only thing they seem to be able to do is corporate tax cuts, and create temporary part-time jobs. Yeah, because as the member well knows, 2/3 of Canadians are earning less now than they were a number of years ago, and people are finding it harder and harder to make ends meet. Conservatives are a one-note band. Corporate tax cuts, that's all they can do, and that's the reality of their very poor public administration.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Winnipeg North.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm pleased to join in this debate following my colleague from New Westminster, Coquitlam, who has... Burnaby. We do it again, Mr. Speaker. You're a bad influence. The member for Burnaby, who has put on record a very eloquent speech in terms of what is wrong with this budget implementation bill and what is so wrong with the Liberals' positioning on this legislation and on the budget process. Mr. Speaker, you've taught us many things in this House. You are the longest-standing member in the House of Commons. You have always exemplified integrity and honesty and consistency. And, Mr. Speaker, I think that is the example we all need to learn from today. Today in the House, Mr. Speaker, you also mentioned the passing of a long-standing member of Parliament for the New Democratic Party, Mark Rose, who is also the chair of the NDP caucus, also a man of integrity, and another example for this House at a very critical time in the history of this nation, when we are dealing with a government that is as mean-spirited and cold-hearted as you can get, and an official opposition party that is so hypocritical and twisted and torn that it just makes it impossible to provide any motive to Canadians for believing in the political process. Mr. Speaker, there's an old saying that we as parents have learned over the years, and that is, you gotta say what you mean what you say, and do what you said you were going to do. Well, Mr. Speaker, I would ask the Liberals in this House today to find it within themselves,
Every single one of them.
even though there are none here, Mr. Speaker, and I know I can't comment on that, but in the absence of Liberals in this House, let me say that I hope they're listening out in the lobby and they know, in fact, that they are sending a terrible message to Canadians, which is that it doesn't matter what you stand for, it doesn't matter what you believe in, if they believe in anything, because in fact your principles go out the window. The first chance political expediency matters. The first chance you have an option to stand up for something you believe in or worry about your backsides and your political future. Mr. Speaker, this is a time, especially around a budget, where you gotta stand for something. Mr. Speaker, we've been through this. In Manitoba, I was a cabinet minister and then an MLA at a time when there was lots of turbulence, when we were suddenly defeated in March of 1988 on a budget vote because we stood for something and didn't back off our position, even though we knew the opposition Conservatives were gunning for an election. We did it even though we knew we had a loose cannon in our midst who was edging for a cabinet position and didn't want to support an NDP government unless he got his way. We knew also, Mr. Speaker, that when it came to being an opposition party in a minority parliament in Manitoba, and we weren't in any position to fight an election, we had to choose. Were we going to support a Conservative government with regret and with qualifications, or we were going to hide and run? Well, Mr. Speaker, we did not hide and run. That is the worst thing you can do in politics and the last thing that should be done in terms of Canadian life today, Mr. Speaker, because it tells Canadians that everything that is near and dear to our democratic system doesn't matter because principles can go out the window at a whim. And I want to say that I think what the Liberals are doing is a great disservice to democracy in this country. We aren't talking about, as the member for Kitchener Centre has said, about grey areas of certain issues. We're talking about good versus bad, right versus wrong, evil versus heavenly goods. Mr. Speaker, whatever you want to say, we are talking about diametrically opposing ideas, and you got to choose, because what we are faced with the Conservative government today is an absolute squandering of our fiscal capacity in a way that will hurt the majority of Canadians, not for a short term, but for many, many years to come. We are killing our future because we are not investing, because this government is not investing a penny to save our healthcare system, not doing a thing in terms of education, nothing in terms of housing. Oh, yes, Mr. Speaker, I forget. In terms of housing, when the budget came down, we asked, was there anything in this budget for housing? Well, Mr. Speaker, it turns out there's $110 million for 5 pilot projects in centres across this country. That's it. It's designated for mental health issues. That's good. But it sure is a tiny little piece of the puzzle when it comes to a huge problem in terms of housing in this country and the problems facing people with mental illnesses. Mr. Speaker, we have a government that has just this week cut back in Winnipeg funding for Kali Shiva Aid Society. Why, Mr. Speaker? Because it's an organization devoted to helping homeless and other people who are in danger of, in fact, of harming others. And we're trying in Winnipeg to help people not to help others and to help people to help themselves. What does this government do? It cuts back funding for Kali Shiva Aid Society because it is doing too much work on harm reduction. Can you believe it, Mr. Speaker? And that follows, the fact that this government won't invest in Aboriginal housing. And we just had a tremendous fire, a huge, devastating fire in Puckedawagan with 3 children dying in a fire because of the terrible housing conditions on that reserve. Mr. Speaker, if the member for Kitchener Centre was still in the room, she would know that, in fact, just not too long ago, there were hearings in her riding around pharmacare and access to drugs, and she will know that there are people in her city, adults in her city, who are crying because they have lost their jobs because of the cuts to the manufacturing sector and are left without any drug coverage. This isn't grey matter, Mr. Speaker. This isn't shades of wrong. This is wrong. This is evil. This is bad public policy. And this Liberal Party should stand up and fight it just as we are doing, without regard for our political necks and our political future. You've got to put your principles on the line, Mr. Speaker. And I want to say that when it comes to this whole immigration issue, you got to understand, Mr. Speaker, why we're so worried. Why we're so worried is, in fact, because we have a government who has decided it's going to deal with a backlog to allow more economic immigrants in this country, when, in fact, it is turning back people who have already been approved because they offer something to the workplace, to filling the skills shortages, to meeting the economic needs of this country. They are turning them back. Why? Because they don't like something about the family, and in the case that I'm referring to, because children in their families have a disability. Now, Mr. Speaker, I want to ask, is that the real intention of this government when it comes to changing the immigration policy? Is it in fact, an ideological move on the part of Conservatives to shape the face of this country, to exclude certain groups of people that they don't find acceptable, that they treat as second-class citizens? What else can it be? What kind of message are we sending to people in this country, people living with disabilities, if, in fact, we are saying you're not welcome? If you have a disability, you're not welcome. You're second class. You don't matter. You might as well be dead. When have we heard that before, Mr. Speaker? That's what's so troubling about this government's agenda. And if they were serious, in fact, about opening our doors to people who have skills to bring, then number one, they would in fact ensure that people who are approved under provincial nominee programs, as they have been in Manitoba, they would not turn those families back just because a child in their families has a disability. And they wouldn't turn them back just because they come from the wrong part of the world. And they wouldn't turn them back just because they've got the energy and the fortitude to contribute something to this country, Mr. Speaker. We would have, in fact, a government willing to deal with the backlog that the Liberals created in a reasoned way. The problems we're dealing with now, Mr. Speaker, go back to a decade of Liberal neglect on a very important file. Not too long ago, about 6 years ago, we dealt with major changes to the immigration bill. I was the NDP critic at the time. It was a flawed bill, and as a result, we have a flawed piece of legislation before us today. We tried to amend it. The Liberals resisted every attempt to improve the bill. We presented on our side alone over 100 amendments to try to ensure that the economic class was improved so people could get here under a point system. We tried to document the backlog under Liberals then of 7 years or more for family sponsorships. We tried to say that this government and this nation had no business denying people because they had a disability. We tried to suggest there had to be due process and a refugee appeal process that made sense in this day and age. The Liberals refused each and every one of those amendments.
Shame.
And now, in fact, the Conservatives are doing exactly what they have every right to do, which is to take that legislation and apply it as the Liberals had intended. Mr. Speaker, we had a chance then, and now we have another chance today to actually deal with this problem. The only way to seriously deal with this is, in fact, for the House to support the NDP amendment, to move this out of the budget bill. Let's make sure that we have, as the Liberals want, good debate and discussion at the committee around future immigration policy. Let's get on with the job at hand. Reject the budget because it is bad news for Canada and for future generations.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Public Works.
Second one up, first one to ask a question. I guess I just wanted to ask the question to my colleague. I've always respected her as a parliamentarian from Winnipeg. She brings great passion to her values and to her constituents, and that's always a great thing to see in the House of Commons. But I would just ask her to, in the fairness of debate, she actually said at one point in her comments that Conservatives are taking their position on this bill because their message to new Canadians might be, well, you may as well just be dead. A little bit extreme. Well, in essence, that's what she said. Cold-hearted and extremist. It's good enough, I think, in a democracy with clear-headed people of principle, just disagree on the merits of the bill. You don't think you quite have to go to the extent of the name-calling that we saw there. It was kind of unfortunate, but the question I had for my colleague was, strategically, I guess as a politician, someone whose strategic senses of things I do admire, you see the Liberals in question period. We see the Liberals in their speeches here in the House just raising the temperature. They're thoroughly angry. They really don't like this bill. They really think it needs to be shut down. They really want it stopped, almost to the point where they're going to vote against it. But not quite that bad. So, I would invite my colleague from the NDP to comment on the Liberals and their false rhetoric on this issue, where they're so angry and they're so opposed, but they really are not quite prepared to actually stand up and walk their talk.
The honourable member for Winnipeg North.
Oh, thank you, Mr. Speaker. Well, I've in fact addressed that question by suggesting that, in fact, the Liberals do no service to this country by, instead of standing up and taking a side and choosing a position, they either walk out, sit on their bums, or engage in historical precedent-setting abstentions. I think we saw the first time in this House, the first ever in this country, whipped abstention. So I think I've said enough on that point, Mr. Speaker. I think the record holds. But what I really want to do is respond to my Conservatives' comments about people living with disabilities. This is not a laughing matter. This is a serious matter that has to be named for what it is. He is part of a government that has chosen to turn back immigrants who have been approved under the economic class, under the Manitoba Provincial Nominee Program, turn them back because one of the members in their families is living with a disability. And, Mr. Speaker, these are kids. These are kids who have lots to contribute to our society today. If he wants to go and notice some of I'll give him all kinds of documents so we can see these are kids that play basketball, that ride motorbikes, that vote, that talk, that give to their society. And, Mr. Speaker, when a society like Canada, a wealthy country like ours, says that you are not welcome because you have a disability, what message does that send? Is it not like saying you're second class? Is it not like saying you're better off dead? Mr. Speaker, I will just quote from an article by organizations who have actually written about this issue, the Canadian Association for Community Living, that says the following. It is important to emphasize not only that prospective immigrants are devalued and their dignity offended by the pejorative stereotyping that underpins the excessive demands provisions, but also that Canadians with disabilities are given the message that persons like them are not welcome in Canada. Canadians with disabilities see themselves identified by impairments and branded as a burden on the public purse, with no value attached to their role in society. The disparate and adverse impact experienced by prospective immigrants with disabilities also undermines the value placed on Canada as a diverse nation. By implication, the message given to all Canadians is that persons with disabilities are to be screened out as inferior, second-class members of society. That's what is so repugnant, Mr. Speaker. That's what has to be changed.
Other questions and comments? The honourable member for Western Nova.
Thank you very much.
Comments. I think of my own family. Might have been quite a while ago that we were immigrants in this country, but some of my family came in 1638. Refugees, economic refugees of Normandy and areas of France where they could not find work. Came with zero education. They didn't come to accept research chairs at some university or come with great skills. They came to take the stumps out of swamps and build dikes. On the other side of my family, 1820, an escaped prisoner of war from the Napoleonic War, escaped out of a prisoner of war prison in Halifax while building the highway with a pickaxe, hid out for some 20 years. Later became a Canadian citizen and a member of the provincial legislature. I think what this country needs is people who want to come to Canada, more of them, to limit ourselves to only a certain set, to only the people who meet the desires and needs and aspirations of the Minister of Immigration, won't build a country like we've built it with the Irish and the Chinese and the Ukrainians and all the other races who make up this great country.
The honourable member for Winnipeg North Centre, very briefly.
Well, Mr. Speaker, we obviously agree on this point, and the question is for my dear Liberal colleague is, if he feels as passionately as we do about this issue, will he stand with us and support the amendment and defeat the budget? Because that, in the end, is the only message that will stop this government on its path of negligence and destructive behaviour, which in fact selects immigrants on the basis of their race.
We're going to have to end it there, but before I proceed to resuming debate, it's my duty, pursuant to Standing Order 38, to inform the House that the questions to be raised tonight at the time of adjournment are as follows. The Honourable Member for Kitchener Centre, National Defence, and the Honourable Member from Melpeck, Archer Daniels Midland. Reprise de débat, l'Honourable Député de Archer.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Argenteuil-Papineau-Mirabel. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I'm pleased to speak in the House on behalf of my party, the Bloc Québécois, to this Bill C-50, which is a Budget Implementation Act. When the time comes for a political party to analyze a budget, this always has to be done responsibly, and that's what the Bloc Québécois has always done in years past, whatever the budget was. And our position has always been, does the budget here in Ottawa meet the interests of Quebecers? We have no other goal. Every time we stand up in the House, we defend the interests of Quebecers. And Quebecers have recognized this since 1993. We've always had a majority of Quebec representatives here in the House. And once again, when we look at this budget and the background, because the history of this budget is quite exceptional. First of all, because, as far as I recall, the forestry and manufacturing crises in Quebec, and Ontario too, Quebec's not alone in this. This is one of the worst crises those industries have ever experienced in their entire histories. And that, Mr. Speaker, is obviously important because 150,000 jobs have been lost in the past 5 years, many of which were lost in the last 2 years when the Conservatives were in office. That's the job losses for Quebec. So the government should invest in this crisis and deal with this crisis. When I talk about the brief history of this budget, we have to recall that there was the pre-budget period where the Conservative government decided, with respect to the manufacturing and forestry crises, And it was clear from the pre-budget consultations by the finance minister that the budget wouldn't be responding adequately to this crisis, and the Bloc and other parties in the House made representations and pressured the government. And so before the budget was even tabled, the budget decided to create a trust. Once again, a trust, $1 billion trust from the previous year's surplus, the 2007-2008 surplus, which amounted to over $10 billion. In fact, there was over $10 billion remaining after the $1 billion trust was created, because the budget was around $11 billion, the surplus. So that was there was a breakdown according to the number of jobs lost per province. So the money was distributed according to the number of job losses in each province. And that's part of the Conservative philosophy. When something affects Quebec or Ontario, when the investments are made, when the money is shared out, they don't divvy up the money like they did with the mad cow crisis for Western farmers. They decided, no, it'll be per capita in this case. So in that manner, per capita, more money went to Alberta than to Quebec, because we were minimally affected by that crisis. So on a per capita basis, Alberta obviously had fewer a lower population, so they got more money per capita. So this is how these distributions affect Alberta versus Ontario and Quebec. And basically the reaction was to underestimate the crisis. Their reaction suggested that the crisis in Ontario and Quebec was less serious. They minimized it. They said that it affected other places too. And don't forget also that there wasn't just the way the money was shared out, but the fact that it was conditional on the budget passing. So not only did the Conservatives, they went even further. It was even more outrageous that it was all conditional on the budget passing. So the Bloc put pressure on the government. They backed down. They watered down their conditions. But the fact remains that this paved the way for this budget, which, not surprisingly, contains nothing else for manufacturing and forestry, except for a few minor adjustments, tax reductions. When you have an accelerated capital cost allowance for equipment, that allows you to write off the value of assets quicker or in larger amounts, and so you end up paying less tax. So that's the tax reduction component. But the first condition, the first requirement in order to be able to claim an accelerated capital cost allowance is for a company to be making profits. The problem in forestry and manufacturing in Quebec and elsewhere is that there were no profits. So everything the Conservative government went ahead with, beyond this $1 billion divided up per capita, which meant that Quebec was to get $216 million in total, $67 million per year, to make up for a loss of hundreds of thousands of jobs. That's nothing, virtually nothing, relative to the scope of the problem. And the Labour Minister said, look, it's a steak. You're going to have to eat that steak up. But, Mr. Speaker, listening to him make his announcements about what he wanted done with that money, well, it was all about economic diversification. Well, the trees are going to keep growing, but they're going to create jobs in other industries other than forestry. That was the message, basically, that they were trying to get across, and that they're still trying to get across. Economic diversification. And yet the municipalities whose sawmills are closing down or whose manufacturing industries are closing down, well, they don't have any other skills. They've acquired skills in that single industry for years. In a large part of the jobs lost were people aged 50 and over, so it's not easy for them to retrain. It's not easy to diversify those economies. It's not easy to get new jobs. So often those people go through very difficult situations, Mr. Speaker, in single industry areas. And as I said, Mr. Speaker, the forests and trees are going to continue to grow. And once again, what the Conservatives are proposing is that the whole forestry industry should just disappear and everybody should do something else. There's no strategy, whether it be short, medium, or long term. Well, actually, there was a short-term strategy, and that was to win the election and to become a big, strong majority government, all-powerful. That's their short-term plan, but no medium or long-term plans. If you're not going to help people, what's the point of taking power? The minister had a lot of plants closed down in his riding, and he's all proud of himself. But this affects my community with over 40% of jobs in forestry. What are we supposed to turn to? Call centers? Diversified economies? As I said, the trees will keep growing, and the main economy of the Pontiac region, of the minister's region, should remain forestry. Industries should adapt. They should be helped to become better performing and help them deal with competition. Forests all over Quebec, in all ridings, all areas of Quebec, those forests and trees are going to continue to grow, and that resource should be responsibly exploited, and those products should be put to market with added value. But that's not what the Conservative government wants to do. They want to diversify the economy. They don't want to strengthen those industries.
De génération en génération.
They want all those employees with generations of experience to turn to other things and to diversify. And send a check to Quebec for $76 million a year, $216 million in total. So that's all well and good. So you're not going to be surprised when I tell you we're going to be voting against this budget. This budget has no medium to long-term vision. They've decided to completely abandon forestry and manufacturing. In the manufacturing industry, well, they're not letting the entire manufacturing industry drop. There's one segment of that industry they're still going to help, and that's the oil industry. This government is very generous when it comes to the oil industry. They've got an accelerated capital cost allowance for oil. These companies that are making huge profits, mind-boggling profits, well, they're going to be helped along to make even greater profits. This is so obvious, it's not even subtle. All they're trying to do is support those who are making money and supporting them, and that's the oil companies. Excuse me, Mr. Speaker. This is always at the expense of taxpayers. Oil's being sold, gas is being sold for more than it costs. We've been fighting for ages in this House to have a petroleum monitoring agency. Ever since the Conservatives took office, gas has never been so expensive, and oil companies have never made such huge profits. And this is not going to stop, Mr. Speaker, because every time a budget comes down, we see with the environment, the environment minister's efforts in that area, well, they want credits for the oil industry because they're willing to do all kinds of things. But above all, they want to make sure that the oil industry doesn't have to pay for greenhouse gas reductions. We're the only country in the world that doesn't control its natural resources because ultimately the oil companies have a free hand to exploit a resource that belongs to the people. It belongs to us, not to the oil companies. It's a public good, a public resource. But once again, the Conservatives have decided that the oil companies can have everything they want. They can do as they please. They can exploit that natural resource however they see fit. It's very surprising when you think that everything that's produced in the West, none of it's sold in Quebec. As you know, there's not 1 liter of gas or oil is sold in Quebec from Western Canada. Quebec has to import from other countries outside Canada. That's the reality. Once again, Quebecers pay 25% of all the tax credits that are granted to oil companies operating in Western Canada, and they get nothing back from it because that oil and gas is not sold to the rest of Canada. That's the reality. That's the way the Conservatives proceed. Some aren't so surprised about it because it's a historical fact. The Conservatives have always been like that. They like free market forces. They let the private sector do as it pleases. If a whole industry disappears, so what? Maybe it'll come back someday, maybe not. But, Mr. Speaker, when you look at the manufacturing and forestry industries, it's very important to look at what the budget contained. For forestry and manufacturing, first of all, the first measure, an extension of the accelerated capital cost allowance for material and equipment. That's what I was saying earlier. This allowance is an accounting notion. It's not necessarily money. You buy the equipment, but you can't write that down in the same year. It has to be written off over a number of years. And now that will be faster. But once again, this is an expense that's added, and it reduces revenue, and that's great when you're making profits. With this accelerated CCA, you can increase your write-off and reduce your income faster, but most forestry companies and many manufacturing companies aren't profitable. So this helps them in no way whatsoever. It's of no use to them because this allowance it would be hard to make it refundable, but it's a tax credit. If it were refundable, well, then that would be different. Then those companies would have a refundable tax credit, whether they have revenues or not. But currently, since they have, if they're not making profits, they can't take advantage of it. But if they were to be sent a check, if it were a refund, that would be good. But that's not way the Conservatives are. That's not the way the Conservatives are proceeding. The second measure in the budget, $250 million over 5 years in grants for research and development, but only in the auto industry. So there's a crisis in Ontario, and this $250 million for Ontario's auto industry, well, I'll leave that up to the Liberals to deal with. The industries located in Ontario, but even if they don't like the budget, they don't have the strength to stand up against it, then that's their problem. But $250 million for Ontario, that's for them to decide whether that's good or not. But there's nothing for forestry or manufacturing here. It's for R&D in the auto industry only. The third minor change is a tax credit for research and development. But once again, they're raising the ceiling, but it's not available to unprofitable companies. So you can increase your tax credits. There's a possibility there, in theory. You'd end up paying less tax if you do more R&D. But the problem is that forestry and manufacturing companies, many of them, made no profits in the past year, so they can't take advantage of these tax credits. If these credits were refundable, that's what we've always maintained, that would be different. Even if you didn't have any profits, even if you didn't make any money, you'd still get a check. And that could be invested in research and development. That would be okay, but that's not the way the Conservatives have approached this. Then there's a $10 million amount over 2 years for marketing forestry products on the international market through innovation and so on. That's over 2 years. That's the only direct assistance to the forestry industry in the budget. $5 million a year. That's a fact. I repeat, what the Conservatives did was to try to take forestry and manufacturing out of the budget. $250 million for the car industry, but $5 million only a year for forestry. Now, of course, there was the $1 billion before the budget, which was conditional on the budget passing. So that was their first threat. If you don't pass this budget, you won't get that money. We put pressure on the government, and they backed down. But what did that give Quebec? Because the money's divided not by the number of jobs lost, it's per capita, according to the population of each province. And obviously Ontario and Quebec are the most populous provinces. But the Conservatives stuck to their guns and resisted change. They decided to divide it up per capita with a minimum per province. And we know what the results were. Alberta got more money than Quebec because it was a minimum of $10 million per province plus a certain amount, the rest per capita. So when you do the math, you can see that Alberta got more than Quebec. And that's funny because when it was the mad cow crisis, the money was divvied up. Alberta got the lion's share. No one in Quebec contested that because it was clear that it affected Alberta more than Quebec. And it was based on the reality of the crisis. The crisis had to be dealt with, and that was all well and good. But when it's Ontario and Quebec, the rules change. It's never the same. They say that no, everybody has to get something. We can't give Quebec more than anyone else. And when we attempted to ask the minister the question, he said, well, there's equalization for Quebec. There's the fiscal imbalance, and well, that's not just about Quebec. Equalization is in your Canadian Constitution. It's equalization. The richer provinces will compensate the poorer ones. You took the auto industry out of Quebec and concentrated it in Ontario. The same thing happened with aerospace. When I got here, it was around 62% of the industry was concentrated in Quebec, and now it's down to just over 50%. So Quebec is constantly being impoverished. That's the reality.
And then you talk about equalization and you don't want to give us any more, so why don't you just let us leave and then you won't have a problem. Questions and comments?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I appreciate the opportunity to be here and ask questions to my friend. I know that he's very passionate about issues such as this, and indeed, as the member knows, I spent some time in a logging company some years ago in Alberta, and indeed, I recently had a lumber company in northern Alberta closed down as a result of, obviously, economic conditions that affect his province as well. And in fact, that happened in High Prairie, Alberta, in my constituency, where I'm going to be tomorrow, and hopefully meet with some of those people that are affected by this. And as the member knows as well, we have one of the lowest gasoline prices in the world. In Canada, probably because of the federal taxes that we don't apply that many countries do. But, Mr. Speaker, I wanted to let the member know as well that on my trip back here last weekend, I had the opportunity to sit behind 2 full rows of people from Quebec. From Fort McMurray I flew in because, of course, that's my constituency, and I had an opportunity to practice my French. And we have many Quebecers in my constituency, of which I'm very proud, and I represent them here today, and I represent them in all the things I do. And indeed, I wonder if the member is aware as well that of the oil sands 500,000 jobs that are created in this country, 16% or 80,000 of those jobs are actually in Ontario, Mr. Speaker, and spread out, half of them are spread out across this country that contribute tremendously to our economy. And indeed, I'm also curious as to my friend's comments in relation to the budget as far as it deals with immigration, because we've heard from the Winnipeg Free Press that, and I quote, in the years 1993 to 2006, the immigration backlog grew from 50,000 to 800,000. Canadians, new and old, have been offered a clear choice: conservative policy that will benefit Canada or politics that will benefit Liberals. I'm wondering if the member is prepared to vote against such clear and decisive policy that is going to help Canadians, that are going to help new Canadians especially, and help our economy.
The Honourable Member for Argenteuil-Papineau-Mirabel. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Well, first, my colleague, who has Athabasca in his riding, so this involves the oil sands. I understand that he would know where the workers come from. He told me once that 25,000 jobs were left to fill in his riding. However, he's adopting the same lines as the Minister of Labour, who once told the people from his riding in Saguenay-Lac-Saint-Jean, well, there are jobs out west. And that's what the Conservative philosophy is. That's what they're doing. There are people, there are jobs that are created elsewhere. They don't dare say it publicly. They don't dare say that perhaps the people from Quebec should move there to work. But the objective isn't to move entire populations. This was done in other centuries. Entire populations were moved. We have a forest. The forest will continue to grow, and forest products will be sold throughout the world. So we should concentrate our efforts and ensure that our businesses are upgraded, that we can compete. Other countries have done this. Ireland has done this. And you do this by helping these companies. So the Conservative philosophy, as my colleague has tried to explain, is that, well, there are people who come from all over to work in our part of the country. In my riding, I have people from Ontario and Quebec who've come to work. Well, that's fine, but people from Saguenay-Lac-Saint-Jean want to remain in Saguenay-Lac-Saint-Jean. People who are in Papineau-Mirabel want to stay there to work, and people out in Gaspé want to stay there and continue to work, and that's why I'm so proud, as is the case with my other colleagues from the Bloc Québécois, to defend the interests of Quebec so that everyone can live happily in every part of Quebec and not simply say, well, they should move to my colleagues' riding if they're looking for work. The Honourable Member for Bournois-Salaberry. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to congratulate my colleague for his excellent speech and for enlightening us on the measures that will be adopted and that we are debating. Can he explain to the House once again the importance for older workers to have a program that will truly support them once they've exhausted all other options, so that they might have some support from the government in order to have a decent retirement that will compensate them for having contributed so much to the economy of Quebec. The Honourable Member for Argentin Papineau-Mirabel. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This gives me an opportunity to say that the LEAP program was invented by the federal government. It was abolished by the Liberals in 1996. Everyone remembers that. But it was a good idea at the time. When it was created, the Bloc Québécois hadn't yet been formed. But it was a good idea. The problem is that the federal government would have enough money to set up that type of program now to help people to remain in their own region, in their own area. If they haven't managed to find another job, they can at least have something to tide them over until they're ready for retirement. That was created by the federal government. It was for seniors, for older workers, to tide them over until they're old enough to retire if they aren't able to find work in another occupation. This was to help these people remain in their own communities, in their own areas, in their own environment. That was the aim of the program. And what the Conservatives are telling us now is that, well, Canada is a big country. If you want to find a job, you'll have to move. And the Bloc will always be against that, and we will speak out against that whenever you give us the floor, Mr. Speaker. Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Bournois-Salaberry. I have a question for my colleague. In the budget, there is a measure which I find somewhat insidious, Mr. Speaker. It would give discretionary power to the Minister of Immigration and Citizenship. And in my opinion, this is something dangerous because it could lead to some type of abuse if the minister is able to choose who is admitted to Canada or when that person will be admitted. So I'd like my colleague to explain what concerns the Bloc Québécois with respect to this measure that we might not be able to debate much further. The honourable member for Argenteuil-Papineau-Mirabel. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. My colleague for Bournois-Salaberry should be thanked for her question. She's very much aware of the facts. And the Conservatives have always had this dream, and it's starting to leak out, if you will, because we heard what the Prime Minister said when he was part of the Canadian Alliance. He had made statements about immigration, about controlling and choosing. It's this whole idea of controlling who comes in, who does what, and this would be controlled by the minister's office. There would be political control over this, and it's this way that the Conservatives attempt to control, and not only the Prime Minister, the ministers themselves are often controlled, so there's no surprise in the fact that they want to control immigration, but we won't be controlled. No one's going to control us. The Liberals seem to be offended by this measure. I can't wait to see how they vote, because theoretically they should be voting against this measure that's in the budget, but I think they'll find some way to hide, to run away, to stay seated. We don't know, but in any case, this is a roundabout way. I know that this has been going on for a few weeks now. Experts have said that this should not have been part of the budget. It should have been an independent, different bill that could have been debated in committee. The Conservatives chose to include this in the budget, knowing that the Liberals would vote in favor of it and let it pass. It's not good for our future. It's not good for our image. This isn't the image that Quebecers would give themselves if they had their own country.
The honourable member for Bramalea, Gore, Malton.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I will be splitting my time with the member for Vancouver Centre. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to speak on Bill C-50, the Budget Implementation Act 2008. Specifically, I will be addressing the amendments to the Immigration and Refugee Protection Act contained therein. At the heart of Canadian immigration policy is the idea of family reunification. This concept is based on the belief that Canadians should have the opportunity to be close to their families regardless of their country of origin. About half of the residents of my riding of Bramalea, Gore, Malton were born outside of this country. Immigrants are proud Canadians who made the decision to come to our great country to start a new life. They have made their homes here and naturally want their family to share in their success. I am proud immigrant having come to Canada in 1975 as a member of family class. The amendments to the Immigration and Refugee Protection Act contained in Bill C-50 threatened to dismantle the immigration system that has made Canada the diverse and prosperous nation it is today. By giving the minister the unilateral ability to cherry-pick desirable applicants from immigration queue, this bill rejects the principle of compassion, fairness, and equality on which our immigration system and our society as a whole are based. The public knows that this government does not take seriously the challenges facing recent immigrants to Canada. This government is $100 million behind on its payments under the Canada-Ontario Immigration Agreement. It also scrapped its plan to create a Canadian agency for assessment and recognition of foreign credentials, instead establishing an office which does little more than refer new Canadians to provincial offices where the real work happens. This legislation does nothing to address the needs of recent immigrants struggling to find a work in their field of expertise. What is the point of accepting more skilled immigrants if they are barred from finding work in their field when they get here? The Minister claims these changes are necessary to reduce the existing application backlog, but immigration lawyers, rights advocates, and ordinary Canadians are skeptical based on past statements from the members of this government. They are right to be suspicious of the motives behind these amendments. In 2001, the Prime Minister said, and I quote, "West of Winnipeg, the riding the Liberal hold are dominated by the people who are either recent Asian immigrants or recent migrants from Eastern Canada, people who live in ghettos and are not integrated to Western society." Even worse in the Reform Party's 1988 election platform, the Prime Minister wrote that immigration should not, quote, radically or suddenly alter the ethnic makeup of Canada. Finally, the Conservative member from Calgary Northeast has been quoted by the Canadian press as saying, quote, "Immigrants are choking welfare system, contributing to high unemployment, and many cannot read." They are a shocking and ignorant statement that shed light on the Conservative government's true belief about immigration. It would be unthinkable to give such extraordinary powers to an immigration minister who refuses to reject these views. This bill pays the government's lack of respect for immigrants with the rejection of Canada's democratic tradition. The government's attempt to pass these amendments in secret is just the latest in a series of anti-democratic tricks, including instructing committee chairs to walk out of the meeting to block votes and proposing a seat redistribution formula that cheats Ontario out of half of the seats it should receive based on its population. This government clearly does not respect Canada's democratic norms, and neither does this bill. Mr. Speaker, the changes proposed in this bill go against the core principle upon which Canada's immigration policy is based. Immigration policies must be predictable, compassionate, and fair. By amending the Section 11 of the Immigration and Refugee Protection Act to say that an immigration officer may issue a visa to an applicant if the applicant meets the stated requirements. Instead of that, the officer shall grant the visa. The door would be opened for the minister to issue directives to reject visas to applicants from certain groups, regardless of whether or not those applicants are indeed qualified to visit or immigrate to Canada. Under the proposed changes to Section 25 of the Act, the Minister would be given similar powers relating to applications made on humanitarian and compassionate grounds. The right of an application to have their application processed would be removed, and as a result, so would be the right to an appeal. If an application is not processed, then there is no decision to appeal. If the minister decides not to process application from members of a certain group, they would have no right to appeal that decision, even if they applied on humanitarian and compassionate grounds. But the most worrying part of these proposals is the amendment to the Section 87, which established the concept of instruction. This section would grant the minister the ability to declare new rules for visa applicants and prospective immigrants without advance notice or public debate. The minister would be able to create new categories of application which could then be given priority or rejected outright. The way in which these amendments have been presented to the House raises worries that instructions from the minister would be given in a similarly secretive fashion. There would be nothing to stop the minister from publishing sweeping changes in the Canadian Gazette under the cover of darkness, with the government hoping no one noticed until it's too late. The amendments contained in Bill C-50 would severely damage Canada's immigration system and lay waste to our tradition of family reunification is a key part of immigration policy. These amendments would do nothing to improve the lives of new immigrants who are unable to find jobs in their field despite having all the necessary skills and qualification. Finally, the way in which these changes have been brought forward and the unnecessary power that would grant to the Minister of Citizenship and Immigration make a mockery of the ideas of accountability and transparency in the government decision-making process. Rule by decree is not compatible with Canada's democratic tradition. Neither is the government's attempt to bury these changes in a budget bill instead of proposing them for a debate as a separate immigration bill. People from around the world want to live and work in Canada because of reputation for tolerance and democracy. This government has shown that it does not respect Canada's democracy, and with this bill has proven that it does not respect immigrants either. Shame on this minister and shame on this government. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires. The honourable member for Souris Bruce Mountain.
Souris Bruce Mountain, indeed. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Just like to make a comment and pass a question to this member. I'm not sure how he indicates this thing is not receiving appropriate attention and coming in the back door somehow. Obviously, it's up for debate in this House, as it should be, in the public, in open, where you can do that. It will go to committee. It will not only be in committee to have further witnesses called and material presented, but it will come back to the House again for debate and eventually a vote. The big question is, how will this member be voting when the bill comes before the House, and will he be opposing it if he believes that it's inappropriate, given the fact that it was under his government, 13 years of government, 6 ministers, 4 terms in office, when nothing was done to reform the system in all of those years, and it grew from 50,000 to 800,000. Surely, being 800 plus 1,000 coming into the system will not make it faster or easier. What does he have against a system that will be more efficient, that will be quicker, and able to encourage family reunification on a quick basis and bring skilled people to the trades that desperately need them to build our country?
The honourable member for Bramalea, Gore, Malton.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The chairman of the immigration section of the Canadian Bar Association is quoted in today's Toronto Star as saying about the amendments proposed in this bill, we fail to see why these are necessary to achieve the government's aim. The system should be transparent. It should not be operated by the ministerial, and that is what we are talking about here, a kind of decree system. Mr. Speaker, governing the ministers out of idea and trying to centralize power in her own office, just like the Prime Minister has done with his cabinet. This is the wrong approach, and this is in complete opposition to the Canadian values. Mr. Speaker, one thing is clear, that the conservative approach is shutting the doors on immigrants by simply reducing the number of applications the federal government expects is the wrong way to address the immigration backlog. This minister wants to have the sole power to say who gets.
It's with regret that I interrupt the honourable member, but the honourable member for Timmins, James Bay, is very anxious to ask his question.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Well, I was actually fascinated by the response there, because he spoke of the word, he used the need for fair and transparent, and yet that's in the NDP motion, that we find that this backdoor attempt, as he talks about, to bring in this immigration bill under a budget is wrong. It's not how things are done. That we put forward a very clear issue before this House to be debated. And I was actually quite surprised earlier on where he accused the government of not having respect for democracy and not having respect for immigrants, and he said, shame on them. Well, I don't know how he squares it with his constituents, but when I go back to my constituents, I tell them the reason that I get $150,000 a year, whatever it is that they're paying us now, is so that I will stand up and vote on difficult issues, and there are certain times there will be issues that might not always be popular, but I will always be able to go back to my constituents. But if my constituents believe strongly in an issue and they want me to vote for something or vote against it, I am here to represent them. I'm not here to just sit in a seat and read whatever prepared text is handed to me by the Liberal back room. So I would like to ask the member, if he has such problems with this, if he says this is a shameful action, if he says this does not respect democracy and this is not respectful of immigrants, then how can he sit there and collect a paycheck and support it? Does he not understand that being respectful of democracy is being respectful enough to stand up and make a vote if the member is opposed to it? So will he support this motion of
the honourable member for Bramley Gore Malton has 1 minute to respond.
If you check my previous record from 1993, voting record, you will see I work for my constituents. I deserve that. And when they send me the emails, I do that all the time. I do all the time when they send me the email, when the issues come. If you check my voting record, I do. I'm not like you. I do all the time.
The honourable member has just expressed his experience in the House. He has sufficient experience to know that when referring to other members, it's in the third person, not in the second person. The only person who's addressed in the second person is the chair occupant. Resuming debate, the honourable member for Vancouver Centre.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I stand here because I take great exception to this particular piece of the finance bill. First and foremost, I think that I call this kind of governing by stealth. This is a substantive change to the way that the Immigration Act is going to work. It's a substantive change in the processes that have been there before, and this should have gone to the right committee. And the right committee with the expertise and the experience is the Immigration Committee. This bill could have come in the way bills like this should always come in. They should come in as a part of an immigration amendment, immigration changes by this government. It should be spoken to in the House on that issue. It should then go to the appropriate committee, which would be the Immigration Committee. The Immigration Committee, with all of its expertise, should be able to go around the country, talk to people, find out how they want to deal with this. So putting this bill here right at this moment and sticking it into a confidence bill on finance is really the kind of thing that we have come to expect of this government. It is all about stealth, and it is all about changing things. It's all about getting their way. Now, Mr. Speaker, there is a bit of money in this bill. And so the second point I want to make is the minister has put in $13 million into this bill and expects us to believe that this is going to change the process by which there is a backlog, as the minister puts it, that she needs to deal with. $30 million, Mr. Speaker? Mr. Speaker, in the last government, the Liberal Minister of Immigration, just before the election, put in $700 million, and a process and a plan had gone through with contracting out the way that the plan and process would do, primarily for the purpose of decreasing the backlog. So I have no idea what happened to the plan because it had already started. Much of the contracting had been done on it. It was accepted by Cabinet. It had been accepted in the department. So what happened to it? What happened to the $700 million that was meant to go to do this? And now we hear that the $700 million is replaced by $30 million and no plan. Because I consider, Mr. Speaker, that having the giving the unprecedented power to a minister to make decisions that overrides process, that overrides existing ways of doing things, that breaks all the rules and that has no accountability, to be absolutely an atrocious way to conduct government. It is undemocratic. It ignores Parliament and parliamentary committees who have expertise. It ignores information on the issue that might make it work if, as the minister says, she has an objective and the objective is to bring down the backlog. This doesn't do it. What this does is it removes process entirely. We don't know how the minister is going to choose the people she chooses. And she doesn't have to tell us.
She can make choices of who comes into this country and who doesn't come into this country. And she can do this with a sweep of a pen. And she has no need or no requirement to tell anybody why, to tell anybody what her reasonings are. You know, Mr. Speaker, this is kind of sad. It's the best word I can find. Because we're at a time in this country when, by the year 2011, we will be dependent for 100% of our net labor force purely on immigration. And why? Because we are not having babies. Canada's birth rate is negative, and we have an aging population who are well over 65 and who are no longer in the workforce. Canada can never be a productive and competitive nation if we don't have people to work. So it is obvious that probably of seminal importance to the economy of this country, of seminal importance to the future of this country, its whole social infrastructure, the way that we have always valued a country like this. Canada is a country that was built on immigrants. Other than the Aboriginal people who were the first peoples of this nation and who opened the doors to immigration against their better judgment, we came from every country of the world, originally from Europe. We came here, many people, seeking a better life, seeking to fulfill their dreams of freedom and the ability to have their children grow up in a country where there's opportunity. And they came. And they came from everywhere in the world. And they built a nation. And we are continuing to build this nation on the backs of immigrants, which is an appropriate thing to do because we are a new world nation, so to speak. And as we do this, we have to realize that the first wave of immigrants who came from Europe have come here. Many of them, Mr. Speaker, should feel concerned about this bill because they remember that they were denied entrance into this country on fairly basic reasons of the region they came from, Mr. Speaker, of where they originally belonged, that they were different from certain European values. These people were not allowed to come to this country. The Chinese will tell you that they remember for 25 years they were a bachelor community and that they couldn't bring their wives and their children, and they lived here alone because we weren't allowing. The Komagata Maru that you heard another member of this House speak to, the St. Louis, which was turned away because the Jews from Europe were trying to come here seeking to flee Nazi Germany, and they were turned back. And this was turned back on a whim. On ideology. We no longer live in that kind of country. We live in a country in which there must be clear and transparent rules of how people who wish to come to this country know what the rules are, know when they can come and when they can't come, understand whether they fulfill the requirements, and come, therefore, based on a hope that if they pass the security requirements, that they can come here. And they can, as they have continued to come, build a nation. It is true that many of our new immigrants are coming from Asia, they're coming from Africa. They too are coming here. They too bring with them expertise. 51% of our new immigrants, Mr. Speaker, have a post-secondary education, a diploma or post-secondary degree. And only 22% of Canadians living in Canada and born in Canada have that ability to boast that they can have a post-secondary degree and a post-secondary diploma of any kind. So we're bringing in people that can contribute to this country. But, Mr. Speaker, while we need workforce and while we need to bring in people for our productivity and competitiveness, we also need to remember that this country was built because when people come to this country seeking to contribute to it, seeking to have a better life, that they bring with them their families. Because families create stability. That's how people put roots down. That's how a nation is built. And a nation will continue to be built, not by temporary workers, Mr. Speaker, but people who come here, who bring their families, who invest in this country their hopes, their dreams, their hard work, their loyalty to Canada. We've seen that. That's how this great nation has become what it was. And to have a minister have the unprecedented power to say, not you, but you, and not you, but you, and I will decide why, and I don't have to give anybody reasons why. And the minister just is asking us to say, just trust me, I will do the right thing. Well, Mr. Speaker, we've seen time and time again that you cannot trust this particular government. In fact, I would say that most cynical Canadians will argue you can't trust any particular government. But, Mr. Speaker, that's not the point. The point is that's why we have bureaucracies and processes and protocols and ways of doing things. And so this is doing that. At the same time, this is closing the door to people who are our newest immigrants who have come from Asia and Africa. It is closing the door to them on a whim. It is also closing the door to their bringing in their families, because if we're going to only decide that we will let people in for economic reasons, which, Mr. Speaker, from the beginning of time seems to be the Conservative ideology. We saw Mr. Diefenbaker do that a long time ago. We saw Mr. Mulroney wanting to change immigration so that it only would be economic migrants coming here. We need to bring a mix of people into this country to build a nation, to put down roots, and people to work. But they need to bring with them their families. And so if we're going to only decide that we will bring people in because of the work they can do and ignore their families, we're back to what the Chinese remembered. And it's one thing to say, and we've heard this government say, well, we apologized, we gave redress. But, Mr. Speaker, you're supposed to apologize and you're supposed to give redress because you have learned a lesson and will not do it again. And when you put in place all of the protocols that will make that happen again, then you haven't done anything. The redress and the apology was hollow. So, Mr. Speaker, I'm suggesting that we need to debate the issue of changes in immigration in the appropriate bill, in the appropriate place, which is the Immigration Committee, and not to run it through under the radar screen as this government is trying to do. I call that something that is governing by stealth. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires. The honourable member for Souris Moose Mountain.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I can't imagine how this honourable member comes to the place saying this is by stealth. It's an opportunity for her and her members opposite to speak in this House, appear before the committee, and when the bill is passed, it'll give the opportunity for the minister to issue an instruction that will be broad in accordance with the goals set out by the Government of Canada, and she will not be involved in individual decision-making. That will be left to the department. The instructions will be open, they'll be transparent, they'll be published in the Canadian Gazette. Annual report will come back to Parliament, and ultimately it will be this House that decides with responsibility to the Canadian people as to whether or not this legislation passes. So once again, this government is doing something about a backlog that increased under that member's government from 50,000 to over 800,000 to be 800,001. Does not help if you want to come into this country or reunite with your family or bring in a skilled worker. Will this member stand up in this House and oppose this piece of legislation, given her democratic right and the representation that she has to her constituents and those across the country that want to see reform and want to see it go in the fashion that we're proposing?
The honourable member for Vancouver Centre.
Mr. Speaker, I think my honourable member just let his hidden agenda become not so hidden in the manner in which we are proposing. In other words, give it to me the way I want it to be done, the way my government wants it to be done, without any real debate. Stick it into a vehicle that makes it impossible for people, if they say no, to do anything other than bring a government down. Mr. Speaker, Parliament has to be respected. And you respect Parliament not by trickery, Mr. Speaker, not by trickery, but by real debate, by putting it into real discussion in a place where the committee understands the results. And so getting your way by stealth, getting the honourable member's way and the government opposite's way by stealth is not a democratic way to go, and it's not an appropriate way to go, and it does not do justice to good public policy.
The honourable member for Winnipeg North.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Well, first of all, I certainly agree with the Conservatives in one sense, and that is that some of the problems we're dealing with today, like the huge backlog, is a result of Liberal cutbacks. We go back to the mid-'90s when the government of the day made such sweeping changes and cuts. We lost a whole decade of innovative changes, and immigration was certainly front and centre. But I agree with the Liberals, and I agree with the member when she says this is outrageous, this is atrocious, it removes the process. With the sweep of a pen, the minister can change the face of this country, that you can deny families from coming in, that the government is going to distort the mix of people coming in. They're going to ruin the diversity of this nation. They're going to wreck this history of this country, and on she went. Well, Mr. Speaker, if it's that clear for them, which I believe it is, then they have a choice. They can either vote with the government, as they are intending to do, at least based on the statements to date, and they can support the government's agenda, which will in fact destroy the face of this country and our open immigration process, or they can continue to twist and turn and refuse to participate in a process when they have an opportunity to make a difference. So if the member believes in process and in discussion by committee, will she join with us, support our amendment, which removes this section from the Budget Implementation Act and allows for full and open discussion on immigration policy?
The honourable member for Vancouver Centre has 1 minute to respond.
Mr. Speaker, I think first and foremost, the honourable member says that we should just go ahead and not sit on our hands. I think, Mr. Speaker, the point is that if you believe in process, you believe in appropriate process, and this is not appropriate process. This is chicanery, this is trickery, this is the kind of stuff that we will not play a role in by acknowledging that it is so and therefore standing up and voting yea or nay against it. That is something that we refuse to do in this side of the House, Mr. Speaker, because it demeans Parliament, and we will not play a role in demeaning Parliament with trickery. But as the honourable member said, I think, and in fact, the issue is, the honourable member mentioned that the backlog came from the Liberals and that this was all because of cutting immigration in the beginning. Mr. Speaker, it is so usual for the members in that party not to understand basic economics, that when you have a $43 billion deficit left to you by the...
I regret that I must interrupt the honourable member, since I had given her fair notice that it would be for 1 minute. Resuming debate. The honourable member for Scarborough Rouge River has the floor for 20 minutes, of which there will only be 10 minutes today.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'll take what I can get. I'm pleased to have an opportunity to engage in debate on this budget implementation bill. Budget implementation bills, Mr. Speaker, are usually pretty complex technical things at the best of times, and most Canadians will appreciate that this bill is of that nature. But what's happened in this particular bill is, for reasons that I don't think have been adequately explained in the House by the government, is they have for some reason buried in the middle of this bill a provision dealing with the Immigration Act, and it proposes changes to how the immigration flow is managed. And I found that quite odd. Someone here suggested that the proposals are secret, and the government member says, oh, they're not secret, they're right there in the bill. And Parliament will have a chance to debate and pass the bill. The problem is that the provisions of the bill allow the creation of what are called instructions that will be given by the minister. And it is a perception that it is those instructions, not the provisions of the bill, but those instructions that will be, quote, secret, unquote, that the instructions won't be seen until they hit the street. They're supposed to be published in the Canada Gazette. But we're not clear even now, even I as a member right at this moment, Mr. Speaker, I'm not clear that we're able to see all of the rules governing immigration. I put down on the order paper just this week a notice of motion for production of papers so I could see what is called the Immigration Control Manual. This document, unbelievably, has been revoked from the public. It's no longer available, and I want to see it. It's called the Immigration Control Manual, and this Conservative government has pulled that document from public access. Now, that's not transparent. That's operating by stealth. And that's just a bit of a sidebar, because the real issue here is what the government plans to do with these so-called instructions. And this, by itself, is a departure. Now, it is true that under the Income Tax Act, there is a provision that allows for the issuance of guidelines. But I think taxpayers and most Canadians will appreciate that in the Income Tax Act, there is a lot of complexity. There's a whole industry of tax lawyers out there maneuvering 25 hours a day to deal with the Tax Act in all its complexity. So we have accepted in Parliament that there can be guidelines issued by the minister. But in the Immigration Act, the government, for quite a novel suggestion, has decided that they will create this category of instructions, and they will simply be sent out. Now, the reason why in law, rule of law, we object to that is that we never get a chance to see them in Parliament. We never get a chance to review them. We never get a chance to verify or validate them. If the government had chosen to make regulations containing these instructions, then we could see them as regulations. They would be pre-published for consultation in the Canada Gazette. They would be adopted in the usual way, and they would stand referred to the Standing Committee for Scrutiny of Regulations, where they would be reviewed for legality and constitutionality. Now, the government hasn't even done that in this case. They simply said, we will create a category of instruction that will simply be lobbed out there to all our immigration officers around the world, and they will operate based on these instructions. We in Parliament, many of us here, are concerned that these will be arbitrary and may get into an area which has been fought for centuries by the Westminster Parliaments, a category of executive branch activity we call the pretended power of dispensation. And what that is that Parliament will pass a law, and then the King will say, I'm going to make a regulation under the law, and then the King will purport to grant an exemption, a dispensation from the law, from the regulation. And Parliament has always said, you can't do that, King. You can't do that. There is no power of dispensation. There's no power of exemption, and when we write a law, it's the law for everybody. And so what if the government began to build into these instructions dispensations? In other words, one instruction says, ABC shall prevail, but the minister may exempt, or an immigration officer may exempt. And what if some of these exemptions involve receipts of political favors or giving of political favors or money, God forbid? It is a whole area where we do not want to go. And the government is apparently authorizing this in this bill. Now, in fairness to the government, they say they're trying to fix this problem of backlog under the Immigration Act. And the backlog is a bit of an issue. But I suggest to the House, Mr. Speaker, that the 800,000 person backlog is not just a backlog, a bad thing. It's actually an asset. If we had no backlog in our immigration program, we'd say our immigration program was a failure. We have to have an inventory of immigrants coming here. The backlog is, on average, only 2.5 years' worth of immigrants. As other colleagues have pointed out, we need a strong, vibrant immigration program. We like to have a lineup. However, it's not just one lineup. The immigration queue, the 800,000 person backlog, is about 6 lineups. There's a special lineup for family class spousals. They only take 6 months to a year, 6 months to a year. Then the rest of the family class, including parents, can in some countries go out to 7 years. Then you've got skilled workers. Some of those skilled workers can take up to 7 years, but if you're a skilled worker provincial nominee class, you can be here within months. Then you've got investors, then you've got refugee class, you've got humanitarian class, and your inland processing. All of these are different lineups. And there's not one 800,000 person lineup out there. There's a half a dozen at least. The average inventory wait is 2.5 years, but I do say that having a family member having to wait 7 years is far too long. The reason why that has happened, of course, is that we have decided as a policy, as a country, that we want the intake every year to be balanced between economic class and family class. 60% economic class, that's skilled workers, investors, etc., and the 40% family class. And that's why each of our offices has to stream these lines so that the intake of immigrants to Canada is 60% economic each year, 40% family class. I do think we have to fix this, but we don't want to raise unrealistic expectations that we can get rid of the backlog of 800,000 persons overnight. If we did that, Mr. Speaker, we wouldn't have any inventory. We wouldn't have anybody in lineup. We'd have nobody coming. So what we've got to do is to find a way to manage the longer lineups to ensure that people in it know how long is involved and that they're not unduly extended way beyond times when, some parents I've seen them go from being in good health at age 63 years of age, and 7 years they're up to 70 years of age. They fall into bad health, and their immigration application is prejudiced as a result. So this is a problem we simply must deal with, but I'm not too sure that by criticizing the backlog day in and day out that we do service to the immigration program the way it is. Now, I want to also talk about the importance of viewing the immigration backlog as a symptom of a positive immigration program. Now, I've heard words in this House, Mr. Speaker, that say that under the Conservative government, the number of immigrants has been increased to the highest level, and if not ever, at least in recent memory. And I think that's a bit disingenuous, because it's pretty clear from the numbers that the number of visas for immigrants issued over the last couple of years has been about the same as it was under the previous government. And every year, the Immigration Department issues about 250 to 275,000 immigration visas of all the classes I mentioned earlier: the family class, the skilled worker class, the investor class, the humanitarian class. And what the government has done in this case is they've taken the student visas, which are not immigrant visas, and they've taken work visas, which are not immigrant visas, and they've added them in and say, hey, look, we got 400,000 immigrants. That's not a fair figure. That's not a fair way to do it. It's misleading. And if we're going to get increases in our immigration intake, let's get a real intake. And I know, Mr. Speaker, you're signaling we're near the end of my 11 minutes. I look forward to finishing the balance of my remarks at a later date.
So, alas, it being 5:30 p.m., the House will now proceed to the consideration of private members' business as listed on today's order paper. When we next return to the study of Bill C-50, the Honourable Member for Scarborough Rouge River will have 10 more minutes. Orders of the day.
Private members' business. First time debating at second reading Bill C-517, an act to amend the Food and Drugs Act, mandatory labeling for genetically modified foods. In the name of Mr. Perron.
Seconded by Mr. Lucier. Moves that Bill C-517, an act to amend the Food and Drugs Act, mandatory labeling and for genetically modified foods, be now read a second time and referred to the Standing Committee on Health.
Debate. The Honourable Member for Rivière-des-Mille-Îles. Mr. Speaker, good evening. I'm somewhat moved and somewhat pleased to speak to you and to my colleagues here in the House. To discuss and to express my viewpoint on genetically modified food, or GM food. To begin with, Mr. Speaker, I'd like you to indulge me. I have a little aside before my speech. I'd like to salute two young people from my riding, Claire Norbert, who on December 11th sent an email to me, this email here, encouraging me to make genetically modified foods, or GM foods, to require the GM foods to be labeled. Claire and Norbert even called me in my office. Their teachers indulged them, and they invited me to come and discuss this issue with them. It was a very pleasant discussion, and to my great surprise, and this will probably surprise you too, Mr. Speaker, I went to Coeur à Coeur Alternative School in Saint-Eustache, and these two young people, Claire and Norbert, who I met, they were around 12 years old. I was really struck to see young people that age concerned about food that we eat. I'd also like to pay tribute to and thank my colleague from Brassard-La Prairie, who has seconded this bill. The bill before us this evening, C-517, is not original. This is a bill that the Bloc Québécois has cared about for years. The member for Drummond in 93-94 had concerns about GM foods, and in 1999, Hélène Allary, my friend, Hélène Allary, who's surely watching this evening, she had tabled a bill in this House, and by the way, Hélène was the first woman agronomist in Canada, the first graduate in agronomy, first woman graduate in agronomy in Canada. So she was concerned about GM foods, so I salute you, Hélène. In 2001, a member for Laval, a Liberal, Mr. Katcha, if I remember correctly, tabled a bill like this, calling on the government to make labeling mandatory for GM foods. Mr. Speaker, the summary of this bill says, this enactment amends the Food and Drugs Act to make the Minister of Health responsible for establishing that a food or one or more of its components has been genetically modified. If it's established that a food or one or more of its components has been genetically modified, the Minister shall cause the name of the food to be published in the Canada Gazette. The Minister shall also prepare a list of all such foods and cause a copy to be sent at no cost to anyone who requests it. Third, no one may sell this food or a product containing this food in a package unless a label is affixed to the package containing the following notice. This product, or one or more of its components, has been genetically modified. In addition, no one may sell this food or a food product containing this food in a package unless a poster in the prescribed form has been placed near the food containing the following notice: genetically modified. Mr. Speaker, this bill, the purpose of this bill, first and foremost, is not to put genetically modified foods on trial. The main goal is to inform consumers, to let them know what they're eating, what they're consuming, and to give consumers the choice to choose, yes, I'm okay with eating genetically modified foods, or no. It's a democratic choice, Mr. Speaker. This bill is a bill that will be very popular, and I would encourage all members from all parties here in the House to read their local newspapers in their region, to see what's going on, to see what people in their ridings want. Because between 69 and 70% of Canadians, this is an average, 83% of Canadians want GM foods to be labeled. Between 63 and 90, or 73 and 93% rather. So for an average of 83%. In Quebec, it's 86% of the nation that want this mandatory labeling. And 80% of farmers, too. 80% of farmers support mandatory labeling. Mr. Speaker, when I was young, there was an old saying, what the people want, God wants. That's what I'd like to say now. What the people want, we, members of Parliament, want. We want that. We want what the people want. Another important thing about labeling is food safety. Nowadays, with globalization, and we have evidence of this, any food product that could wind up in our grocery stores, we might not know what's in that product. For example, toothpaste has been found in, what do you call it? Antifreeze. No, there was antifreeze in the toothpaste, rather. So, food safety is an issue, too. Given the lack of information on the medium to long-term effects of genetically modified organisms, it's only understandable that people would still have concerns. People have concerns. People are worried about the potential long-term effects of GMOs.
In order to approve a transgenic product, the federal government relies on studies that have been undertaken by the companies. I won't mention these companies, and it simply reviews these studies. But the government does not systematically look for any other type of expertise relating to plants or food that are sold, and the expertise in evaluating transgenic materials or products is limited. This information should be more accessible, more transparent, so that the public will be better able to understand the risks and benefits related to the GMOs. In March 2004, the government instituted a voluntary labeling policy that could perhaps state something that was ambiguous. In fact, it was so ambiguous that we find no product that has a label stating whether or not there are GMOs included. There's no information on the labels. It's so confusing that it's too much trouble. If there is no GMO content in the product, then it seems to me that the producer would have no trouble simply stating that. But the labeling system, the voluntary system, is so confusing that nobody wants to get involved. In 4 years, then, voluntary labeling has given nothing. Zip. After 4 years of consultations, the Canadian Standards Board in 2003 spoke out about voluntary voluntary labeling of GMOs, and this was very complex, nebulous, and it was left up to the industry and did not in any way meet the needs of consumers. Mr. Speaker, over the past years, we have experienced part of the history of something that I will deal with. José Bové spoke out against GMOs. He's a French citizen, and battle after battle after battle managed to gain for Mr. Bové a ban on all GMOs in food sold in France. He ended up in jail. He destroyed crops, but eventually he won. And in Europe now, all human or animal food is now free of GMOs. Something that I find surprising, though, is that only Canada, the United States, New Zealand are indifferent to this position. And why is it that European countries, other countries in the world, are absolutely opposed to any food containing GMOs? The advantage that can be drawn from labeling products with GMOs allows consumers to have relevant information on the products that they buy and consume so that they can make a choice, be it a health choice or a cultural or even religious choice. It's up to farmers to meet international and national standards that apply when bringing something to market. This would open up the European market to wheat producers. And what is a genetically modified organism? A GMO is any living organism, an organism that any organism contains genes that determine the color, the shape of leaves, and a GMO is a living organism to which have been added a single gene or many genes to give it a special characteristic. For example, it's with a great deal of regret that I must interrupt the honourable member, but his time has expired. And I was trying to catch his eye, but he was much too involved in his speech. Questions and comments? The honourable member for Simcoe North.
Speaker, and I enjoyed the member's presentation here this afternoon. I must say, though, Mr. Speaker, that and I fully admit with him that consumers, Canadians, are very interested, in fact, in food labeling, the importance of food labeling as it relates to information that helps them make their choices about food. But, Mr. Speaker, I really question, and I ask the member, in consideration that there are some 50 products that have been approved by Health Canada in respect and have gone through rigorous assessments in terms of these products' health safety, and it is only when these assessments have been completed that these products go on the market, that why should he be concerned that these GM products need some additional labeling?
The honourable member for Rivière-des-Mille-Îles. I'd like to thank my colleague for his question. In fact, he attended the Veterans Affairs Committee, I believe, this afternoon. It was the first time he was there, and he did a good job. Now, Mr. Speaker, it's like burying your head in the sand, because how can we rely on something when a department, when others have shown that the government does not have the means or does not have methods to assess these products? They simply rely on the companies, like Monsanto, for example. They take a look at the tests and they say, well, that looks good. It makes no sense. There is no second opinion, or they don't seek out expertise elsewhere. It's like closing your eyes and relying on the industry. Can we do that? We remember Monsanto, and I'm not the one who is saying this. It's the former American Secretary for Agriculture who said that he had been subjected to a great deal of pressure to approve GM products. In fact, President Bush Sr. had been pressured to accept this. I'm sorry, Mr. Speaker, I get really carried away when this subject is raised. The Honourable Member for West Nova. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm very pleased to see the member for Rivière-des-Mille-Îles bringing this type of bill, because this is maturity. It shows how important it is to have a strong central government, a government that can go to Quebec and tell the retailers in Quebec what they should have on their store shelves, what kind of information they should provide consumers, and they go even further and say what language should be used and the exact terms that should be used. So that's a recognition of federalism, a recognition of Canada, and I'd like to congratulate him on that. The Honourable Member for Rivière-des-Mille-Îles must realize that in 1 minute and a half, the Honourable Member for Rivière-des-Mille-Îles should know that when the Speaker rises that he has to wait before he speaks. Now, he will have 90 seconds to respond, and then the guillotine's coming down. Well, you've taken some of my time, my friend, but I would like to respond to my colleague. Now, listen. This has nothing to do with sovereignty, but human welfare. Ontario, for some time now, since 2001, has been asking for labeling, as well as British Columbia. Quebec is asking for it. It's a federal matter. It doesn't mean that the government is working well, sir. It means that it isn't working. You're not doing your job. You're not taking care of compulsory labeling.
Resuming debate, the Honourable the Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Health.
Monsieur le Président.
Mr. Speaker, today we are here to discuss a private member's bill, Bill C-517, which was moved recently here in the House.
Proposes amendments to the Food and Drug Act in order to require that mandatory labeling of all foods derived from a genetically modified organism or containing an ingredient derived from a genetically modified organism be labeled. First of all, let me remind the House that Health Canada is responsible for ensuring that all foods, including foods derived from genetically modified organisms, are safe prior to entering the Canadian food system. Mr. Speaker, I would like to point out that this bill provides a narrower definition of genetically modified foods than which already exists under Division 28 of the Food and Drug Act, also referred to as the Novel Food Regulations. Under Division 28, genetically modified includes modifications obtained through the use of more traditional techniques such as chemical multigenesis, and conventional breeding, as well as those obtained from modern biotechnology. Health Canada regulates genetically modified foods as novel foods. The Food and Drug Act and regulations have defined the concept of novel foods to include those products derived through specific genetic modification. This concept also encompasses foods that may have undergone a significant change in composition or nutritional value as a result of manufacturing or packaging process, or any substance that does not have a history of safe use as a food. The novel food regulations permit Health Canada to assess the safety of all novel foods, irrespective of the method used for their development prior to their sale in Canada. Mr. Speaker, only after a novel food is determined safe for human consumption is it allowed to be sold on the Canadian market. I would like to stress that amendments to the Food and Drug Act, as proposed in Bill C-517, will create a two-tier system for genetically modified foods. Depending on the method used in the development of the specific food, foods fall under the new definition would be required to be labeled to indicate the method of production, while others derived from more traditional modification methods, such as multigenesis, would not be subject to mandatory labeling. We have a rigorous process in Canada. The novel food regulations require that Health Canada be notified prior to the marketing of any novel food in Canada, so that a thorough safety and assessment can be performed for each product. The basis of these assessments by Health Canada scientists is a comparison of each novel food with conventional counterparts, and requires a critical evaluation of the scientific information and results of research studies provided in accordance with Health Canada regulations. The information requirements are comprehensive. Typically, they include a complete description of the food product, its intended use, a molecular characterization of any novel traits, biochemical and compositional analysis, toxicological, nutritional, and any allergy data, and an estimate of dietary exposure and anticipated use of patterns by the average consumer, including population subgroups where applicable. The requirements are laid out in the Health Canada publications entitled Guidelines for the Safe Assessment of Novel Foods. These guidelines were recently updated following public consultation. The guidelines were revised to provide a more detailed information about the pre-market notification procedure for novel foods in Canada, provide more explicit guidance on the safety assessment data requirements for different types of novel foods, and reflect advances in science and technology. The revised guidelines are also consistent with guidelines developed at the international level with respect to the assessment of genetically modified foods. Monsieur le Président.
Mr. Speaker, I would like to note that the Government of Canada views the protection of human health and the Canadian environment as the primary consideration of the regulatory system.
As I've mentioned before, those foods demonstrate that they are safe for human consumption are permitted into the market. These bills call on the Minister of Health to maintain a list of all genetically modified foods, publish the list in the Canada Gazette, and it's posted on the internet, so anyone who requests can see it. Mr. Speaker, the requirement is unnecessary as Health Canada already publishes a list of approved novel foods and decision documents, which describe how regulatory authorities determine the safety of each new project and why certain conditions and conclusions were reached. And it's all on the website. Available on Health Canada's website are decision summaries for each new product. The new novel food regulations and guidelines, along with fact sheets and answers to frequently asked questions, aid in the understanding of this subject. Mr. Speaker, the Government of Canada is committed to sharing information with Canadians on how we regulate products of biotechnology. In addition, Health Canada and the Canadian Food Inspection Agency, or CFIA, have launched a project to inform about products that are under review on the CFIA website. As part of this notice of submission projects, the public is provided with an opportunity to provide input on scientific matters relevant to the safety assessment of submissions from certain product developers who have requested safety assessments of novel foods or plants with novel traits. Scientific questions or information is forwarded to Health Canada and CFIA evaluators for consideration in the assessment. Monsieur le Président.
Mr. Speaker, the subject of this bill is food labeling.
Food labeling policies at the federal level are shared responsibility of Health Canada and CFIA under the Foods and Drug Act. Health Canada's responsibilities for labeling fall within the department's mandate for health and safety issues. With respect to genetically modified foods, as with all foods, Health Canada's role is to identify the information required on the label of that food to ensure safe use. Health Canada would determine what type of information is needed on the label to inform Canadians about these changes in the food. For example, in cases where the final food product has been intentionally modified in composition, such as increasing the level of a particular acid in canola oil, a different common name will be required to describe the oil. Special labeling is required if changes occur in the food that the consumer needs to be informed of for health and safety reasons, such as major compositional or nutritional changes. Encore une fois, Monsieur.
Once again, Mr. Speaker, I'd like to stress that Health Canada will not permit a novel food product to be sold in Canada unless it has undergone a thorough safety assessment.
In place of thorough safety assessments. Apart from safety concerns, there are important trade issues that need to be looked at. Also, mandatory labeling would require for genetically modified foods where safety concerns such as allergies and compositional or nutritional changes are identified. The labeling would be required to alert consumers in any case. Also, the statements would have to be not misleading. Mr. Speaker, I see my time is running out. Let me say mandatory labeling would require that all of the production chains participate, regardless of the nature of the products or the consumer preferences. This would have major trade implications and costs.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for West Nova.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's a pleasure for me to rise and take part in this important debate. First of all, I'd like to congratulate the two members who spoke before me and who contributed greatly to this debate, and congratulate the Parliamentary Secretary for the quality of his French, which he uses more and more. But I do take exception in some cases with what he said. I agree with him that Health Canada does quite a good job, I'd even say a very good job, to ensure that foods that are on the Canadian market are safe, according to the best international scientific standards. Of course, there can always be errors. Some will say, nonetheless, that after these evaluations, GM organisms could have negative effects on the health of Canadians, especially because we don't know what can occur, especially among growing children. So we should find someone who is more well-versed in organic biology or chemistry than I am. However, we have a responsibility in this regard. I agree with the member for Rivière-des-Mille-Îles that if the consumer can be better informed, he can make better decisions as he deems appropriate according to whatever they see on a label. And today we see young people in our schools take an interest in these issues, and they discuss them. But it does present some difficulties. I think the parliamentary secretary raised a few valid points. On the market in Canada, we already have about 50 genetically modified products that are accepted, that are in circulation, that can be consumed individually or as an ingredient in a processed food. And that can have some consequences when it comes to marketing products or for parents or consumers who want to know the level of risk. Now, the fact remains we have to find solutions. I agree with the member's bill because I agree with the intent of the bill. I think there could be some amendments. I recognize the need for the member to present certain positions in a bill before the House. With regard to the actions taken by the member, I played the same role as the parliamentary secretary in explaining some provisions and some actions taken by the government and why we don't proceed with labeling. That's not a reason not to consider it in the future.
We have to recognize that, and please advise me when I have 20 minutes left. We have to recognize that there is in the food chain some problems. If we say that all products that have genetically modified components in it that we must label, well, we'll be labeling so much on the shelves of our stores that the labeling becomes meaningless. Canola oil is a GMO. It's omnipresent in the production of other foods. You can have it in the instance of aquaculture. You may have the feed, the entrance part of the feed being an animal or a plant that was partly produced using some GMO that might be 1,000th of 1%, but if you don't define that in your regulations, then that can become a problem, so that you over-label and you end up not labeling enough. And that's not defined in the bill as presented by the member, so I think it's subject for debate and subject for question. What is it? Is it a product that is 100% GMO? Is it a product that is at a certain percentage? How do you define that? How do you do it? I think at the Health Committee we can hear from experts who perhaps can help us. The ideal, this isn't the ideal would be that you would do this through regulation rather than through bill, that you would do some minor amendment to the Act so that it forces or compels the minister to create the regulations. And the regulations can be modified as market conditions change or as scientific conditions change a lot faster than bringing it back into a bill in this House and modifying it. So I think that's a problem, but I recognize the point of the member that if we don't do it through private members' bill, we may not do it at all. So that will be a question that I think will have to be debated at the committee to see if there's a way to do it within the current regulations, under the law, under the current regulations, that would meet the desired effects of this bill without creating standalone legislation to do that and do it through the regulatory process. So with that being said, I think that's the way that we have to, that would be the wise way for us to proceed, to recognize what it is. We have a huge industrial and agricultural interest in this country and in other areas that will have an interest in this, that will want to make sure that we don't disadvantage ourselves as opposed to the products that we are competing against in our very own market and in other markets. So if we have in other countries where they say 50% of the product is manufactured from GMO, that it has to be labeled as GMO, and in Canada we say 10%, and consumers see on the same shelf the one with 40%, the competing product not labeled as GMO, and ours at 10% labeled as GMO, we would be producing a product that has less GMOs in it, but would have a competitive disadvantage because the consumer would believe that it is all GMO and that the others isn't, where it actually includes more GMO entrants within that product than ours. So I think we have to consider, and the parliamentary secretary raised that, I think it's a valid point, we have to consider our trade relationships and where we are as opposed to other countries. We have put forward, in our party, we have advanced with a Grown in Canada initiative with 4 major actions, and I think this would play well within it. I think this intent, design regulations under current Consumer Packaging and Labelling Act to clarify the definition of made in Canada, products of Canada, create a separate Grown in Canada label for 100% Canadian-grown products. Work with farmers and agri-food value chain partners to create a non-profit governing body that would manage and implement a voluntary Grown in Canada label that would identify 100% Canadian-grown products and work with CFIA to establish audit process to maintain label integrity, establish a Grown in Canada marketing fund with 2 major objectives, providing marketing grants to local farmers markets and other buy local initiatives in communities across Canada, and develop marketing campaign informing Canadian consumers of Canada's strong record of farm initiatives for environmental sustainability, food safety, and others. Thank you. And develop a Grown in Canada toolkit, a series of knowledge and development programs when farm and industry organizations work in partnership with the government to develop information and business extensive tools. Now, I could go on and establish those, but we all know, I think, we
all understand what the problems are. When you have a product that says that it is made in Canada, it's possible that it's made in another country, but packaged in Canada only. We saw the problem recently with pet food. One thought it was a Canadian product, or from the U.S., markets that we know well and we respect the food safety regulations, but the products within that were from China and did not meet safety standards here, and we saw the results that came of that. So I think it's important to look at all these questions. I know my time's expired. There will be time to discuss this further. We'll have to do so before the Health Committee. Once again, I congratulate the member for having tabled this bill and all members for participating.
Bulkley Valley.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. It's with some pleasure that I enter this evening's debate. Obviously, this is an issue that the New Democrats hold near and dear to our hearts, as the history has been recounted in this place. Pour le projet de loi de 517,
Bill 517, C-517, is almost the same word for word as a bill tabled by my colleague for Winnipeg North in the 37th Parliament, and then by my colleague from BC Southern Interior in this Parliament. This bill has been necessary for a long time, and I'll be pleased to support it.
To recount the history of how this bill has been making its way through this place steadily, Parliament after Parliament, seems clear to me and to many others that it is a response from politicians representing different parties of a need expressed by Canadians. And I think if we take a fundamental view of what this is attempting to do, is to allow people a greater certainty of the products that they are buying for their families, the food that they're consuming, with as much information as possible, because there are many that approach me, and I'm sure approach many of our colleagues in this House, confused, concerned about what it is they're buying in the stores, what it is that the chemicals that they read, the ingredients that they read on the back of products actually mean, because most folks are not organic chemists. Most folks do not spend a great deal of time researching through the internet what each chemical additive to the products that they're buying actually mean. And certainly there are very few, even of the specialty class, those in organic chemistry and that interaction with humans, can understand about what all these chemicals come together mean for the consumer, for the human form, for our environment in general. And it seems that when we step into the realm of genetically modified foods and products, we step into an entirely new conversation, a conversation that has not been properly had in this Parliament and in many of our legislatures and in the homes of Canadians as to what the consequences are, Mr. Speaker. You're doing a very fine job, I might add, in your role. We'll acquire you some robes, and we're halfway there. Retirement is coming far too soon for you, sir. The ability to understand the ethical, moral, and environmental implications of what it is to genetically modify foods that we hope to consume ourselves, that the foods that we're looking to put on the table for our friends and family that have been modified at the genetic level. Now, of course, many will say on the big agriculture side, the Monsantos of the world, they'll say we've been modifying foods for centuries, been trying to make crops grow better in certain conditions by only picking out the wheat that grows best or the cow that produced the most milk, and that is a genetic modification. Well, it's patently false to try to compare these two systems and assume that they are one. For on the one hand, we're choosing the cow from the herd that might produce more milk. But in this case, the genetic modification of food is when a scientist comes along and pulls genes from an organism at the molecular level and replaces them oftentimes with genes from an entirely different organism. Genes from salmon being put into genes that are meant to grow corn. Genes from a whole myriad of organisms placed into another organism. And Mr. Speaker, there's a fundamental principle that's absolutely missing from the legislation that governs this country. And that is a principle called the precautionary principle. We were very proud late last year that a bill that New Democrats had put forward to ban out a series of dangerous chemicals from products in Canada that we had worked through in the Environment Committee and modified was passed unanimously from this place and into the other, applied the precautionary principle as its foundation to say that in the absence of 100% evidence, which is sometimes the excuse I've heard from Health Canada and Environment Canada officials, that we don't have 100% conclusive evidence on a thing, that in the overabundance of evidence pointing us in a certain direction that there's something to be worried about, there's something to be concerned about with a new chemical or product, that the precautionary principle says that you must act in a cautious way, because otherwise the full testing of that product is taking place in public, with the public in the marketplace. And that is not responsible government. I think this is a very clear moment. We often have debates in this place about what the real role of governance should be. What should government do and what should it not do? But in this case, the setting out of the basic rules and principles as to what will be safe and what will be considered unsafe is clearly a role for government, because at the individual consumer level, it is an impossibility. It is an impossibility to say that rampant individualism will rule the day and people will simply know enough themselves and have enough research themselves that they will conduct themselves in a safe manner and ensure that nothing unsafe ends up on their kitchen table. It's foolish. And we do this every day in this place. We pass security bills, crime bills, environmental legislation that we hope provides the rules and the framework in which industry and individual consumers can guide themselves, participate in the rules. This place is a referee for what is fair and is unfair, what is safe and is unsafe.
There's another topic here that's very important, and that is the reverse onus. It should fall on the industry that profits from genetically modified foods. It is up to them to prove that their products are safe before they are introduced on the market, not the opposite.
It's where the onus of responsibility somehow is reliant upon government to prove a thing safe, to run the tests, and we know that in Health Canada, we know in Environment Canada, there has been a consistent, and this is not just relying with this administration, this is to the previous administrations as well, where scientists working at Health Canada, Environment Canada, who have brought forward concerns about genetically modified products, said that maybe in this case, in this circumstance, we have some scientific concern, have had a number of things happen to them. And promotion wasn't one of them. They've been terminated, they've been threatened, they've been muzzled. And this goes beyond ideology of one party or another. This goes to the safety of Canadians and the freedom of science to conduct itself in a rational way, to provide advice and guidance to the government of the day. Now, we know in recent magazines this government has been noted as a so-called enemy of science, fearful of the science. That was in relation to issues around climate change and the resistance to meet the overpreponderance of evidence saying that the climate science is in and that we must conduct ourselves in a different way. This government is, in general, filibustering, for example. Filibustering, we've never seen this in the history of Parliament. In Westminster tradition, the government is filibustering a private member's bill at committee, delaying, denying, stalling, hour after hour, not letting the democratic will of this place and this country be expressed. Is there anything more fundamental to what it is that we do here? To allow the fair and free exchange of ideas and debate, to allow the best ideas to come forward, and to allow the will of Parliament to be expressed. The will of the voters that put us in this place, of who we are responsible to conduct ourselves. What do we see from this government? A bill that they don't like, put forward by the leader of New Democrats, member for Toronto Danforth. A bill that the government simply doesn't like, so their response to just disliking environmental legislation, environmental initiatives like this one, is to suggest filibuster, to suggest delay, to deny the existence of this, and therefore advocate their responsibility. And this is consistently why New Democrats have found a lack of confidence in this government, an inability to support it in its agenda, because it conducts itself in a way that is unsupportable. We feel that if labeling, if genetically modified foods are a safe thing, if the government feels it has the science and the evidence on its side to say that this is safe, 100% guaranteed, then the labeling of such products shouldn't be a problem. That the identification of those products so that consumers can say, I have a choice between a product that has been genetically modified and one that hasn't. Consumers will vote with their feet, will vote with their dollars, and they will choose products that are safer for their families. I urge all members from all parties to take this bill into consideration, to use their conscience and guide them with that conscience, support it, allow it to see debate and eventual passage so that we can finally feel full confidence in the products that appear on our shelves and on our tables. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Reprise du débat.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Brossard-la-Prairie. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I too am very pleased to take part in this debate on Bill C-517, a private member's bill tabled by the member for Rivière-des-Mille-Îles. This bill, C-517, seeks to amend the Food and Drugs Act, and mainly it involves genetically modified foods or ingredients for human consumption which may contain genetically modified ingredients. As the member for Rivière-des-Mille-Îles said, it's not the first time the Bloc Québécois tables a bill of this type in the House of Commons. We will recall that in 1999, Bill C-309 by Ms. Hélène Larry had passed first reading in November 1999. In reading this, I'm very surprised to see that for 9 years now, Parliament has not managed to legislate labeling of GMOs. Now, the bill makes labeling of GMOs compulsory. That is Bill C-517. In Clause 7.3, it provides for a repertory of transgenic foods for the public, and it provides for fines and prison sentences
for all offenders. In the absence of information on the medium to long-term effects of GM foods, it's only to be expected that people would be worried. In Canada, there's no standard that would make GM foods, make it mandatory to label GM foods, despite the many concerns of consumers and the recommendations of numerous reports. The federal government's voluntary labeling practice is a fiasco. After 4 years of consultation, the Standards Office came up with voluntary labeling standards, and according to lobby groups, the final compromise is complex and it leaves too much discretion in the hands of the industrial complex. On April 15, 2005, on the first anniversary of the implementation of the voluntary labeling practices, Greenpeace, the Union of Consumers, and other environmental groups condemned these measures as being too ineffective, and they said that it's still impossible to detect whether foods are genetically modified. Around 70% of GM foods in grocery stores in Quebec and Canada are unidentifiable. Today, Greenpeace, together with the Bloc, the Union of Consumers, came to Parliament Hill and indicated that the contamination of crops by GMOs affect all agricultural products. And they said that that voluntary labeling practices have been a total failure, according to Greenpeace. They also said that 86% of Quebecers demand mandatory labeling. Consultations with Quebec farmers have also confirmed that over 80% of farmers want to see mandatory labeling. So, when's the government going to give consumers the right to know whether their food contains or doesn't contain GMOs? Greenpeace and the Consumers Union also came here to call on the Government of Canada to respect or ratify the Cartagena Protocol on Biosafety. They're also demanding that the fundamental rights of consumers to know, to be informed about what's in their food, be respected, as around 40 countries in the world have already done. They've already imposed mandatory labeling. The Union of Farm Producers, the Consumer Union, rather, is calling for more research on biotechnology, and they want to see that research continued and improved. Today, in the press conference on GMOs, the Canadian Dairy Producers Association also supported our efforts. And there's also the Quebec Farm Producers Association. The president, Mr. Réal Gauthier, came here to speak on behalf of dairy producers from the Laurentide and Outaouais regions. In his speech, the member for Rivière-des-Mille said he had 2 idols in his riding. He named them as Claire and Norbert. And as if by coincidence, he said, it so happens that these are 11 or 12-year-olds. And last year, the same thing happened in my riding. 2 young people, Thomas Drolet and James Cameron, got involved in their school and set up a website to inform the community and their classmates about the problem of GMOs. Not only did they set up a website, they also tabled a petition here in the House of Commons, a petition with over 2,000 names of people supporting these young people in their endeavor, in their call for mandatory labeling of genetically modified foods. These young people gathered together a certain amount of literature. They did some reading, some research into the problem of GMOs, and they also developed some expertise which they shared in class presentations. And I'm really surprised to see how interested young people are in primary schools. This is a very important period in their lives before high school, and they're getting interested in these health issues. I think we should pay close attention to these young people and tell them, yes, we're going to hear your request. We're going to listen to you when you talk about GMOs. And that's what C-517 is. It's a bill that's forward-looking. It looks to the future, for future generations, so that these young people can have, so that they have the right to healthy food. To give them the right to consult labels to find out what's in what they're about to eat. When you're 12 years old, I think you can make choices. And the young people from Notre-Dame Saint-Joseph de la Prairie School want to make that very enlightened choice. Some might say that you can consult government websites where the 50 products are listed, but when you're shopping or when you're eating a chocolate bar, it's very important to know what's in it. And if it says right on the chocolate bar that there are genetically modified organisms in the chocolate bar, well, then the young person will be in a position to make a free choice about what kind of food he or she wants to eat. So I think the vision of Bill C-517 is a forward-looking, future-oriented vision. It's for future generations. It's for young people who today are asking us, calling on us to pass this new act. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The time set aside for private members' business is now over, and this item falls to the bottom of the order of precedence in the order paper.
In accordance with Standing Order 38, a motion to adjourn the House is deemed to have been made and seconded at this time. Therefore, the question is that this House do now adjourn. The Chief Opposition Whip has the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. In January, I asked a question in this House concerning a statement made by our Prime Minister. Prime Minister had told this House that the medium-life helicopters and the unmanned aerial drones were already on order. In fact, neither the contract had been signed, and contrary to what the Prime Minister stated, and at that time there was no agreement in place to obtain the helicopters' unmanned aerial drones for our soldiers fighting in Afghanistan. This week we've learned that the Canadian government has partnered with the United States in obtaining the needed military equipment. However, Mr. Speaker, I should not have to stand in this House to remind the government that Canadians deserve the truth, and they expect honest answers from those who are chosen to represent them in this place. The amount of misinformation that has surrounded Canada's mission in Afghanistan is flabbergasting, to say the least. It begs the question as to whether the misinformation is an intended effort to mislead Canadians on this very important mission.
Shame.
Or does the government simply not know what's going on in Afghanistan?
Shame.
Last spring, we were told there was no evidence of torture with Afghan detainees. Even while officials at Foreign Affairs, national and international media sources, and even the President of Afghanistan himself all acknowledged that the use of torture by Afghan security forces existed. The Conservative government simply dismissed these allegations as Taliban propaganda. For more than a year, this Conservative government has insisted Afghan detainees were being treated fairly and in accordance with the Geneva Convention. As we know now, this is simply not the case. In another confusing incident last summer, the defense minister at the time said that NATO had been notified about the end of our mission. This was not the case at all, and for several weeks we heard contrary remarks from various representatives of the Conservative government as to the future direction of our mission in Afghanistan. Those were confusing times for members of this House.
Confusing government.
Those were confusing times for Canadians. And certainly, those were confusing times for members of the Canadian Forces. Mr. Speaker, this Parliament, through the efforts of the official opposition, have been successful in bringing clarity to Canada's future in Afghanistan. However, with the extensive history of mishandling, with the extensive misinformation in this House, can we really count on this government being able to honour its commitments? Mr. Speaker, Liberals believe clarity, honesty, and transparency are absolutely essential in our mission in Afghanistan. We must work hard to restore Canadians' faith in the Afghan mission, which has been dramatically undermined by the constant contradictions that have flown from this government. Today, the question of the week, the Thursday question that the opposition House leader asked the government, asked them when they are going to strike the committee that they undertook to report to Parliament to make sure that Canadians and Parliament have a transparent access of good information. And what did we got? We got a non-answer, and we got heckling by the chief government whip.
Unreal.
Canadians must have faith that core values, including respect for human rights and the belief in dignity of all people, are at the heart of this mission, and that Canadians have a transparent, clear view of what our role is as it evolves in Afghanistan.
The Honourable the Parliamentary Secretary, the Minister of National Defence.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I always enjoy listening to fantasies coming out of the mouth of the member from Kitchener Centre. Allow me first to say, though, how pleased we are by the initial outcomes of the NATO summit in Bucharest. The commitments made by our allies are good news for Canada and good news for NATO. More importantly, though, the additional troops are good news for the people of Afghanistan who are working hard to rebuild their lives. We will certainly be discussing the specifics of the additional troop commitments with our allies in the coming months. Mr. Speaker, an enhanced NATO presence will allow the Canadian Forces to consolidate and expand stability and security operations in Kandahar, which will further allow our development and governance efforts to take root. The commitment of additional troops satisfies one of the important conditions set out in the motion adopted by the House to extend our contribution to the United Nations mandated, NATO-led mission in Afghanistan. Another important recommendation put forward by the independent panel on the future of Afghanistan was the requirement for high-performance UAV and helicopter capabilities for our troops in Afghanistan, and we are well on our way to achieving that goal. We certainly appreciate our allies' efforts to assist with our need for additional helicopters, including the recent announcement by Poland that it will deploy additional helicopters to Afghanistan. This government continues to demonstrate its commitment to providing our troops with the equipment and protection they need to fulfill their tasks. To that end, we have significantly enhanced our capabilities in the field. For example, our new route clearance vehicles are reducing the risk of convoy travel. We're also making arrangements to keep the Leopard 2 tanks in theatre until the end of the Canadian mission. With respect to helicopters and UAVs, we've been working for some time now to procure capabilities for domestic and international operations, including Afghanistan. Mr. Speaker, I can assure members of this House that the government is actively working on accelerating the acquisition process to provide our troops with the equipment they need. For example, the Department of National Defence has already announced its intention to acquire Chinook helicopters for domestic and overseas operations. This project has been approved by Cabinet, and it has anticipated that a contract will be awarded this year. To address our immediate needs, the government is currently exploring a number of options with our allies and industry. For example, we are looking at the possibility of acquiring Chinooks that are already configured for the U.S. Army operations in Afghanistan. We're also exploring leasing options with industry and are looking at our existing fleet to determine what might be possible. Leasing civilian helicopters is also common practice in Afghanistan. Private companies are already providing this service to the UN, the Afghan government, and some of our NATO allies for operations in lower-risk areas. With respect to UAVs, we are currently working with our colleagues at Public Works and Government Services Canada on a number of options to provide our troops with high-performance UAVs as soon as possible. In fact, we have a 3-year project called Noctua, aimed at leasing high-performance, long-endurance UAVs capable of intelligence gathering throughout the Canadian Forces area of operations in Afghanistan. This project will be a substantial improvement over what we currently have in theatre and is expected to be operational in theatre by February 2009. A letter of interest to industry has already been posted on the Internet, and it is anticipated that a request for proposal will be released very soon. Our government is also working on the purchase of long-range UAV systems for domestic and international operations, including maritime and Arctic surveillance. We're working to deliver these capabilities as quickly as possible in order to meet the safety and security requirements of our troops, and are confident we can deliver these capabilities by February 2009. These initiatives highlight our commitment to rebuilding the Canadian Forces and ensuring the safety of our men and women in Afghanistan. And Mr. Speaker, after decades of darkness, some of which I lived through, I can tell you that the men and women of the Canadian Forces are not confused at all about what we're doing in Afghanistan. They're not confused at all about what this government is doing for them, and we're going to continue to get the job done with or without the help of the opposition. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Kitchener Centre.
Interesting way for the parliamentary secretary to end his intervention, Mr. Speaker, because if it wasn't for this opposition party coming together with what was a Canadian motion, with a Canadian stand in Afghanistan, I really do scratch my head at what this minority government thinks that they were going to do for our men and women in Afghanistan. Clearly, there is a line in the sand. The parliamentary secretary, Mr. Speaker, mentions that we are a member of NATO. It was a Liberal government under the auspices of NATO and at the invitation of President Karzai that went into Afghanistan in the first place. I would like to know that Canadians have a transparent and clear view of what we are doing as we go forward. And quite clearly, I think there has been evidence that this government has used the motions in the House as political cover for this very important mission. So I wouldn't want this House to be misled in any way. It would be very refreshing to have Canadians and parliamentarians know what is going on in Afghanistan as we move from the...
It's with regret that I must interrupt again and give the floor to the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and the honourable member is quite right. It was the Liberals, the Senates there, it was the Liberals who prosecuted World War II in Korea. And that's what we were trying to remind them of, in spite of some of their opposition early on when we were trying to bring a resolution forward to the House. We had to remind them of their own history so they would, in fact, do the right thing, which ultimately they did, and we applaud them for that. Because Liberals and Conservatives together have always done the right thing in history when it comes to international obligations like this. In terms of being open and transparent, you know, when people don't pay attention, they don't hear what's being said. When you choose not to pay attention, you don't hear the facts. When you choose to ignore the facts that you hear, then you can stand up and say whatever you want and accuse a government or anybody else of not telling you the facts. Well, Mr. Speaker, you've got to listen to actually hear what's going on, and sometimes they do, sometimes they don't.
The honourable member from Malpeque.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The parliamentary secretary says some people don't hear. It's absolutely true. He hasn't been listening for a long while on the wheat board, Mr. Speaker, so we'll try again tonight. The question asked of the government, Mr. Speaker, on December 3rd was whether the former Prime Minister, Brian Mulroney, has lobbied this government as a member of the board of directors of the transnational grain company Archer's Daniel Midland to undermine the Canadian Wheat Board. This government, which includes the Prime Minister, has relied on Mr. Mulroney to provide advice and guidance. One thing the former Prime Minister has demonstrated is his expertise at making money for his clients, and ADM is most certainly a client of the former Prime Minister that he would want to see succeed, especially so since he is on the Board of Directors. So in that light, Mr. Speaker, the House should be made aware of the following with respect to who will benefit from this government's fevered ideological drive to destroy the Canadian Wheat Board. And the problem, Mr. Speaker, is most of the winners from the government's drive to undermine the board, where are they? They're south of the 49th parallel in the United States, and especially among the multinational grain trade. The Institute for Agriculture and Trade Policy, in a November 2005 study, outlined the consequences of the loss of the Canadian Wheat Board and the Australian Wheat Board, and I quote, Mr. Speaker, "The proposal to eliminate monopoly export rights would effectively kill both the Canadian Wheat Board and the Australian Wheat Board. The elimination of the Canadian Wheat Board and AWB would do nothing to increase export competition for grains. The giants of the industry, being Cargill, ADM, Bunge, and Dreyfus, will basically absorb the Canadian and Australian supply into their existing global grain trading business. The CWB and AWB offer an effective second-best solution to the market failures and imperfections inherent in bulk commodity trading. Their private counterparts are much less constrained by public oversight and, at least for the producers they deal with, offer less benefit." End of quote. A report prepared by the Centre for Agriculture Policy and Trade Studies at North Dakota State University found that if the wheat board were to be eliminated, quote, "the United States and Canadian markets would become more integrated without the CWB. It would be possible for the multinational grain companies to buy wheat in Canada and export it from their United States ports." End of quote. Mr. Speaker, the beneficiaries of the loss of the Canadian Wheat Board have been enumerated in many United States studies. It's unbelievable that the Government of Canada, in putting forward this proposal, failed to do any studies or economic analysis. In fact, a study prepared for United States Senator Kent Conrad in November 2004 found that, quote, "if the CWB's single-desk authority is eliminated, the United States may become more competitive in offshore markets as the advantages enjoyed by the wheat board disappear." End of quote. Again, Mr. Speaker, the U.S. are gaining at Canadians' expense. The efforts of the Conservative government to undermine the Canadian Wheat Board have attracted the appreciative attention of the United States wheat industry. It's time that the Canadian government worked for Canadians.
The floor now belongs to the Honourable the Parliamentary Secretary, to the Minister of Natural Resources and Social Development.
Well, Mr. Speaker, it's good that the member opposite has chosen to stay away from the topic of his question, because it showed how out of touch he was in December, and it certainly shows how out of touch he is on this file even today. Mr. Speaker, at that time when he asked the question, he had this ridiculous notion that he was going to try to tie Brian Mulroney with the Minister of Agriculture, and his notion flopped back in December. It seems like he didn't learn his lesson then, so he's back again. I'm told the Minister of Agriculture does not personally know, nor has he ever met with Mr. Mulroney. I'm also told that Archer Daniels Midland has never met with the Minister. And so the member from Peck, as usual, is batting 0. This time he's 0 for 2, and I think he's probably about a 0 for 1,000 on the Canadian Wheat Board file. He also thinks that giving freedom to farmers is somehow going to benefit big companies. You heard a little bit of a rant here about that today. He doesn't realize that farmers in Western Canada see the Wheat Board as one of the biggest companies of all. Most of them just want some freedom from it. They do. The majority of them are asking for freedom. It was interesting. I think that he talked about his words were that if farmers had freedom, they would be more integrated with the United States market. I guess I'd like to ask him, does that mean that this year Canadian farmers then would have had access to that $20+ for durum that the United States producers had access to, while our producers were getting less than half of that? So, Mr. Speaker, we're used to hearing these illogical and extreme rants from the member opposite, but his question from December really shows that he has completely lost his grip on this file.
The Honourable Member for Malpeque.
No grip lost here, Mr. Speaker, just the facts, and that's what the Parliamentary Secretary tries to avoid. Again, he fails to mention that the Canadian Wheat Board is made up of a board of directors of elected farm producers by their peers. But, Mr. Speaker, there's another quote I want to put on the record in terms of how bad the decision of this government really is in terms of U.S. influence. Agriculture Canada made this statement at a conference in North Dakota a few years ago. Quote, "The CWB should not be viewed as an independent entity, but as an extension of producers themselves into grain marketing. Through collective action, producers are able to counteract the market power of domestic railways, handling companies, and international grain marketing firms, just the way a credit union helps ordinary people cope with concentrated market power in local financial institutions." End of quote. That's what the Wheat Board does for producers in Canada.
The Honourable the Parliamentary Secretary.
Oh, Mr. Speaker, the issue has always been simple. Western Canadian farmers want a fair They want an open system to market their grains. They want the freedom to make business decisions that work for them best. This government has listened to farmers, and that is quite different from the decade of neglect that was shown by the previous Liberal government. We're actually taking action. We're working to provide what farmers are asking for. That member just listens to a few people. He selectively picks the people he wants to hear. He tries to weave some great and vast conspiracy out of that. This government was elected to provide freedom for Western Canadian farmers. We're elected to update and improve the marketing and transportation of grain, and we look forward to doing that for Western Canadian farmers.
The motion to adjourn the House is now deemed to have been adopted. Accordingly, this House stands adjourned until tomorrow at 10 a.m. pursuant to Standing Order 24-1.
News.
Kelly Foster's involvement in her community has earned her a Millennium Excellence Award.
Being involved and giving back to my community is so